Morning, morning. Well, this is very interesting. For some reason, my camera's off. Don't worry about that. For some reason, that my streaming program will not share screens. And I've reset my computer. I'm using different browsers, and it just keeps coming up with an error I've never seen before. And I've tried to look it up on the internet. It just says browser can't access your screen. Try capturing a different screen. And I've tried a different screen. That doesn't work. Hmm. I don't know what to do then. I can't exactly share the program, can I? The popcorn shate. I apologize, but I know that I set up this. I just assumed that it would, of course, work as it usually does, but no, no, not at all. Not sure what to do. I can't share the audio because I need to be able to share the screen. Yeah. I could share the audio from my microphone, but the quality won't be that great. Not sure what to do. What do you guys think? Julia, NS44, morning. Nikki Lewis, Blue Nose, Sad Mafioso, Nosy Scotian, Christine, Jamie, Nova Scotia born. What do you guys think I should do here? Yeah, I did a hard reboot. I've done everything I can think of. I mean, it's not a cache issue because I've tried it in different browsers. Give me a moment. Let's see if I can think of something here. Maybe they've done something to me. No, I can't do that. More BS from the sham. Tech issues to share this? I don't know. I've never experienced this before, and when I look it up on the internet, it doesn't seem to. Won't share screen. Won't capture. Share screen. Won't share screen. Let me try that. Maybe they've just built some goo in with their popcorn, the butter. Wow. I'm not getting any hits back on an error like that. The browser can't access your screen. Let me try and just enter the error. Can't access your screen. Are you fucking kidding me? Excuse me. Yeah. Even when I enter the error, there is no entry for that. It's clearly related to Sorry, everyone. I've never seen anything like this, and it's not even coming up as a problem when I search it. I could just set this up for later and see if I can figure it out. I don't want to keep you all waiting. This is so odd. I don't know. Might as well continue to say good morning. Truth and all. Your cam isn't working either. No, I have it turned off. I was reading, so I'm not... not quite up yet, shall we say. Seawood, good morning. Could have added something to the link that prevents people from sharing the link. Well, even if I try to share a different screen, nothing related, it doesn't seem to want to do that either. Oh, okay, all right. That'll work. Interesting. Okay. Wow. That is super fucked. Let's see, I'll show you. Oh, now it disappeared. That is so messed. That is so fucked up. Sorry for my language. This is just beyond strange. Okay, so I can share if I don't have the audio, which obviously is no good. I could stream the audio through my microphone, but the quality will be garbage. I don't understand what is going on. Share screen, share system audio. Can't access the screen. But if I just share the screen without sharing the audio, it will work. My, oh my. It's almost like a certain feature's been blocked. How strange. Is there a way to possibly record? Yes. That is an idea. Okay. Good idea, Sad. Now, let me try that. Okay. So let me try this. Okay. Did it save it now? Hmm. 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 All right, I've got it downloading. It's going to take a few minutes. Sure, I've been working on other stuff. I didn't know if they were going to air the popcorn show. What a joke. Linda, good morning. Mark Evans. Yes, I've tried different browsers. I've tried everything. The audio, for some reason, the audio share is blocked on my computer right now. I'll have to try and figure that out. Nova Scotia Grown. Green Bastard. Donna. Glow Watcher. Okay, so I've got about, looks like 6 minutes remaining on a download. So if you guys want to grab a coffee, it's the only thing. That's a great idea. Thanks, Sad. That might work. And I could share the file. It may work. How odd. Movie should be as well. It might as well download the video, the movie, right? I mean, don't need to worry about streaming it live. It's already recorded. What a joke. Read us the article or tell us what you've been reading about for the past. Oh, no, I've been working on stuff. I'm always working on stuff. I've been working on something for the last couple of days. Lots of moves, I'll tell you that. Give me one moment. I'm going to grab coffee. All right. Shut her down. Shut her down. What did you miss? You missed technical errors, Brickleberry. Could you shut everything down and restart? I did. I could just start the video. Yep. I could do that. So then it's just pointless to have 15 minutes of blank space. Mind you, everybody would probably just fast forward through it anyway. I just want to see if I can even get it to work. Otherwise, this is just maybe they've knocked me out of commission. Maybe the commission has knocked me out of commission. Would that be a show? It's probably something technical, but I've never seen it, and I can't find anybody who even talks about it. So I could show it to you with no audio. I could pipe it over my microphone. Again, that's probably not the best. So I was reading a certain officer's notes whilst this is... Oh, did it finish? One moment, please. Where did it go? What Naheezy? Oh! What happened to the download? Oh, now the download's gone. Oh, come on. Oh, there it is. Two minutes still. I was looking at a certain officer's notes, and I'm finding interesting things in it. He definitely should know what's going on anyways. So in there, I think it's 150. Let me just see if I got the times right. 150, between 152 and 210, is that right? No, 112 and 210. He gets it somewhere in that time frame. He establishes that, I'm using his words, ex-girlfriend 𝙋𝙍𝙀-𝙍𝙀, victim, which I was like, how could you establish that at that point in time? Anybody have any thoughts? He didn't speak to anybody who had spoken to the children, and I don't know as they would even know. Thoughts? It would be Jerry Rose. Pull up. He's got some interesting stuff in his notes. I don't know if anybody's read his stuff. He, of course, is the lead investigator, right? Jerry. I'm just reviewing a bunch of his stuff right now because I'm going through some timeline things. I like the since the screen share will work because I'm not sharing audio on this. It's got a nice little preface to it saying that something actually I appreciate. It says that this is his actual notes, that they haven't been tampered with. It's full and complete. There's been no additions, deletions. They're an exact copy. I find that rather interesting because I haven't seen that, funnily enough, on anybody else's notes that I've reviewed. So if you fast forward, so we have 120 over here in the left-hand corner. He uses Jamie's maiden name. But I won't say anything on that. But where was it here? Victim is former girlfriend 𝙋𝙍𝙀 and two neighbors, Jamie Grotto and Greg Blair. And then there are 4 children that are witnesses that are in the hospital, so he does know about it. But he doesn't actually speak to anybody until 4:15. He speaks to Sergeant Lilly. So I'm just wondering how that information would come about. Corporal Jerry Rose Berthamew, pardon me, sir. I don't know how to pronounce your last name, Berthiaume. I don't know, because that's, if it's following chronological order, which it appears to be, we've got 120, and then a variety of notes in here, and I can link the document. Yes, they did refer to the teacher in the red house, and it's always kind of spooked me a little bit on that one. But it's interesting because 120 to the next entry is 212, 246. So we know then that this comment, this entry would be between 120 and 212, right? Victim is former girlfriend Lisa McCauley. Now, whether that is or is not the case, it's the fact that he knew that. How did he know that? Who would have told him that? He will probably say that he did speak to Lily at 4 o'clock. Oh, you're saying his the disclaimer, the reason why, the plausible deniability. It's possible. He doesn't indicate that he spoke to him. He indicates he does speak to him at 4:15. Spoke to Sergeant Lilly regarding 4 children taken to the hospital. So it would either be hearsay or something that's been passed along to him, but who passed that along would be the next question. I'm thinking the children would know. Who's going to tell them? It's a very strange entry. Okay, let me try here and see if one of these videos will work. I do hope so, because otherwise I've wasted everybody's time. No, which I do apologize for, but it is not my intent, that is for sure. Maybe, just maybe. Will this work? When in the hell is it going to start?
Excuse me, everyone. We will be commencing in a couple of minutes. I am just going to do a quick roll call. If you are expecting counsel to be present whose name is not called, please advise them we'll be starting shortly. And please note throughout the day, as we take breaks, the slide on the Zoom webinar will be updated to reflect when we expect to return. So the counsel present, Joshua Bryson, Stephen Topshie, Linda Hupman, Tom McDonald, Victoria Sturgesko, Jane Lenihan, Aaron Breen, Glenn Anderson, and Samantha Paris.
Does my audio still work in this way? Like my microphone audio?
Good morning. Hello et bonjour. Today, thank you for following the work of the Commission. We have been hearing from senior RCMP officers this month whose testimony has provided further context regarding command decisions made during the mass casualty. Hearing from these witnesses and others builds on the information we have been gathering to date and shared publicly through our proceedings since February. A request for accommodation was made on behalf of today's witness, Staff Sergeant Brian Rehill. As we explained in our May 24th decision, we have directed that the testimony we hear today will be recorded rather than webcast in order to remove the time pressure of a live proceeding, with the aim of obtaining the best information possible in the circumstances. The video will be posted on our website for the public as soon as possible. Participants were invited to submit questions in advance. As well, we will have 2 breaks to caucus where participants' counsel will meet with Commission counsel to identify additional questions to be put forward before today's testimony is complete. In a moment, we will hear from Staff Sergeant Rehill, who served as risk manager during the mass casualty. Media are reminded that there is an embargo on today's proceedings. That embargo will be lifted as soon as our session with this witness is complete. To assist the media, we will make it clear when questioning has concluded and the embargo is lifted. I will now ask Commission Counsel Roger Burrell to proceed.
Thank you, Chief Commissioner. I propose to call Staff Sergeant Brian Rehill to the stand to discuss matters. Madam Registrar, Staff Sergeant Rehill has expressed a willingness to be sworn on the Bible. Would you stand, please, Staff Sergeant Rehill?
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you. Be seated, please.
So I should have made this clear before, but Rehill is spelled R-E-H-I-L-L. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we pronounce it Rehill, not Rehill. Am I correct
That's
that way?
correct, yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Staff Sergeant, there will be a number of questions that are asked of you today throughout the day with the use of the foundational documents or a number of foundational documents as a guidepost that I will be referring to. If you need some breaks or you need some time, ask me and they will be accommodated. The idea is to get as much pertinent information to the commissioners and to Nova Scotians and Canadians as we can under the circumstances. Do you understand that?
Certainly, yeah.
Okay, very good. Then what I will do then is proceed in the normal fashion and review your background for purposes of establishing your situation as of April 18th, 2020. I understand that on March the 12th, 1990, you joined the RCMP.
Yes, I did. That's true, yeah.
And you graduated Depot November of 1990.
That's true, yeah.
1990, you were posted to the rural Newfoundland detachment of Roddickton on the Northern Peninsula, am I correct?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
And you were there until a transfer to Corner Brook in Western Newfoundland in the Highway Patrol Division in March of 1992.
Yes.
Am I right to say that you were there until 1995 when you were actually reposted back to the Roddickton detachment in General Duty Services?
Yes, that's true, yeah.
And you were there until May of until 1998. Am I right there?
Correct, yeah.
I understand that during this time you completed something called the Pepsic course, or the Police and Public Safety Instructional course. Is that correct?
Yes, I did just at the very tail end of my posting in '98.
Okay. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. I understand as well that in 1999, you completed the basic firearms instructor course. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
All right. So 1998 to 2000, I understand that you were engaged at the Happy Valley Goose Bay Labrador Detachment in general duty
Yes.
obligations,
Yes.
okay? And June of 2000 to 2002, you worked in the General Investigative Section in Happy Valley Goose Bay, is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
And in July of 2002, you were transferred to the Antigonish Detachment or District in Nova Scotia.
Yes.
And I understand in October, perhaps November of 2002, you were promoted to corporal, am I right?
Yes.
Okay. 2003, you engaged in and completed the conductive energy weapon taser instructor course.
Yes.
Am I correct that when you were promoted to corporal, you transferred then to the Port Hawkesbury Traffic Service Unit? Is that
Yes,
right?
That's correct, yeah.
And in 2007, Staff Sergeant, you were promoted to sergeant and became the operations NCO at the Inverness District. Is that
That's
correct?
Yes, yeah.
You maintained your general placement out of Port Hawkesbury
Yeah,
at that time?
yes, I worked out of Port Hawkesbury.
Had responsibility for a number of rural detachments in Western Cape Breton?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
August 2009 to 2015, you became the operations NCO at the Antigonish District. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
January 2016, you took on the role as case manager or file case manager reviewer for Southwest Nova Scotia District. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And then, am I correct to say in October of 2018, you were promoted to staff sergeant?
Yes.
And at that time, you also became a risk manager at the OCC in Truro. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. I understand that you have been, since September 2020, off-duty sick on that designation. Is that correct, Staff Sergeant?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. And that remains the situation to this day?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me, am I correct to say that on April 18th, 2020, you were the risk manager on duty at the outset of this mass casualty?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. I want to talk to you about your training situation for purposes of establishing what Pepsic is. That's a term I've heard relatively regularly in exposure to these materials. Can you explain for us what the Pepsic course is, what it does, what skills it provides to a person who partakes in it?
Right. Well, the Pepsic is an acronym for Police and Public Safety Instructor course. But after that, like, I guess you would drop the C's, so you're just a Police and Public Safety Instructor. It was 21 days in Regina, back where I trained initially. It was a long, grueling course. It's 21 days, and it's weekends as well, and you're working in the evenings, that sort of thing. You become an instructor in many capacities. Like, you become an instructor in refreshing the members in their operational skills. Maintenance was called OSM. There's lots of acronyms. Yeah, there's an echo going on.
Yeah. Excuse me just a moment. Any chance of that echo being eliminated for us so that we can hear each other properly? Sure. Thank you. We're just going to look after that, Staff Sergeant, because I want to make sure I hear you properly. Okay, let's continue on, see if they can rectify it as go. The Pepsic course, continue on. You were
While we were there, we learned a number of different capacities. Like, for instance, we had 4 different stations. Like, one was called vehicle stops. So we would be trained to conduct a proper vehicle stop. So you do what they call a user course initially, and then they do the instructor's component to it before you return. So that was just training on stopping vehicles, approaching safely, reading threat cues, that sort of thing, and dealing with a vehicle stop as safely as you can. And then in turn, when you go back, teaching the same thing to the officers. There was another station that it's called FATS, Firearms Simulation Training System. We'd walk in a room similar to this with a big screen, and there'd be a live scenario on there for you, and you had an interactive gun that you wore and that sort of thing that you could shoot at the screen if need be, and it would tell you if you had a a fatal wound, or it would interact with you. If you shot the person, like they would go down type of thing. It's like a movie in front of you. We also did officer violator contact, so calls to a home, like for instance, domestic dispute. We'd be given a scenario. You'd go into that, and you would have instructors watching you, and then you would deal with it the best you could. Safety. It was all about officer safety techniques, looking for threat cues, how to deal with them, how to communicate with people, that sort of thing. We returned to our postings after 21 days, and I was actually on the transfer list for 𝙋𝙍𝙀 at that time. So they called me. The course was actually for 𝙋𝙍𝙀, although I was still stationed in Moncton, Newfoundland. I was coming there as a new member being transferred in, and they wanted someone that's going to have some longevity there. So they asked me to go, and I did. And then so when I arrived in 𝙋𝙍𝙀, I was the instructor for that area. But we used to hold courses. We started holding courses in headquarters after a while. We developed a syllabus, like a 5-day syllabus, and a whole crew of us, and we started running courses in St. John's, Newfoundland at headquarters.
Great, thank you. That gives me a good sense of what the Pepsic course is. That was in 1998 when you took that, some time ago.
Yeah.
To the best of your knowledge, does that course still remain operational, the Pepsic course?
I believe it does, yes, but it's evolved a lot and morphed into different things. Like, for instance, later on, there was the Immediate Action Rapid Deployment course as an instructor. I didn't go to that. I was held back for operational reasons. They incorporate that now, I believe, in with the course. So they've kind of curtailed different things and took more in. Like, I believe they do an IR instructor's course while they're there now, so you get it all. I don't know if Taser's incorporated with it now for CEW as an instructor. The course you mentioned earlier, that I took the CEW course, I took it as an instructor capacity too. Yeah. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So that, you've anticipated my question. I was going to ask you about the IARD portion, the Immediate Action Rapid Deployment.
Right.
Was that part of the training in 1998?
No.
And there has been, since that Pepsic course, there has been the incorporation, or the, how shall I say, the initiation of the IARD training course within the service. Is that
I believe
right?
it's another week on the tail end of it. They stay behind and become an IARD instructor as well, or a number of days. Yeah.
Okay. So can you tell us then about your IARD instruction? Have you taken the IARD course?
I've taken the user course, but not there's online courses prerequisite to the IARD, and you go on the IARD course. And but I didn't become an instructor in that capacity.
So tell me, just for purposes of familiarity, the difference between the user course and the instructor course is?
Well, the instructor course, you're fanning it out to the members, and like the user force course is like the members come one every 3 years to get their operational skills maintenance updated. They do the IARD refreshers and that sort of thing, but we're there as instructors. So I go in there like twice a year as a part-time instructor. They have a cadre of full-time instructors there at Cutler Avenue. They're now in Dartmouth. So they do the bulk of it, and we go in and we help out here and there.
Okay. So just for my understanding, you have the user course with the IARD training, but not the instructor course.
Yeah, I'm not an instructor for IARD, no.
Okay. Very good. Do you know of any designation entitled Initial Critical Incident Response Programming? Do you know anything about that?
Well, yeah, that's a course that that's offered by the RCMP, and some NCOs, non-commissioned officers like corporals, sergeants go on it, staff sergeants, to take that course. And to become a critical incident commander, that's a prerequisite for that. So you have to take that before you could even go on the critical incident commander's course.
Okay. And can you tell us then about your exposure or involvement with the Initial Critical Incident Response Program? Yes,
I went on a course in DeBert, and I believe it was quite some time ago, around 2000, maybe 2000, as early as 2011. And that's just a course similar to the critical incident commander, maybe on a more watered down version of it, like holding, running an event until the critical incident command post is up and running and everybody's ready to go, so you can turn it over to that person. So it involves, analyzing the scene, containment. Maybe a negotiator might be involved early in the process if somebody's armed and barricaded in a house and they're willing to talk to you by phone, with that kind of thing. So it's really a person who's doing the prep work and maintaining, running that scene as well as they can until the critical incident command takes over.
So you indicated that course was in January of 2011.
I think it was around 2011, and then I did some online stuff too as well.
Yeah. Is there recertification or refreshing obligations that a person would have with respect to that?
Not to that course that I believe, no.
Okay.
No.
You are familiar, of course, with the Kodiak Moncton shooting incident in June of 2014.
Yes, I am,
Yeah,
yeah.
you would have been in the service at that time, would have been aware of what was going on at that time.
I remember it well, yeah.
Yes, I'm sure. Can you tell us, please, whether you yourself have been exposed to any specific training or program that evolved as a result of the response to the Kodiak incident?
Yes, initially, IARD was created or born as a result of the Columbine situation. We all trained in IARD and immediate action rapid deployment, and it was primarily for buildings, like enter a school, corporate building, post office, you name it, like any kind of a building where maybe an active shooter entered. So that IARD training is to, the best you can, locate and stop the threat. Once Moncton happened, we had to modify or I guess react to that scenario, that situation, and they created what's called an outdoor IARD. Excuse me. So that's also I took that training at 89 Cutler in Dartmouth at the training facility. So it's more so, it's different from the, I guess you'd call the indoor IARD, in the sense that in the indoor IARD, we were moving, systematically together down the hallway in a team. You have like the point, a team leader, an acting team leader, and what we call a rear guard, moving down a hall to locate and stop the threat. The outdoor IARD, we may have different tactics in that, for instance, one's called loose file. Like the members aren't together right as they're going down a hallway in a restricted space. They're moving one behind the other, but they're swaying back and forth, sort of thing, weaving. So to prevent blue on blue, like you don't want to have your firearm up and then have your partner pass in front of you. So they're moving like this, and if somebody does pass, they drop the firearm down, that kind of thing. And you're moving fast and quickly as you can to try to find where's this threat, because if you're outdoors, if you're in a neighborhood or an urban environment, you got to try to locate that threat and stop that threat. So that was really an adaptation as a result of Moncton.
Okay. And that was done through the auspices of H Division, was it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Any national training that you would have been familiar with as a response of Moncton that you would have engaged in or become familiar with?
Not for me, no.
Okay.
No.
I want to ask you additionally about that in terms of whether you can comment on any additional supervisory training that you would have had in terms of critical incidents response as a result of the Kodiak incident.
Well, with respect to supervisory, more tactical, I guess, at 89 Cutler, just the training we just spoke of, as a risk manager, I never had a specific course on that, like on Moncton itself. Mm-hmm. Other than what we learned in the outdoor IARD training.
Okay. I understand that with the IARD training that you actually played some active role in scenario engagement and so on?
Yes, at the facility in Dartmouth, we run a Monday to Friday course, and we incorporate everything into that. The operational skills maintenance refresher we start with, the carotid control, the baton, the OC spray. And then later on in the week, we get into the IARD and IARD recertification. We run scenarios where a team will have to, they're given the scenario that's read to them, and then they have instructors overseeing them behind them as they move to where the threat is, and locate, isolate that threat and deal with the threat, whether if it's using lethal force or the so-called actor or bad guy surrenders based on how the members are conducting themselves, that sort of thing. So I was in that case where I'm not an instructor, but I do have the background in Pepsic and Taser and basic firearms instructor. They would use me a lot as the bad guy, as the actor, so to speak. So I'd be me or maybe one other. Sometimes there's two shooters in those scenarios. So I would have to be somewhere in the building, and then there's activity. And they move in, locate me, and in most cases they shoot me with the simulated guns that they have.
Right. How often would you have been engaged in that role or that scenario role playing?
A couple times a year, probably.
Okay.
Because we had a rotation where we went in twice a year if you were a part-time instructor.
Right.
Yeah.
So you took on this special role as the bad guy.
Yes, and there was usually a lot of pain involved in it. Like,
I understand.
The rounds they hurt a lot.
Right. With respect to the supervisory training with that aspect of the IARD involvement, can you make any comment? And I may be reviewing what I said earlier, but I got the sense that you're acting as a bad guy. What about supervisory training for people to assist in that regard?
Well, just the initial critical incident response course that I had before,
Yeah.
but I don't know, I can't recall any supervisory official training I took with respect to overseeing IARD. I used to oversee, the different reporting and that sort of thing. It's called the SBOR, Subject Behavior Officer Response kind of thing. I'd oversee those in my district, review them, and send them on to headquarters.
Yeah, okay. I just want to move on then to your training with respect to your risk manager role.
Right.
Is there something called the risk manager course, the risk manager instructor course, or risk manager scenarios, anything of that nature?
Well, there wasn't at that time when I was there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know whether that's changed, or can you comment on that?
I don't know if it's changed yet or not.
All right, well, it would be unfair to me ask you anything further,
Right.
but tell me about the training, specialized training that you would get in terms of becoming a risk manager.
Well, we have to have some familiarity for sure with the system they call KIDS, Computer Integrated Dispatch System, and the CAD and that sort of thing. But I started as a risk manager back earlier in my career when I was still a sergeant in Antigonish. They were developing a cadre of part-time risk managers, or alternate risk managers as we called them, so that if they had a sick call at the last minute, or they had a member on leave and then somebody took sick, if they ever had a shortage or they needed someone, we could come in and fill in. So at that time, I received training in the computer systems that they have there, in a boardroom over there.
All right. Yeah. I get a sense now that as things develop, we have the IARD training, we have the critical incidents response training.
Right.
We have supervisor and frontline training for those situations.
Yeah.
Is there any similar training that would be required to be a risk manager?
Well, like a risk manager course per se that's developed in a 4 or 5 days syllabus would certainly be helpful in the future. That it's maybe a prerequisite to even apply for the position. But at that time, we relied a lot on our experience over the years, like as district commanders and operations NCOs. I mean, we've had lots of serious instances where we've had to be in that role. Manage resources, where you're sending them, where you're going to set up containment, that kind of thing. So you rely a lot on your training and experience over the years.
With just finishing the area of questioning here, would you ever, in your training experience, ever had the opportunity to practice the role of a commander or critical incident commander during an active shooter situation before April 18th, 2020?
Well, it may not be particularly an active shooter, but on the initial critical incident response course, yeah, there was a scenario, then they would rotate us through the scenario. Like I might do a certain portion of it, and if they were satisfied with what I did, they'd tell me to step down, and another sergeant may step in and take the scenario from there, that sort of thing, right?
Finally, then, as a risk manager, would you ever practice the role of a commander during an active shooting incident?
I didn't at my point. I was there October 2018, so I was there about 2 years, but like I wasn't involved in a tabletop exercise or anything to that effect.
Very good. You initiated some comment in an area I was going to go to with respect to training of a risk manager, in particular the KIDS system. Are you able to comment on that, what training you would get and how important that is to the role of a risk manager?
Yeah, well, years ago, actually, when I was in Goose Bay, Labrador, I received some KIDS training. And at night before, especially at night shift, excuse me, before we went home, we'd go back through all the calls. And a lot of times I was delegated to tell one officer, you take this call, you take that call. But in 2014-ish, when we had that training at telecoms, I learned a fair bit about KIDS, but again, if you don't use it every day, it's one of those things. You get rusty, so to speak, I guess is the right way to say it. So when I went back in there, yes, I mean, Staff Sergeant Affleck was there at the time, and he sat with me, went through a lot of things. My counterpart, Bruce Briers, when we did our changeover, maybe something I'd ask him about certain, how to do a certain thing. I relied heavily on the dispatchers and the call takers because they're so good at it. They're so well trained, and they're so fluid at what they do. So they do a lot of that, and a lot of it is sent to me by message, or they'll call me by phone, or they'll just talk to me over the screen. That's between us. So yeah, we relied heavily on them, but I by the time this rolled around, I was fairly proficient at using kids and the CAD and all that sort of thing.
I'm getting the sense that your proficiency may have developed as a result of experience.
Yes, yeah.
As opposed to a specific formalized training regime. Is that a proper statement on my part?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that would be of some benefit to risk managers
yes.
to have some official formal training in the kids system?
Yes, for sure. Yeah.
How about the computer-assisted dispatch system, what we've called CAD, or the CAD log situation? Are you in a position to make any comment about training or exposure you would have had to that?
Well, exposure, I use it every shift. An occurrence comes in, it's posted on there. It comes from call takeover to dispatch, and I see them appear on my screen. I read every one. Yeah. Not every call I'm going to monitor as a risk manager. I mean, some of the very minor stuff, there's no need, but serious incidents will go on and monitor right away.
Okay. Once again, formalized training in that tool?
Well, that was included with the training from 2014.
Okay, thank you. Finally, with respect to mobile workstations, you know what they are.
Yep.
Yeah, those are the computerized system within the vehicles of
The
the
laptop
members.
and the police car.
Yeah, the laptop. Are you able to comment with respect to any training or access to training you would have had formalized as to an MWS?
Oh yes, we had a lot of different training over the year, like to use the MWS. We had different systems. One was called Roads, and then we moved into Pros. When you first go on shift, you fire up your laptop, and you have a like identification card that goes in the side, and you launch it, enter your information, and you just literally hit enter, and it appears 1036 on the screen, which means you're on duty. And right away, telecoms, your dispatcher for your area will acknowledge you're 1036 and on shift.
So as the risk manager, the three operations that I've discussed, KIDS, CAD, and MWS, would they be routinely involved in any shift that a risk manager would be involved in?
Well, I don't use an MWS because I'm inside.
I understand that, but it's a communication tool, obviously.
Yeah, and all the information goes down to the police car in it. Yeah. So every call, it's dispatched to the MWS of the police cars, and the members working acknowledge that.
Okay, so on April 18th, 2020, would you be able to give us a comment as to your degree, and I know it's a self-analysis or self-assessment of your proficiency with respect to KIDS and the MWS and the CAD programs?
Well, I was fairly proficient now in KIDS and CAD both.
Okay.
And MWS, I used it a lot, extensively over the years, especially when I was in traffic services as a corporal, because I was on the road all the time. And I would be going what they call 1011, pulling a vehicle over. You can do that right on your laptop if you wish. I used to voice it to keep your eyes on the road, but I used it every shift.
Okay. I propose now, Staff Sergeant, to move on to ask you some questions more specifically about the role of the risk manager. And I understand that you may wanted to say something before I initiated that area of comment.
Well, certainly, yes. I wanted to be able to make sure today that I took a moment to offer my sincere condolences to the families on their terrible loss. On behalf of me, my family, the entire organization, Nova Scotia, Canada. I was out west last summer for a bit, and people out there are talking about it and asking me about it and saying how terrible it must have been. So we can only imagine their pain. So I'm so sorry for what happened. And I'm here today to, I hope, clear some questions up that you may have, or I hope when I leave here that when I do leave that you may go away thinking, well, I know a bit more now. He's shed some light on some things and maybe help you to find some more peace with what I have to say today.
Right, thank you, Staff Sergeant. We'll move on to more specific questions with respect to the risk manager. I asked you about some training on that. You told me about that, but I'd like to know from your point of view, as an experienced risk manager, what is the risk manager? What role do they perform generally? And then we'll relate it to the incident a little bit more particularly. But I think it's best for us to get a stronger sense of that position. Yeah,
well, there is a job description that's probably this long in a paragraph. I can't recite it verbatim, but in a nutshell, risk manager, you're on duty and you're there to oversee everything that's going on in the province. More so, not as much through the days because they have their own supervisors working each district and detachment, but to oversee it and provide operational guidance to the members, especially in high-risk situations. Any guidance that the OCC dispatchers may need or call take if they have an operational police question, so to speak, that's maybe outside their realm, like I go to them for help with me. So I oversee, we call it an operations NCO, like I used to do for my district for the entire province.
Okay.
So like something like a hazardous pursuit, one of the dispatchers will say, Staff Sergeant Rehill, we have a pursuit in Digby. And I'll go right on their talk group right away, take charge of that and monitor it.
Well, let's get you physically situated. You're at the OCC.
Yes, in Truro, yeah.
In Truro at that time.
Yeah.
And you work amongst a number of other professionals, communication professionals. Who are
Yes.
they, and what context relationship do you have with them?
Well, the OCC in Truro is now moved to Dartmouth to the headquarters, but at that time it was up the upstairs of the building on Prince Street. As you come up the stairs into a hallway on the left, you head all call take side. So there's several over there. There's several what I call pods or workstations. Each one of them has like 3 to 4 screens around them. They are over there, they're on the call take side. So the calls when they come in go to that side. And there's no designated area. They just take them as the calls come in. So they listen to the complaint. They're typing as they're listening to it. And then they send it over to dispatch side, and the dispatcher for the appropriate district, the designated district, sends that down to the police car and voices at the same time to the member. They'll say, call for Digby, whatever, and they might say 1 Bravo 6, send that to me, and the way they go with it. And depending on how serious it is, like, whether one member's going or several members are going, whatever's on duty, or they have to ask for backup from another district, so to speak, that's where it goes to the car. And if it's something serious, they'll let me know right away. They'll say, Staff Rehill, have a look at this file or that file, and I'll read it right away. And the ones that I'm going to monitor, I'll go into the screen where the narrative is, and I can right-click on it, and it's what's called benchmark. It says Risk Manager Monitoring on the screen, and that will go right down into the CAD log.
So you're at one of these pod stations as well?
Yes.
Monitoring a number of screens?
On my side, there's 8.
Okay, and the purpose of this, and can you give us a sort of sense of how you facilitate this monitoring?
Well, it comes up on my screen because I have the same screen as all they have, and I'm reading them as they come in. I keep a close eye on them. I'll open every one and read them, and the ones that I need to monitor, I'll right-click, and I'll go on, and I'll say Risk Manager Monitoring. I'll click on the screen over here, which is the radio, go to that talk group, and advise the members Risk Manager Monitoring, and they'll say, okay, staff, thank you, and I'm listening in to the call, waiting, seeing if they need any operational guidance. If I think they're doing something that maybe I should intervene, I will. A lot of times they know their stuff quite well, so I listen in, and a lot of times they may ask me a question.
So I think you indicated this, but it's worth repeating. You indicated that there's a province-wide observation or a province-wide jurisdiction that the risk manager has?
Yes, with the exception of HRM. They have their own watch commanders, that sort of thing, and then obviously your Cape Breton Regional Police and your Truro Police. Like we don't monitor those.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
But I would guess, and it's purely a guess on my part without the knowledge, that this could be a particularly busy position at different times of the day or the evening with respect to the breadth of jurisdiction that you undertake.
It can be very busy, yes.
Yeah. How busy, Staff Sergeant?
Well, there's some nights where it's extremely busy. Like you can't believe how many are coming in and how busy you are. And there can be other nights, that it's fairly quiet.
Okay. Tell us about coverage in terms of risk managers. Is there always a risk manager on duty?
Well, they try to provide one 24/7, 7 days a week, but they're, at that time, there is a point where maybe there might be a quiet hour between 5 and 7.
Yeah.
Like I might work, like on a Sunday evening, for example, 1900 to 0500, and then on Monday morning, the next risk manager is coming in 0700 to 1900, the 12. So it might be a 2-hour gap, but your Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturdays, like it's 24 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you make any comment for me with respect to volume of calls and perhaps relate it to day shift versus night shift, where there are differences and how that would be handled?
Well, yeah, day shift, a lot of the calls are, might be more minor in nature. Like say somebody calls in and says, realized that their house was damaged over the weekend or something to that effect. But through the week, the detachments are up and running, they always are, but management's in, like their unit management, like their corporal team leaders are usually working anyway. There's always like a team leader on. And say a sergeant, ops NCO, and district commander, while they're working, like they're responsible for their districts through the day. Like we would be after hours. So for us, like Monday to Friday through the day as a risk manager, you're probably not as busy as you would be maybe on a Friday or Saturday night when you're working the night shift. with calls coming in from all over the province. Yeah. So yeah, so they're responsible for their own districts. For instance, if a hazardous pursuit started at one of the districts and the operations NCO is working, they should take that and say, I'm, Sergeant so-and-so, I'm monitoring this pursuit. I could stand back and provide support in that at that time.
Okay. I just want to get a sense from you about the risk manager's relationship with district command or district leadership and how that interrelates. And that leads to my question earlier about the day shift, night shift differential.
Right, yes, yeah.
Can you give us some sense about the risk manager's connection to district leadership?
Well, when we're working our evening shifts for sure, and our night shifts, they're a bit, like I said, they're working through the day, through the week. But if something comes up that we consider should be serious and that they should be something they should be aware of, we'll contact them, like their operations CEO or the district commander. I may not do that directly if I'm very busy. Like one of the dispatchers will do it for me. I can say, could you contact, in this case, like Staff Sergeant Carroll, for example, and advise them what's happening. And at that time, they'll decide, well, I better come out, or I'm coming out, or just, maybe it's something that I can manage on my own, and then just letting them know for courtesy purposes, this is going on in your district. So
Sorry, for courtesy purposes?
Well, let them know, like, if they're not coming in to manage the call, like if I'm going to be, sometimes I'm not calling that saying that you need to come out, just letting them know this is happening in your district or something to that effect. And a lot of times they'll get involved. They'll call me, and I'll discuss it with them, or the ops NCO if I can't reach the district commander. If the district commander is on vacation or on leave, then the second in command's in charge of that district. So we'll keep them advised of what's happening. In some cases, they have to come in.
And that's what I'm trying to get a sense of in terms of roles with respect to district commanders, second in commands within the district, and the risk manager. When the risk manager communicates with the district leadership, what's the purpose and what's the intention with respect to roles and leadership roles?
Well, in this situation, for sure, it's to, like, you're coming out to, this is a major, the biggest crisis in Canadian history. It was to advise them immediately, let them know, and they're going to be coming in. Staff Sergeant Carroll, I believe, came in as soon as he could. Sergeant O'Brien was involved. I called the district advisory NCO, who was the acting operations inspector.
We'll get into that in a minute in terms of the particulars, but from the point of view of the risk manager's engagement with district leadership, when you contact them, what is your expectation with respect to the role of the risk manager at that time?
Well, I'm advising them what's happening, and I'm in charge of this call in your district right now.
Okay.
And
once the district leadership gets informed of that, can you tell me about transition of power or transition of responsibility with respect to the risk manager's role and district leadership's role? That's it's unclear to me in terms of who does what when.
Well, in most cases, I'm going to continue to be in command of the situation. This situation was extraordinarily, I guess you could say, off the charts with respect to police work. So everybody should be getting involved at that point in time. So they all came in, and we all got working as a team on it.
Okay, we'll talk about that a little later. I just thought from a general sort of policy point of view, we might be able to get a sense of what the risk manager's role is with respect to the district command role. Any further comment on that before we move on?
Well, I'm in command at that point in time.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell us then about what might trigger the risk manager's contact to district command? What type of situation might
Well, if you have a serious domestic dispute going on, if a police officer is involved in a car crash, the police vehicle's been damaged, we have a member injured, we'll certainly let the management know, district management know. Anything that we consider, I guess, a serious call, we're going to be advising them, right?
Okay. And you've just isolated a domestic dispute. Is that a routine consideration?
Well, if it's a very serious one, like, we won't always let them know. We report on that every night on our report, and it goes to all the districts where the calls came in for. Like, we don't send the risk manager report to the entire province. We send it to the designated detachments of where the calls came in overnight. For instance, if Antigonish had 2 domestic disputes, it would go to their sergeant and their district commander, so they could read it first thing in the morning.
Right. I guess my question is, when would a determination be made by the risk manager to call in district leadership on a domestic dispute, as opposed to wait until the morning for the report?
Well, I would think if there's somebody seriously injured, or heaven forbid they've been killed, you're definitely going to be calling calling the district manager to get them involved.
Okay, so domestic dispute issues you've covered. What about hazardous pursuits? Would that be something where you would engage local leadership?
Not at that time. I would take over the hazardous pursuit, run it, supervise it, and whether we shut it down or we continue. Again, if in that pursuit one of the members got injured, yes, we would, you know, or if the person you're pursuing went off the road and got injured or killed, obviously you're going to let district management know. But for the most part, if we just resolve it successfully, it would be on the risk management report for the morning.
I'm getting a sense, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Staff Sergeant, that the hazardous pursuit interjurisdictionally is something that the risk managers are quite familiar with.
Yes.
And in fact, it's a significant portion of your job, time, and or responsibility. Am I right in that regard?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, and when I review the materials and look at the risk manager's experience, it looks like hazardous pursuits may be a substantive portion of your role. Is that correct?
Well, I wouldn't say that one's going to happen every shift, so to speak, but it's a very high-risk situation that requires strict supervision.
And the risk manager would be the expert provincially with respect to hazardous pursuits interjurisdictionally.
While you're working, yes.
Okay, all right. What about lost persons, things of that nature?
Same thing. We would, you know, we get involved right away. Sometimes, like in this day and age, with there's so much technology and cell phones, sometimes we can communicate with the person in the woods. And a lot of times they call it in from the woods. They say, "I'm lost. I can't get out of here." One of the first things, we're going to get one of the dispatchers to call the incident commander for the search and rescue team and brief them on it. And I'd like to have a conversation with that person. They get search and rescue launched for the local search and rescue team. They ask me usually to do a couple tasks for them, like this will be our command post. Can you advise them of this is where we're going to our muster point, that kind of thing. Another thing that I'd be doing in that situation, well, I would authorize it right away that if that person is lost and they have a cell phone, to ping the cell phone. And if we can get a good radius on where they are, that helps us a lot.
Is that something unique to the authority of the risk manager, the cell phone ping?
Yes, yeah, it has to be authorized by one of us.
Okay, authorized by one of us meaning?
Risk manager.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there protocol for any other person or any other leadership personal?
I think if I was, I know that if I was absent, then the floor supervisor would make the call.
Okay, so we've talked about hazardous pursuits, domestic disputes, lost persons,
yes,
and cell phone pinging responsibility. Can you say anything else of regular or routine involvement that the risk manager would have?
A sexual assault, we report on those as well overnight. If somebody reports a sexual assault, and again, if it's serious enough, we would get district management involved. But in most cases, it's a situation where the person could be interviewed at a later date, and so they can look at it in the morning.
So can you tell me, is there any protocol with respect, and this is what I'm driving at here, trying to figure out when it is or what factors are required to engage the district leadership?
Well,
or is that a
it's discretionary, like
discretionary?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let's move on then to the role of the risk manager in a critical incident. What would you define as a critical incident, and is there a definition, a working definition that you would work with as a risk manager?
Well, something very serious like an armed and barricaded person. A lot of times domestic disputes end up that way, like the female, for example, or the partner flees the home if they can, and the person, and usually substance abuse involved, let's say, I'll use the example of a husband and wife, sometimes remains behind, and there's firearms in the house. And sometimes they call themselves and say, anybody comes here, I'm going to shoot them or kill them, like something to that effect. Yeah, you're definitely going to involve district management, let them know. Fatal crashes, we're going to notify them right away. You have a fatal in your area. And if, they say, a lot of times they'll say, just keep me advised, because we have everybody come in the right resources and that kind of thing.
So you can tell me about the critical incident package, what that is?
Well, I'm not a critical incident commander, but I have enough knowledge to say that once it's launched or it's activated, your critical incident commander is going to make their way to a command post in the vicinity of the call. There's negotiators come in, the ER team, emergency response team, police dog services, which you'll see us refer to as PDS a lot through the documents. For instance, Glenn Burns, in charge of the OCC logistics, he'll go to that same command post and help them get all set up with their gear.
Right. Tell me then, what's the risk manager's role in determining or making determinations that a critical incident has occurred or exists. Are you able to give us some insight on that?
Well, for instance, when there is a critical incident, at that time they had a binder there that had all the on-call persons, and they're scheduled for over like 2 or 3 months. So we have it all there. Like for instance, on this weekend, it was Staff Sergeant West was the critical incident commander on call. So I would go to that. A lot of times I'll check it at the first, my shift, so I know. Or the dispatchers may have it written somewhere on the screen. Staff Sergeant West is the CIC this weekend for on-call purposes, that sort of thing. So anything that's really serious, armed or barricaded persons, for sure, because they get involved in that very much. This incident, obviously, we're going to engage them right away. And I did that through the district advisory NCO that night.
That would have been Staff Sergeant
Halliday.
We'll get to that as well, I hope, in the upcoming questions. But with respect to your relationship to a critical incident commander, you've said that there's a binder and there's a system in place for access and contact to that person?
Yes, there is, yeah.
Okay. All right. Finally,
the binder would have on-call critical incident commanders, the dogs, whoever the dog man is for that weekend, whoever the incident commander for search and rescue, they're all there, and it's all laid out for you as to who you're going to call when you need them.
And it's a discretionary decision then on the part of the risk manager as to who he contacts or she contacts in response to the particular incident that they're faced at that time?
Yes, but some of them, like, go without saying. Like, for instance, an armed and barricaded person, you're going to call critical incident command and at least have a conversation with them, and they'll decide whether they're going to activate the CIC or not, right?
Okay, very good. I think that deals with the issues of your relationship with the critical incident commander. But before I leave the risk manager's role, I wanted to ask you about your relationship with OCC supervisors, dispatchers, and call takers. I understand there is an intricate relationship that the risk manager would have with those folks.
Well, the call take side, like for instance, when I first came into work, I may go over and see who's working and say hello to everybody and that kind of thing. And then onto my side with the dispatch, really, for me, I usually say right-hand man, but left to me is the floor supervisor, who I communicate with a lot, especially in serious incidents. And the rest are dispatchers. I can contact them through my phone, call them to just say, can you help me with this or that, or could you ping this phone or that phone? But usually we're in earshot of each other, so we can do it that way. So we have a strong working relationship. We work together. There may be situations they'll ask me to authorize something, whereas before the risk manager program, they'd have to make that call themselves years ago. So it's a really good operational relationship. They're very strong, and they're very good at what they do. I love working with them. I always said it was the best posting I've ever had in the RCMP to work there with those people. So yeah, it's a strong working relationship, and I think with the risk manager in place, it's very cohesive and it works well.
Okay. Can you tell us then about the on-duty risk manager's obligations when they come on shift? What do they do and what occurs?
Well, the first thing that I do is I go 1036, they call it, on the screen, and that means you're on duty, up and running. And then I send out a global message, they call it. It goes out to the entire province, to all the mobile workstations, the MWSs. It'll say risk manager, Staff Sergeant Brian Rehill, working this evening from 1900 to 0700. This is my cell number. Any guidance you need, please call me. And I'll usually put a little blurb in there about our reporting process. Like I say, as risk managers, we must report on domestic violence, sudden deaths, lost persons, and that includes youth at risk. Like sometimes they may be reported as lost, but they're just out there somewhere hanging out with somebody, or they're from a home or some sort. So we report on that. And then at the bottom of the report, it's any other notable occurrences that you want district managers to know about. So I'll include that in my message to them. And then at the bottom, I'll say have a safe shift.
Okay. And this is a routine that you would undertake every shift?
We all do it every shift, yes.
Right on. Okay. So the purpose of that communication is to familiarize members with you and what's going on in the shift?
Yes, yeah.
All right. Tell me, would you have an opportunity to review what is actually going on through the catalogs or otherwise? Tell us about that, please.
Yes, like for instance, if I came in on a night shift and my counterpart, Staff Sergeant Bruce Briers, was on day shift, excuse me, He would brief me as to what transpired that day. We usually look over the report together. At this point, what's there so far? He might tell me something like, you expect a call from so-and-so, or there's something going to be happening later on, or one of the specialized sections has planning an event tonight, so like an arrest or a search or something to that effect, so just be aware of that. And the dispatchers are all fairly well briefed in everything that's taken place through the day. And I'll go back in my kid's screen maybe an hour or two before Bruce went off, and I'll read through all the files. And I'll review the risk manager report to see what's on there so far, and is there any follow-up I need to do in some of the files that aren't finished off yet, that sort of thing.
Okay. I want to go back to a theme I had discussed earlier with respect to the difference between day shift and night shift as a risk manager. Are you able to comment on whether there were any differences, whether you had any preferences, and why those differences exist?
Well, like I said, the differences in our role was probably we weren't as busy through the day or called on as much when we have the district management working, like your district commanders working, your sergeants working, your operations NCO, and your team leaders are on the road, and most of them are on the road in the evenings too. But sergeant and staff sergeant, for the most part, are Monday to Friday day shift. And so, but when they're working, all of those, we play a much less role in the occurrences. They supervise their own districts. They're responsible for their own districts at that time.
Okay, very good. I think that outlines the risk manager's role and your exposure to it. Any further comment with respect to the job of the risk manager? I know you said you enjoyed it, you worked with professionals.
Yes.
Is there any comment for the commissioners with respect to the nature of the risk manager's role that you'd wish to make clear to them and or others?
Well, I just that it can be extremely stressful, high pressure position that when things come in that are of a serious nature, there's a lot of, I call it, I guess, rapid fire. There's a lot coming at you at once, and it's sometimes difficult to manage all the tasks that are coming in. And with this particular occurrence, that was certainly the case.
Okay. Good. Then I think what we'll do is then move along, if we can, to your experience with respect to the evening of April 18th by turning to the foundational documents to go through some of the comments there, and I'll ask for your remarks.
Sure.
So the foundational document that is the basis of this discussion today is the RCMP Command Post, OCC, and Command Decisions foundational document.
Right.
And I want to direct your attention right to the start, page 24, paragraph 52. So paragraph 52 says Jamie Blair called 911 at 10:01 on April 18th. OCC dispatcher Donnelly Williston got the call. The incident start time on the Williston's CAD log was 10:01:14. The call was labeled CAD incident 2004-03-757. And the location at the top of the CAD log showed 2 Highway Portapique Beach Road. Now, would you have been familiar with this designation at this stage, and what does it mean for us?
With the actual occurrence, it came in at 22:01.
Right.
I would have became aware of it shortly thereafter. In some cases, when something like this is coming in, one of the other call takers might leave her chair and say there's something serious come in, just to give you the heads up. And then it gets dispatched right to our side, and I would read it right away. So again, like that information was on like an occurrence screen window, like.
Yeah, that's what I want to get clear for us, so we get a good picture of what the risk manager is.
So that's what I do. I click into the occurrence number, and there'll be a category, whether it's urgent, like priority 1, 2, 3, or 4 kind of thing. So right away, I knew once the verbal came across to be ready, I read it immediately. And within that screen, I can go in there with the cursor, right click, and then there's a list of what they call benchmarks, like a tow truck dispatched or whatever. Mine says risk manager reviewing. Yeah. So I right-clicked it right away, let them know I'm reviewing. I jumped on the Colchester talk group right away to talk to Stuart Bissell, said, Stuart, I'm monitoring this occurrence, 10-4 staff. So at that time, they have very little information.
So what can you tell us then about the delay that the risk manager would have had in terms of getting onto this file? Was there any?
No.
Okay. No. And is that normal and routine?
Well, for minor occurrences, maybe, once it comes over, I read it, and I'll click risk manager review or risk manager monitoring. Okay. And the minor ones, it'll say risk manager review, just so they know at least I looked at it, I'm aware of it.
Okay. And did you have any assessment at that very earliest of stages of the significance, given the information you had?
This here paragraph doesn't show the actual details yet, does it?
No. Let's go to paragraph 61. That might be a better insight for you. Page 28, paragraph 61. RM in this case in the document is short for risk manager. I'm sure you understand that. Risk manager Rehill was also monitoring Jamie Blair's 911 call. The CAD log indicates risk manager monitoring.
Right.
Now we're going to need some clarification on that because I'm not sure what monitoring means. Does that mean actually listening to the call?
No, it doesn't. It means I'm monitoring the occurrence.
Okay. And in what sense are you monitoring the occurrence? How is that?
Well, right away, like I said, the risk manager monitoring, and then I jumped on the talk group, 𝙋𝙍𝙀, to talk to the 𝙋𝙍𝙀, the Bible Hill members. Said risk managers on the air listening, monitoring the call, and like the store would say 10-4 staff, something to that effect.
Okay. And at that stage, as you're starting to monitor the call, what type of information do you have or are you able to filter through?
Well, we know that when the call first came in, it was a woman that was fairly, I guess you could say, understandably panic-stricken and saying that her husband was just shot on the back deck of the house.
Yeah. So when you get that type of information, what does the risk manager do at that earliest stage?
Well, right away, I start monitoring it immediately, contact the members, start discussing a strategy.
Okay. All right. So paragraph 62 then, Staff Sergeant, says that risk manager Rehill's notes indicate that he also thought the call might initially be a mental health related call. His notes state, and halfway through, it was also stated that a police officer, the police car was in the driveway. The mental health aspect of that, can you give us some insight of what was meant by that by you at that point?
Well, it was just a thought in the initial part, because in the OCC we receive so many calls of people with mental health issues, whether they be in psychosis, hallucinating, especially elderly people with dementia. We receive calls of similarly to that, like really outlandish details, and the members will be dispatched and they'll go there quite quickly, only to find out that there's nothing happening at all, and that this person, I can think of a number of them that has dementia that would call us with these types of stories.
Right. So with respect to it being a mental health related call, does that diminish the severity of the call, and why would that be of significance to mention in your notes?
It doesn't diminish it. We're going to treat it as what was reported. You get there as fast as you can, but we're saying, okay, and that's part of the information gathering. Them have to get there to see what we're really dealing with.
Okay. And just moving into that quote in the middle of paragraph 62, Staff Sergeant,
Right.
Where I made reference to the 2201 call taker advised dispatch side of a call of a man being shot in the community of Portapique, a small community on Highway 2.
Right.
Between Great Village and Bass River, 𝙋𝙍𝙀 County. Initially, it was reported by a female caller reported her husband was shot on the back deck of their home. It was also stated it was a police officer. The police car was in the driveway. You see that there within the notes?
Yes, right in the middle of the paragraph.
Yeah, right in the middle of the paragraph. These would be from your notes. It was also stated it was a police officer at the police car was in the driveway. So that's some important information.
Yes.
Can you tell us how that was assessed and what was actually going on in terms of your thinking with respect to that descriptor?
Well, I think initially we're like, what is happening? A police officer in a police car is shooting people. And I remember myself and Jennifer McCollum, she's to my left, like we're like what? Like what is happening here? Like how could, one has to understand as a police officer with 30 years experience, and like one of our police officers is shooting people or in people's driveway in this tiny community. Like it was, I guess it was somewhat shocking in the beginning, but we're treating it as real. You got to get there, you guys. But we're trying to find out what's really happening here. What do we really have? So it was hard. It was hard to, I guess, absorb is the right word when you hear that.
Did that have any impact on the manner in which you and your team would have responded to this call?
No, like Stuart and Merchant and Patton, they're going as fast as they can to get there. And a big Vicky Colford was also descending on the call.
Okay. Paragraph 63, and this may be somewhat difficult for you, Staff Sergeant. Risk Manager Rehill repeatedly called Jamie Blair's phone number. You had indicated earlier that you were monitoring the call, and monitoring meant a sense of a sort of a distance overview of what was going on.
Right.
But this actually looks like more specific and clear engagement in the call. Would I be right in that regard?
Yes, for sure.
So what happened there, Staff Sergeant?
Well, Stuart Brissell asked me, he said, "Staff, can you call the complainant back so you can get some more details?" And so I attempted to call the number that we had, and it just kept ringing. I believe it went to voicemail.
Okay, now why is it that the risk manager would engage in that specific a role in this instance, as opposed to, say, dispatcher number 3 or your supervisor?
Well, I guess to the degree of the magnitude of the call and the severity of the details. So I'm calling them and see get as much information as we can and try to clarify this very police car in the yard and a policeman is shooting people. So that's something that I should do as opposed to one of the dispatchers.
I see. Okay. Moving on down further in paragraph 63, you'll see from the notations there where there's a concern over Dave Lilly. And Dave Lilly is somebody known to you, is it, Staff Sergeant?
Yes, I know Sergeant Dave Lilly, yes.
Yeah, and some confusion emerged with respect to Dave Lilly and his potential role in this?
Well, like I said before, we can't just dismiss the details. It's a police car, and it could be a police officer shooting people. So we are puzzled by it, but yet we're still actively investigating it right away. And on the air, I think it was Jennifer McCollum asked about police cars in that general area, and he marked police cars, because they were all accounted for on the screen. With respect to the mobile workstation, you can see where the police cars are, and there was none in the community. So we said, like, is there anybody in that general area who would have a marked car home? And at some point,
now that needs to be explained to me, because you had indicated that you could see the cars on the screen,
right?
And I presume that means those are cars that are marked and or logged in.
Yeah, and they're working in their districts.
Yeah.
Right.
So you were raising some concern with respect to a vehicle that wasn't logged in or something of that nature?
Yeah, if you're not logged in your mobile workstation, we can't see where you are, and that's a huge bone of contention for like a dispatcher. That gives them anxiety. Like, I don't know where you are.
Right.
Get your MWS fired up, right?
Yeah, yeah. So is that where the Dave Lilly discussion emerged?
Well, one of the members in the district said the only marked car I would know of in that general area was Dave Lilly. Sergeant Lilly has a car home.
Yeah. Okay. And what did you do then in response to that?
Well, we can't rule out that his car could have been stolen, or a police car from another jurisdiction could have been stolen, and members are on call in their yard. So we have to still try to figure out, is this really a police car or is it not?
Okay. So this early stages of the proceedings, is the critical incident commander involved at this point, or
Not
the district
yet.
leadership?
Not yet at that point.
Okay, and why is that, Staff Sergeant?
Well, because it's just the infancy of the call. We're still trying to figure out what's happening here.
Okay, all right. I understand that you make a number of inquiries of the phone number and are unsuccessful in that regard?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, and then you also had made arrangements to do further details or obligations, tasks. What were they?
Well, we said we'll ping her phone right away to see if we can locate where it is and if it's in the vicinity of where we think the call came in from.
Okay, so paragraph 67, Madam Registrar, talks about this pinging process.
Right.
We'll just bring that up for you there, Staff Sergeant. Attempt to ping Jamie Blair's cell phone was unsuccessful.
Right.
So this is a routine investigative tool that the risk manager you talked about a little earlier would do?
Well, yeah, but there's fairly strict guidelines to using it. I can't just ping somebody's phone because I want to know where they are, or the officers can. It has to be a situation that warrants us to ping it, because there is Privacy Act issues. There's the CRTC that monitor these things. So we have to be, respect the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and only ping when we feel it's necessary. We have to ping.
Okay.
And this is certainly a situation where, you would. So we were trying to isolate, where is that phone? Is it coming from 123 Orchard? And then sometimes the radius is so big that you still wouldn't be able to tell that. It's in the general area, but sometimes the radius is quite small, like 50 meters. And so we tried to ping it, and we didn't get anything.
All right. Does that, when you don't get anything, does that indicate anything to you?
Well, it's either off or out of the area. It could have been shut off.
Okay.
By someone.
All right. Further inquiries were undertaken in paragraph 67. The PROS database was searched. Can you tell us about what the PROS database is?
Well, it's just a police database we use for doing all our investigations on, entering all our data, Like if I pulled you over, for example, and had your license, registration, insurance, all that data would go into this. If I wrote you a ticket or a warning, all that data would be entered into the PROS database as an occurrence.
Okay, so the purpose then of you accessing PROS was to do what about this?
Well, to query her name, Jamie Blair.
Yeah.
And we got some results of it, Jamie Grado.
Okay. We have heard some evidence, information from other witnesses with respect to something called Versadex.
Right.
Are you able to tell us about what Versadex is?
Well, Versadex is the system, I guess, is the PROS version in Halifax, what they use in the Halifax regional municipality. It's called Versadex.
Right.
Yeah.
And were you able to access Versadex at this stage?
Well, I'm not trained in Versadex, and we don't have it on our desktop, but we also have in PROS called the Police Information Portable, PIP. So if we run a name and date of birth on that, we'll get HRM's files if somebody's.
Before we get to PIP, let's get to Versadex, and just so that it can be clear to me. You've indicated the Versadex database is something different than the PROS database.
Yeah.
Does it contain the identical information, different information, or is there an overlap? Do you know?
Well, I can't say. I mean, I don't know what the screens look like. I know what our subject screen looks like, our car vehicle screen when you're adding a car. I don't know. I'm not trained in Versadex. I can't say a whole lot about it.
No, I understand that. Would Versadex database have been of some substance assistance to you in terms of what you were undertaking?
It'd be just another data bank. We could search for information.
Right.
Right.
I guess I'm a little puzzled as to why that other data bank may not have been available to the risk manager at that point in time.
I don't know other than the fact that we didn't get to that point yet. I think my counterpart, Bruce Briers, had been asking about it for some time.
And we heard from Staff Sergeant Briers with respect to his efforts on Versadex. And I'm just wondering whether you can give us some insight as to whether the risk manager's position, there was no inquiry made before 6:30 a.m. about Versadex.
Well, I can't say once they took over, but I wasn't on Versadex myself. I don't know how to use it, but I guess the only option would be to get a dispatcher to call them and say, can you run this in Versadex or tell us what you have?
And would that be part of the protocol or the routine to try to expand your informational sources?
Well, there's not anything written in black and white. You're just trying to think as much as you can, what can we do here to gather more information? You know, if that was the case, I would say to Jennifer, or if I gave it to her, she would probably delegate to someone else, say, call HRM right away, see what you can find out.
Do you think it would be a good idea for the risk manager not only to have access to PROS, but also the Versadex database?
Yes, for sure. Yeah. And be well-trained and well-versed in it.
Right. So you had told us, and I interrupted you, about something called PIP, the Police Information Portal.
Right.
Fill that in for us, please, so that we don't have an inaccurate picture of what type of information and database the risk manager would have.
Well, on the PRO screen itself, when you go into search an occurrence, there's a more detailed portion down below. You can select there's a check mark, Police Information Portal, and there's also CPIC and that kind of thing. You can check them if you want them to run all those databases at once with somebody's information. So you could run it on PIP and see if you could get anything with respect to, say, her name, whether she'd have any occurrences in the Halifax regional area and that sort of thing.
So there is a way sort of to backdoor the Versadex
somewhat, but it's not as detailed, the information.
Okay.
Yep, Burrell's glass just moved. You could see the pen before. Now it's moved. Oops.
All right.
You're not going to get the information you're going to get if you're actually on Versadex.
Okay. I understand there's some sort of functionality issues to you accessing.
I don't know if that's it, or there's restrictions on how much data they're going to release through that portal. I don't know how that works.
That sound like a problem to you, Staff Sergeant, in terms of access to information at the early stages of a critical incident?
Well, it could be if we should be querying as many databases as we can that are available to us.
Okay. All right. Let's move on then to paragraph 70 with respect to the process of the complaint. We've got the initial complaint, we've got your efforts at the PROS databank system and efforts to try to ping the phone. Paragraph 70, Risk Manager Rehill's notes appear to briefly reference information received from children that someone in a police car had shot their parents. So there is additional information coming from children at this point, Staff Sergeant?
I'm sorry, you're at paragraph 70, is it?
Yes, 70.
Okay.
Risk Manager Rehill's
Okay, yeah.
notes.
Yes, sorry, yeah.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Appear to briefly reference the information received from the children that someone in a police car had shot their parents. We received a second call of another shooting. Again, it was stated a police officer was shooting people.
Yes, but I believe a second shooting in that 123 Orchard was the first, and then 135. This came from the children that called back in around 22:16, I believe.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good. So we have a second call coming from 135 wherein a police officer was shooting people. And I guess what I'm going to ask you as the risk manager, you now have a second source of information. What about a police officer was shooting people? What did that lead you to think at that stage?
Well, again, you're still quite puzzled, but I kind of considered that the same occurrence that came in because it was the children of Jamie Blair and Lisa McCulley, and they were describing what they had seen. The real occurrence that made me think, what is going on? We have something serious here, was when the McDonald's called it.
And we'll get to that in a second.
Sure.
I guess what I'm going to ask you about paragraph 70, when the second call came from the children, did that have any bearing or impact with respect to whether this was a fanciful or a mental health call from your point of view?
No. For me, that was conclusive that we have something going on here that's involving a police car or something to that effect.
And I think we got to nail that down with respect to the mental health call or the potential that this was not a serious critical incident. When was that decision from your point of view made?
Well, that was just a thought, like I said. I mean, I believe we had something serious going on. The people saw what they saw. And then when the kids said this, I said, there's something to this. This is not a mental health call.
Okay.
But I'm not in touch with Donna Lee across the hallway. Like, you know, like I could talk to her person to person, but Jennifer and I are working together.
And when you say Donnelly, you mean the call taker,
Call
Donnelly
talker,
Williston.
Donnelly Williston, yes.
And Jennifer McCollum, the dispatch supervisor.
Right.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to make sure we had that correct. I want to now go to the topic that you just alluded to when you felt things were serious, and that is the Andrew and Kate McDonald.
Right.
Okay, so at paragraph 81, this is reference in the foundational document to at 1028, Carol Howardson, who is a dispatcher in the OCC?
Yes, yeah. She called on the call take side, I believe.
Oh, forgive me, she's a call
She
taker.
transferred the call to me, yeah.
Right. And so this is interesting to me. Again, you're getting a direct transfer from a complainant or somebody engaged in the actual event. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Once again, tell me about that. Is that a regular type of occurrence? We're at paragraph 81.
Yeah, but I thought she had called first, and then at some point she transferred her to me. But yes, sometimes, yes, if they have, I don't know, let's say for a public complaint, for example, somebody's irate with an officer, they'll transfer them through to me. Or if they feel that there's information that the risk manager needs to know, like right now, and, you know, they'll transfer them through, that kind of thing. And they'll let me know, I'm transferring so-and-so to you.
And would that be an assessment of the severity or the relative seriousness of the event?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you took the call, and I want to direct your attention to page 35 in the quote in particular, where at the top of the next page, Madam Registrar, there we go. Risk manager is associated saying, "Do you see a car? Did you see a car?" Kay McDonald, yes. Now, this is a conversation with Kate McDonald?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give us the context of that, please, Staff Sergeant? What was the nature of the call? How was it going on? How were you exchanging and receiving and filtering information?
Yes, well, I believe that they saw something that they needed to call in for, and obviously they had been shot at, she said, by someone in what she thought was a cop car shot at them. Because when I say what, they're like, I don't want to lead her and say, was it a police car? I say, well, what? You know, did you see a car? Yes, what? It's somebody in a cop car that shot us. And again, I said, in a cop car? She says, we thought it was a cop car. I don't know.
Okay. So that's important information. Now a third source of information with respect to the cop car.
Right.
And what did that mean to you at that point, Staff Sergeant?
Well, it's conclusive to me. We have something very serious going on, and there could be one of our police cars involved.
Okay. And were you putting your mind to what type of police car that would have been involved at this stage?
Well, it would have to be marked because people are talking about stripes. Then we're trying to nail down what type of stripes, like that kind of thing later on, right?
Okay. Continuing on in the quote, there's a question from the risk manager. Did you see any roof lights?
Yes.
Kay McDonald, no. and then it continues on. Why was that question asked?
Well, because they said they saw a police car in the yard, and we're trying to determine, is this actually a marked car, or is it something that maybe resembles a police car that people thought was a police car? So I'm asking about roof lights, if they saw anything, and they said they didn't, which is understandable in that scenario, like what's going on there.
Yeah, okay. And once again, for purposes of me trying to get a sense of what the risk manager was thinking at that point in time, what can you tell us?
Well, I'm thinking, do we actually have one of our police cars that's being used, or one of our members that's doing this?
All right. Now, I understand at some point in time after this call, you would have made arrangements as to engage the critical incident
Yes.
commander.
I knew at that point that we have something very serious and I have to get this rolling.
Right. So how do you get it rolling?
Well, again, the CIC on call is Jeff West, but I contacted Staff Sergeant Halliday immediately.
Yeah, now that's what I want to ask you about, because I got the sense earlier, if a critical incident, you call the critical incident commander.
Right.
But in this case, you called the district commander.
I believe I delegated. I said, can somebody call Staff West while I call Staff Halliday?
Okay. And the purpose for doing that, Staff Sergeant, was
Well,
what?
simultaneously get them educated on what's happening and let them know what's really going on here.
Okay. And can you tell us then about your conversation with Staff Halliday?
Well, I called Staff Halliday, and I remember one of the specific things I said to him is, firstly, you know I'd never joke about you with something like this. I said, we have an active shooter, and I think he was probably as shocked as we were when the initial call came in as to the details that were surrounding it, right? And he kind of went silent, and I said, Steve, we have an active shooter, and it's in a small community. I said, we have 4 confirmed dead, I believe, at this point, and 1 person wounded or injured.
Yeah. And did you advise him with respect to the preliminary investigative steps you had taken?
Yes, I said, we're getting information that someone in a police car or a police officer shooting people in this small community of Portapique. I said, we have no idea what's really going on here. We got to get on this right away and try to get to the bottom of it.
Okay. With respect to your communication and engagement with Kate and Andrew McDonald,
Right.
would that information you had told us or told me earlier was significant in terms of formation
for sure.
of what you
Yeah.
thought was a critical incident? I presume, or can you tell us about any communication you had with Staff Sergeant Halliday about that discussion?
Well, not only do we have initially Jamie Blair saying there was a cop car in the yard, and then the children, which are still saying, okay, and it's very dark there, I understand, and are they really seeing what they thought they saw? What is it? Is it just one of those white cars we used to, that are getting decommissioned out there? Like, we don't know at what point. What are they calling a cop car? And then the day Lily comment, like I'm saying, what is going on here? Do we have a police officer out there, or did a police officer's car get stolen? So I'm saying to him, Steve, this is the second, I guess I could say, independent witness, apart from the initial occurrence at the Blairs and McCulleighs. I said, we now have a second person who was able to call us and say, it looked like a police car. They were shot at. She said her husband was shot in the arm or the shoulder area, and that it looked like a cop car. And I'm thinking, it's overwhelming to think that that's happening when you're a police officer of so many years.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
But with respect to the exchange of information with respect to Andrew and Kate McDonald to staff.
Yes, I passed it on because I knew that's what prompted my call. I said, okay, now we have people dead, and now we have somebody else saying in a different location in the community, away from there, that they were shot at, but looks by somebody, it looked like a police car. So I called him right away and said, we have something very serious going on.
And what kind of details would you have provided to Staff Halliday with respect to the whereabouts and the ongoings of Kate and Andrew McDonald?
Well, I said that she stated that they get shot at and they were able to leave the community. And at some point, I believe she said he went back in the community, meeting the person in the car.
But what about hospitalization and or availability or access to Kate and Andrew McDonald later?
I don't know what we discussed at that point. The fact that we have this going on and we knew that we were going to be activating.
Okay. So there has been information provided to the Commission from other sources with respect to a debriefing by Staff Sergeants Halliday, Carroll, and McCallum at around 3:30 a.m. After a meeting with the contact team, when they debriefed the contact team at the Great Village Fire Hall,
Right.
in which those members indicate that when they became aware by one of the members of the contact team that there was a shooting of Andrew McDonald, they were surprised and didn't know of that information. Are you able to make any comment on that?
I don't know how, I mean, because I know that that call was prompted me to contact Halliday right away and get the situation, like the critical incident command package up and running.
Yeah.
I don't know, for no.
Sorry, just going to throw that in. He still hasn't answered as to who the female was in the. They say it's an unknown person. I believe in this one, unknown person. But if you actually go through and read the footnotes on it, it's a female, and they're obviously asking a question. Dave Lilly, like something's going on, and he's not telling you who. Back over in the OCC. Anyway, whatever.
Isn't that, for him is probably like me, it was so overwhelming to think that this was actually happening, and could one of our police cars be involved? Whether he didn't hear that or whatever, but I know I said, we have somebody who was shot in the arm, her husband was shot in the arm, and he said it looked like a cop car. So that was sort of what prompted my call, in addition to the initial ones, right? Because once we got there, like we had to take time to get there. By the time we get there and Stuart and them started assessing this, you're well into after 10:30, and I called him at 10:35.
Yeah, and the length of the conversation with Staff Halliday was how long?
About 7 minutes, I believe.
Yeah, and was there any reason to believe there would have been a confusion or inability to understand what you were communicating to him?
I didn't know that at the time. I guess I do now, but I didn't know that he was confused or missed any details or anything to that effect.
Okay. All right. Have you had the opportunity to review your notes? Did you make any notes of this conversation, in particular the details of Andrew and Kate McDonald?
Well, that's where, all the calls, the telecoms on the landlines are recorded, and the radio stuff's recorded, all the radio talk. And when I look back on it, I can see there's a synopsis of what we talked about. So I'm thinking at this point, I must have called him on the risk manager's cell phone as opposed to the landline if it wasn't recorded, because the risk manager phone is not recorded. So I was scribbling notes here and there, and then later on I was off for a whole week, so I really didn't get a chance to make any thorough notes till when I returned to work. But I know that was the crux of it right then and there. We had 4 dead and 1 wounded.
Yeah.
I passed it on.
Okay. All right. Let's move on then to the characterization of the police vehicle, because this is something that has been significant in terms of information provision amongst human beings and command decision in terms of what they were thinking. At paragraph 82, Risk Manager Rehill's handwritten notes reference his call with McDonald. He characterized the perpetrator's vehicle as being a possible police car. Yeah. Now that's an interesting expression, possible police car, given what you've said to us up until this point. Is there a diminution of your thinking with respect to it being a police car by that adjective, possible?
Well, when you go back to what Kate McDonald said we thought it was a cop car, I don't know. Yeah. And there was a number of times where people said, I'm not sure, that kind of thing. So we're still trying to say, okay, conclusively, can we say this is a police car? So I said it's possibly a police car.
Okay.
So we have to try to now account for all our vehicles.
And what are you thinking at that point with respect to the status of the car?
Again, we don't know if it's something that looks like a police car or it's actually one of our police cars.
Paragraph 83 is interesting, Staff Sergeant, in the sense that it attributes some comments to you. In his interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, Risk Manager Rehill similarly recalled his exchange with Kate McDonald. And I'm just going to read this quote over because I want to ask you about the decommissioned car component of the quote.
Right.
She and her husband were in a car, and I can't remember if it was leaving the community or going into the community. And her husband was shot as the car passed, and she said, I think it could have been a police car. It looked like a police car. So then we're still back to, I think it could have been. I'm pretty sure it looked like a police car. And this is what I want to ask you about. And then there was actually people in telecoms who I think knew of this guy, because there is some of them live out in that rural area, and they say, that's the guy that collects those decommissioned cars. So then everybody said, okay, that's what we're looking for, one of these white Ford Tauruses. Now I need you to comment on that, if you would please, with respect to the engagement of folks in telecoms and the knowledge about decommissioned cars. Are you able to make any remarks on that?
Well, firstly, when I say telecoms, I think, I just know that the information came from somewhere other than my screen. They were talking and somebody said, that's that guy that collects decommissioned police cars.
Yeah.
And we still have the fact that she's still saying, well, it looked like a police car. So we're not conclusive at that point, but when you think in terms of we do as police officers, especially 30 years like me, okay, I can say, like, I give the analogy of different police departments. You know, somebody might say to you, oh, I saw a police officer here, or somebody pulled me over there. I'll say, was it Halifax Police or RCMP? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what's the difference. Like, you know, some out there, people do think that way, that they can't really tell the difference between a municipal police officer and an RCMP officer, and they'll say, well, I didn't really make note of that. So in my mind, like I think in all of our minds, we're starting to think, okay, this is something I could conceivably think that a layperson would say, it looked like a police car. It has those stripes, because the decommissioned police cars, when they're decommissioned and sent out there by auction, when you see them around, whether they're cab drivers driving them or somebody else, you can look and you can clearly see the remnants of the stripe kit. And you can see the scar where the buffalo was and even the car number. So we're starting to think, okay, is this what they mean by a police car? Is that what he's driving?
Yeah. And that's why I was interested in it, because that seems to me, in terms of the narrative, to be the first introduction of the word decommissioned.
Yeah.
Up until this point, we didn't hear that phraseology.
No.
And are you able to give us some insight as to why that decommissioned phraseology emerged at this point?
Well, because there's so many of them out there,
Yeah.
and even one of the members on scene said there's a lady just up the road that serves documents. She has one of those. So we start getting in this thought process, okay, you know, the benefit of the doubt to the people, they're saying it's a police car, but is that what they're calling a police car? Because if he drove this car around the community on a regular basis, they're probably saying, there's that old police car.
What about the person in telecoms, or the source of the information in telecoms? Can you give us any insight about that? I.e., this is the guy that collects those decommissioned cars.
And I don't know if that came from them talking or it was actually callers or stuff on this, because I've got so much going on. They're doing a lot of research in the background too.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what they got, because I know one member did stop him in one of those decommissioned police cars.
Okay, so and this is important, and you made reference to it. When you say so much going on, what do you mean so much going on at this stage of the process?
Well, there's phone calls coming in.
Phone calls from where?
Well, I'm trying to talk to Staff Halliday. I get off the phone with him, then I'm trying to reacquaint myself with what's happening. Where are we now?
Yeah.
At one point, Staff McCollum wanted me to call him. At another point, I had to call, or Richard Ellison was on the phone asking for me.
Yeah.
And then I talked to Kate McDonald prior to that. And then I was talking to Lisa Croteau in media services, all within that hour.
Yeah.
And trying to manage this crisis that's going on.
Yeah, all right, very good. We'll continue on to paragraph 84, which is along the same theme about the police vehicle, how shall I say, the characterization of the police vehicle.
Right.
Between 10:29 and 10:30, Risk Manager Rehill was speaking with Kate McDonald, and CAD remarks were added to the Jamie Blair 911 call by Patrick Brent, who was still on the line with Blair and the McCulley children.
Right.
At the very bottom of that CAD remark, it says, COM saying that they are seeing logs falling from the fire.
Oh.
COM
Okay.
saying, it says CAM, but I believe it's COM, saying the SOC vehicle looked like a cop car with the symbol on the side.
Right.
So you see what I'm suggesting to you here is that, once again, we have a diminution of the original description of it being a fully marked police vehicle to something that looks like a cop car.
Right.
Can you have any insight for us as to how that may have occurred?
I think that Brent is referring to the kids as the complainant. Is he not there?
Yeah.
Is he on the phone with them?
Yeah.
They say he's psycho, and they say the house was bought by him. And then down below, they get into that conversation about looked like a police car.
Yeah.
And again, we know from the members on the ground there that it's so dark that you can't see your hand in front of you, apparently. And I'm just wondering, you know, and we're thinking, okay, like I just said before, is this what they're referring to as a police car?
Okay.
Because there's stripes, and you can see the buffalo on the side, although it's just kind of white, but you can see the shape of it and everything.
Right. And then I'm going to continue on the same thing by moving us to paragraph.
Squeed me? Squeed me? You can see the buffalo? Where did you see the buffalo? Huh? Oops. You saw the back end of a picture of striped car, apparently. Where's the buffalo come in? That wasn't the side of the car.
85, and this is the transmission of Constable Patton, who at that time would have been engaging with the McDonald's. Paragraph 85 on page 3637. At 10:30:21, Constable Patton, it's somebody names, he has a car that looks like a police car. He's 50 to 60 years old. Now, would you have been listening to the comms at that point from Constable Patton, or would you have been in a position to hear that?
Well, it is 10:30, and I know I spoke to Kate McDonald right around the same time, so I don't know if I'm on the phone with her at that point in time at all. But again, we're getting back to, and I don't know where he got that from. Did he get it from somebody in the community? Did he get it from one of the other members? And then again, you're still kind of in that realm. Okay, it looked like a police car. He has a car that looks like a police car.
Yeah.
And it was common knowledge he drove these cars. So we're trying to figure, is that what they mean by this? Is that what they're referring to?
I was wondering whether that transmission would have had any impact on your thinking with respect to the nature of the police car.
I think we're still open to everything. I am at that time, because at some point I said to somebody, we have to be open to anything. We don't know what's going on here.
Okay, very good. Then I'll ask you to move to paragraph 88. And this is the incidence of telephone call to Staff Sergeant Kevin Dunleavy to inquire who the Danko was.
Right.
And I'll read it through for purposes of being sure that we're correct here. 10:32:05, Risk Manager Rehill calls Staff Sergeant Dunleavy to inquire who the District Authority non-commissioned Danko for Northeast District was. Dunleavy referred Risk Manager Rehill to Staff Sergeants McCallum and Halliday.
Right.
Rehill described his initial understanding of the scene to Staff Sergeant Dunleavy as follows. And page 38, the top of page 38, if you could scroll up, Madam Reg, thank you. There's comments attributed to you, Staff Sergeant, as follows. Yeah, well, no, they're saying someone in a police car is shooting people and we can't nail it down.
Okay.
But we don't think it's a police car. I think somebody's mixed up here. But on scene right now, there is victims. So this is your conversation with Dunleavy in terms of accessing district command.
Right.
But you have made a conclusion or a comment at this point that I would encourage you to comment upon, that you did not think it's a police car. And the reason I'm asking you that is because we've gone from fully marked police car to looks like a police car to now we don't think it's a police car.
Well,
are you able to give us some insight on that?
Well, what I meant in that situation was, it's not, I don't believe.
Oh my God. They seriously believe that people are going to buy this shit? You guys fucked up so bad, man. And then you run around with a photo later, run interference. What? Send other people elsewhere. Good members. Good job.
It's a fully marked car identical to what we drive. That it could be this, you know, old police car with the scar tissue on it and the stripes you can still see, that kind of thing. It could be that we're looking at, and that's what lay people may refer to, because they might say, you know, the guy who owned it, he has them, he drives them in the community. That's the guy with the police car. So we think, is that what they're meaning here? Is that their thought process? Because we still don't know yet. We haven't encountered this car. We don't know for sure exactly what they're talking about.
Okay. Somebody is mixed up there. Any comment on that?
That's what I meant by it. I mean, I don't know. They have to be mixed up, because like, if we had a missing marked police car, we would have heard about it. Like one of the district commanders, whoever had that car home, would have reported it. If it was out of New Brunswick, for example, they would have certainly notified us that we have a police car missing. That would be serious community.
Well, that's a bunch of BS, because Carol's statement says they're still looking for the car out of New Brunswick the next day in the morning after Lisa's come out. Quit shitting everybody!
That would be something that would be communicated immediately to everybody if we had a missing police car.
Okay. All right, paragraph 89. According to the notes of Staff Halliday, he was contacted at his home by Risk Manager Rehill at 10:35. This is what you referred to earlier. I would like to ask you just a number of questions with respect to what we touched on earlier. Why is it that you're not calling the CIC and you're calling Halliday?
Well, because I know they're going to be involved, and he's the Danko. Because Staff Sergeant Dunleavy had left us and gone to the Northeast Nova office as a Danko So I communicate with him and say, I didn't even know he was off at the time. He said he was off, he had surgery or something, I think. I didn't know he was off. I thought he was the Danko, so I called him first. He said, no, it's 𝙍𝙀. And so I contacted 𝙍𝙀, and I advised somebody to say, get on this and call Staff Sergeant West. Like, you know.
Did you
I don't know who that would be. I'm just barking out stuff at that time, right?
I hear you. Did you ever speak to CIC West at that point?
Not at that point, no.
Okay.
No.
All right. I'm wondering if the line of command from the risk manager's point of view, and I want to be direct in how I ask you, whether your first response was to the district command as opposed to the critical incident commander. And, and it looks like it's to district command, and I want you to make some comment on that.
Well, yeah, I'm calling district command, but I'm asking for them to contact CIC simultaneously so we can get as many people notified right now as we can.
Right, but that introduces a third person, right, to explain the circumstances. And you as the risk manager with your direct exposure to what was going on here, the kids, the Blair call, and the Kate and Andrew McDonald situation, wouldn't it have been more effective for you to call the CIC directly?
Well, it may be, maybe not, but I'm calling 𝙍𝙀, and I said to him, Staff Sergeant West is coming out on this one for sure, so, you know, you guys need to get rolling. So I briefed him on everything. Okay. And he wanted to get going as fast as he could on it.
All right. I think we've covered that then.
Yeah.
It's 11:08. I don't know about you, but I'm a little tired. I would think we should take a 15-minute break and then resume with respect to the topic of perimeter and containment. Is that all right with you?
Certainly, yeah.
Great.
All right, they want to make it try and look real, so they actually do have breaks. I calculated their times. It all made sense, but there was a fuck up already with the water I caught, so it's pretty clear they're editing. Now, I think I can maybe fast forward through this. I'm going to try. So we can just motor along. Derp. Buffalo. You guys messed up, man. I read that in some notes actually the other day. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, so you know about buffaloes. Okay, let's see here. So this is not going to be easy, I don't think, but we'll try. Oh, now I've gone too far ahead. Fuck. $134. What the hell happens here? All right, well, we'll just let it play through here, maybe. Sorry, I can't seem to. Oh, maybe I can try it this way. That's not a 15-minute break. Oh, is it? Sorry. I'm trying here. I don't want to have big, huge holes. All right. Let's try that.
Okay, Staff Sergeant Rehill, we have talked about initial contact with the call, initial thoughts with respect to the police car, and your contact with the detachment command and the critical incident commander. I'm going to move on now to another topic entirely, perimeter setup and containment.
Right.
And for purposes of reference, I'm going to take us to paragraph 99 in the foundational document. And the foundational document speaks about a portion of a transcript in the Colchester radio that we have now actually brought up on screen from about 10:43:59, and it's an engagement of Staff Sergeant Rehill and a number of participants with respect to containment placement.
Right.
What I'm going to do is play the audio, and you can follow through on the Colchester radio. I think we've accurately described it. So after we hear the audio, I'm going to ask you a few questions about what we've heard and what was going on, okay?
Sure.
Yes, members, PDS will be coming, and Danko is activating ERT and CIC.
The Millbrook vehicles are headed out that way for now. Should we see if Colchester or if Enfield can send a vehicle over to deal with Colchester stuff?
We're going to want somebody to seal off Highway 2 just before you guys somewhere there so we can isolate this scene a bit.
10-4. I'm on my way there.
Do you want 29 Bravo 1 and 1 Bravo 1 to seal off Highway 2 going towards Fires Row?
10-4 looks to me like Hillview Lane might be a good spot. There's an intersection there of a small side road that might be a good spot to seal it off. Don't let any traffic in there.
Copy that. You just put a star on my map where I'm supposed to be.
Jordan, I'm almost to the bottom. I'll hang a left and come to you.
29 Bravo 1 from Risk Manager.
Go ahead.
You're coming in from the other end, so you're going to do the same thing. I would say at Birchill Road. Now, hang on, stand by. 29 Bravo 1, I'd say 5 Houses Road and Highway 2 would be a good spot. But if you get there, if you feel you're vulnerable, you're too close or something, then use your own judgment there. But that's a good spot to seal off, I would think.
Copy that. I know the 5 Houses Road lane. I'll seal off right across the highway.
Just beyond that is Bayshore Road. I don't know if that's too close or not.
10-4. I'll start at 5 Houses. I don't know Bayshore.
So, Staff Sergeant, we've heard an excerpt of initial containment efforts being made by the risk manager at that stage.
Right.
And what I think it is describing directions to members with respect to locations in the Portapique area for purposes of perimeter containment. Am I right in that regard?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So, in terms of the information that you're accessing with respect to 5 Houses, Bayshore, Hillview Lane, how are you getting that information?
I'm looking at my map.
Tell us about the map, please.
Well, the mapping is right on the 911 system. Like when the call comes in and is dispatched, the dispatchers, again, I don't know how to do this, but there's a star on the location of where the occurrence is. So the members, the mobile workstations and the GPS capabilities, if it's an area they're not familiar with, they can just use that and take them right to it.
Right.
So when I'm looking at that map, I can spread it out or make it smaller, that kind of thing. I'm looking at Highway 2 and where should we be putting people with respect to this occurrence for containment.
Right. Would you have any familiarity with that particular location, Portapique?
Not really, no. Because like I say, I supervise the whole province. Like, I don't know all the rural areas and.
Oh, I'm sure. I understand that. In terms of your knowledge of the area, then it's coming from the maps, is it, that you're consulting at that point?
Yeah, and then a general idea of that's Highway 2 that takes you to like 5 Islands or Bass River, all the way through to Parisboro.
Yeah. Would there have been any other source available to the risk manager for purposes of familiarization with perimeter and containment other than the mapping system that you had at that point?
Well, there's also, Google Maps that we can reference just by using the internet. And there's also pictometry, we call it. It's a program that the dispatchers, again, get that up and running for you for the most part. And then they have a big screen, a huge screen TV right over where Jennifer is, DP08. Right above there, there's a big screen and there's a computer between myself and Jennifer. I believe Jennifer's over there getting it up and running. You can see a topographical, looks like a satellite image map, but probably better quality than you'd see like on Google Maps. So it's more clarity and that kind of thing, right?
At 10:44, when this this broadcast was provided and transcribed, what mapping are you looking at specifically for placement of these officers?
I'm looking at mine right in front of me.
And that's...
Because I'd have to be looking like this to, I'm trying to see what I have there and where should I put people.
Sure, and you've referenced pictometry, you've referenced Google Earth and My Map. Which one was it? And
My Map on the 911.
The 911 map?
Yeah, the 911 screen, the map, where you're seeing the call and that kind of thing. You can also switch from that over to more of like a similar to what a Google Map looks like. You can see the trees and that kind of thing, as opposed to just a beige road and that kind of thing,
All right, and that was my next question for you. There's a satellite view, topographical view, standard view, animated views. Are you able to comment on what kind of view
Well, it looks like when you right click and you switch over to this, what I call the satellite view, it's like you're looking right down on the community. You can see, if you zoom in, you can see the houses, the trees, the roads, everything, right?
Yeah. Did you do that at 10:44?
Yes, yeah.
All right. So in terms of placement of these members, you had indicated at 10:44:25 that you were going to seal off Highway 2, and there was an exchange of information with Constable Grund.
Right.
That's referred to in paragraph 99. Now, I understand that there may have been some misunderstanding from your point of view with respect to the sealing off on the east side of Portapic,
Yeah.
and can you provide us any insight into that?
Well, yes, and it looks to me like there probably was a misunderstanding. When I say looks like Hillview Lane might be a good spot, because after I say we're going to seal it off, right away Grund says I'm on my way. And when I'm listening to that video, that audio, I find Grund and Carroll sound a lot alike. In any event, he says I'm on my way. They're out at Highway 4 and 102 at that point near Masstown, which comes from the community out to the main highway. He says I'm on my way, and then I'm speaking with Carroll. Do you want to 29 Bravo 1 and then seal off Highway 2 towards Parsboro? And we talk about that. But at some point I say, looks like Hillview Lane might be a good spot. There's an intersection of a small side road that it might be a good spot to seal off. Don't want any traffic in there, and that's the east end.
Yeah.
And Grund's coming in from the highway, and those were my directions to him. And then Carroll, we talk about the west end and Five Houses Road, because I'm looking at my map, and beyond Five Houses Road, I can't see anywhere where if he went across the river that he can get out beyond that he has to access either Bayshore Road or Five Houses Road to get to the main road, Highway 2.
Right, but my concern at least was with the potential misunderstanding about containment on the east side of Portapic.
Right.
Are you able to comment with respect to that engagement with Grund in that regard?
Well, that's where I wanted him to go, and I guess in the busyness of the moment, so to speak, that maybe it didn't get clarified good enough, and he went past that, I believe.
Okay, all right, very good. And your understanding of containment on the west side was what?
Five Houses Road and Bayshore Road, that it was all set up and we're in a good position there.
Okay, and your understanding of perimeter on the east side was what?
My understanding was Grund was there.
Okay, okay. Would you be able to mark or locate where Grund's vehicle was on your KID system?
Well, yeah, I'd be able to see, like if he stops somewhere, I'd be able to see his car number.
Yeah.
And if I touch it, I think with the cursor, it gives you the GPS coordinates and that kind of thing, and who's in it. Like.
Right.
Yeah.
But were you able to confirm that Constable Grund was actually at Hillview Lane like you had anticipated him going to?
Well, obviously now not. I mean, I thought he was there, and again, I was continuing with trying to manage, and sometimes you make assumptions that, yeah, he went there, and then maybe he didn't.
I understand. Okay. With respect to information that you would have had at the risk manager's desk about the Blueberry Road.
Right.
Are you able to make any comment on what you knew about Blueberry Road?
I knew nothing of it.
Okay. Paragraph 100 in the foundational document is a excerpt from your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission. The final 5 lines say, you have to come out Portapic Beach Road, which goes to the main road, and the others. You can't access the main road from the mapping that I had, so that's where I had all the containment set up. But again, without local knowledge, and like maybe there's a little dirt path that he could have driven on, I don't know, right? And that's the challenges we face in rural policing. Right. So with respect to that comment, you can't access the main road from the mapping that I had.
Right.
You know, hindsight 2020, we know that there was access to that main road.
Right.
How is it that you weren't able to observe that? And do you have any comment on the quality of the mapping that you had?
The quality of the mapping with the 911 map, the system we work with, is good quality.
Yeah.
I mean, and when you do look at it, you can zoom in. Like you can, just a little wheel on your mouse, you can bring it right down and look. So then sometimes, like, I'd cross-reference to Google Maps, because say, okay, could that have, just another source of information? Could there be something there that's not on ours, or vice versa? So I did look at the Google Maps, and I zoomed down, and in Google Maps, I don't really care for it in the sense that it tends to show you what looks like roads that aren't roads. They're not there. And so when I looked at Brown Loop, for example, you couldn't access it from the community that I knew of. And looking at the maps, that was consistent with what I, by looking at that, I said, you can't get there. You have to come to the Portapic Beach Road to get back to the main road. And I looked elsewhere. When I was the Google Maps, for example, I zoomed right down, and you see like these gray tubes or something. And when you come down, and it looks like a road, but then when you zoom in, they're kind of like translucent gray. You can see through it. It's all trees. There's no road there at all.
So when you said you can't access the main road from the mapping that I had,
Right.
was that reference to what we now know is the Blueberry Road? Your degree of knowledge about that Blueberry Road?
Well, I didn't see anything called Blueberry Road. I didn't see any paths that I thought you could traverse a vehicle through or maneuver any vehicle through.
Okay.
Without going through Highway 2 and Portapic Beach Road.
Okay, so given what we know now, 2
Right.
years later,
Right.
as we look back on this this tragedy,
Yeah.
can you make any comment with respect to the quality of the mapping that you had, or would you prefer not to?
Well, I understood it was, and it is, quality mapping. Sometimes I guess maybe some of these paths and trails are so rigid or what's the right word I'm looking for, that they wouldn't show on a map anyway, like regardless. Like there may be trails cut through some bushes or something to that effect. That's why local knowledge is important for members on the ground that know the community well and that kind of thing,
Yeah,
right?
it's a good point with respect to local knowledge, because you referenced that in your
Yeah.
statement as
And
well.
none of the members told me at any point, well, you know what, down there or wherever, you might be able to get out there. We didn't get that from any of the members.
From the risk manager's point of view, how could you possibly access local knowledge about the Blueberry Field Road, given the circumstances here?
Well, other than, like I said, the members, if one of the members knew. Like I know that some members probably swung through there here and there, and it's a fairly quiet community, so they probably weren't in there on a regular basis.
What about access to additional or other local knowledge? DNR, local volunteer firefighters, local EHS folks? Any way you can possibly envision that type of information being available to the risk manager for purposes of full and proper containment?
I wouldn't be doing that. If anything, I would ask a dispatcher or somebody to try to get them on the phone if that was the case, right?
That didn't occur, though.
Everybody was so busy,
Okay. All right. So there was a comment made that I heard on the broadcast about put a star on it.
Yeah.
You remember that? That means something, doesn't it?
To the members it does. Like
Yeah.
if you want me to go here, they put the GPS, I don't know how they do it, but they put a star on it so
Yeah.
he can look and say, okay, that's where they want me, and he goes right to it.
So could that have been done for Constable Grund with respect to Hillview Lane on the
Well,
on
it
the
could
east
have been,
side?
but there was only minutes from the time he left Highway 2 and Highway 4, Highway 2 and the 104
Yeah.
to when he came in. And I looked back on it, I think there was 10 minutes from the time he went from there or 8 minutes to Portapic Beach Road.
Yeah.
I suppose it could have been done, but again, in the busyness of the moment and stuff.
And I'll finish on this particular issue with respect to Grund, because we know that Constable Grund went to Portapic Beach Road
Right.
and Highway 2
Right.
and set up there with the other members that were at that occasion. Any way of double checking where he might have been in order to get him back to the east?
Well, looking at the road itself, if his car's not there, I could be saying,
Yeah.
where are you? You were supposed to go here or wherever. But to be truthful,
Yes.
I didn't think it was a huge concern because I truly believe that you couldn't get out anyway. That our people, if he's going to try to make a run from that community, he's going to come out this way, and we're going to need several members there if what we think is going to unfold unfolds.
Okay.
So it wasn't a huge deal to me that he wasn't there at that time,
Right. Okay,
and
thank
we
you.
still believe he's in the community.
Great, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
With respect to perimeter containment, who's responsible for that at this early stage in the proceedings?
It would be me, risk manager.
Yeah,
And well,
okay.
but also, this is an exceptional event. So when Staff Sergeant Carroll's up and Sergeant O'Brien's up and working. I got on the air.
Yeah.
Halliday's involved. I know that Staff Sergeant West was voicing some things from his car on the way. There's several of us working together, and there's a wealth of knowledge and experience among all of us. For instance, Staff Sergeant Carroll might come on and say, well, put someone here or there, and it might be saying, well, that's a good idea or whatever. So it's kind of a real team effort at that point.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. In terms of your listening to the radio at that stage, I assume it would be relatively acute, given the placement
Yeah.
of members and locations.
Yes, yeah.
And information coming from those members would be significant to you in terms of placement and so on.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to turn to paragraph 101, and, the next audio clip I'm going to play for you is the audio clip of 10:48:41, as shown here in the transmission from the Colchester radio. If we could play that 10:48:41, please.
Mildred, if you guys want to have a look at the map, we're being told there's a road, kind of a road that someone could come out before here, if they know the roads at all.
Very very short clip, Staff Sergeant,
Yeah.
but I'm under the impression that you were listening to the radio at that stage for purposes of containment.
Right.
This information is coming from Member Culford, Constable
Right.
Culford, with respect to local knowledge or information. Did you hear that clip?
I can't honestly say that I did. And, you know, there was so much radio traffic, I very well could have heard it. I don't remember hearing it. I don't recall hearing it at all.
Okay. If you had heard what we have heard today, just a
Right.
second ago, would it have made any difference to you in terms of your active role in containment and perimeter containment?
Well, if you look at the time,
Yeah.
Grund is en route at that time.
Yeah.
When she says that, and I already have him in my mind going to Hillview Lane.
Yeah.
So I understood we had it covered off once he got there and he stopped. And what I was looking for, like down and around the peripheral part of the community, there's farmers' fields you can see in the map. You can see what looks like pass, but then when you look in, they're not. And you look like, okay, this one called Clark Road, I was kind of fascinated, not fascinated with, but I made note of. And I said, okay, could he get to that and then get out that way? So that's why I assigned them further down. So if he does come out that way, he's got to encounter a police car. And if he goes left, he's going to encounter more police cars. So
Right. And
that was my thought process for putting him there.
No, I understand that and appreciate you explaining that. But my concern is the 1048 transmission would give a sense to those in a position of placing perimeter and containment that there might be an alternate way out as opposed to Powder Peak Beach Road in number 2.
Right.
And I'm just wondering, you've told us about that.
Right.
Would it have made any difference to you in your thought process if you had heard that?
If I had heard that, and again, when I say I don't remember hearing it, but now that I see that, I say, well, I had that covered off anyway until I realized that Grund didn't stop there. So yeah, but I would have been sure that there was somebody there back at Hillview Lane or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, the thing that really, I guess, I struggle with that too is the fact that we don't know, I guess we know now what time he actually left, but we didn't have sufficient information at that point in time to know that it was a fully marked car like it did. The photograph we saw the next day shocked us all. And if Grund and Jameson were there and he encountered them, I don't know what would have happened. It's a hypothetical situation, so it's difficult to answer. So, but we could have had 2 police officers executed, or maybe they would have made an assumption that just one of the guys heading back to Great Village and drove right through. We don't know, right?
Right. No, I understand that, and it's perfectly reasonable for that to be pointed out. My
Right.
concern, of course, by people looking in on this process is the lack of containment on the east side.
Right.
And you've provided some commentary. Any further comment on that?
Well, you know, I have to own that. If he missed that one by and I didn't follow up and make sure that he was there, then, you know, it's, you know, I don't want to say that he's at fault. I mean, it's a two-way street, a two-way communication. Like, could he have said, staff, repeat where you want me, or I'm here now? Like, yes. And I could have followed up too and said, Chris, are you sure you know where I want you? Like something to that effect, right?
Okay, no, I think we've covered that.
Yeah.
Then let's move on then to the next thing. And you had actually anticipated my questions when I was talking to you about who was in charge of perimeter. You had indicated that you were in charge of perimeter, but sometimes there's additional input by other people in a command structure. I want to play for you the Colchester radio clip from 11 p.m. to about 11:02. And in front of you now will be the transcript of that audio clip for purposes of the engagement of a number of other members, including Staff Sergeant Carroll with respect to perimeter placement. This is... This will be, let's listen to it at this stage and follow along if you would, and I'll ask your comment.
Yep.
Staff Carroll on the air now.
Jordan, what's your status? I'm still hiking on 2.
5 Houses Road. I'm in the ditch across from the road, away from my flash and PC.
Copy that.
Folks, has been any gunshots being fired in the last little while?
It's really hard telling if it's gunshots or if it's explosions from the house fires.
10-4, Stewart. Let's not get any blue situations down there, guys. Know where each other are. I know Aaron and Adam, you guys are on foot somewhere, aren't you?
Merchant Patton and myself all on foot at the house that we were just talking to the kids on 911 at.
Okay, 10-4. Vicky, you're stationary with somebody else at the end of a certain road, I hear?
Yeah, 10-4.
Okay, 10-4. I'm a little bit concerned about that other vehicle just sitting there. We didn't have a vehicle leave, but I'm concerned about a vehicle sitting there in 5 Islands Road just with his headlights on, and where you've got this single member up there dealing with that.
So let's, once you come up here, we'll keep moving up here where the light came from.
Staff Carroll from Rehill, 1 Bravo 2 is moving in there. He should join up with 29 Bravo 1. Looking at the map, I think if that's our suspect, he looped around to try to come out there, but Jordan's in his way.
Okay, well, let's get some backup up there if we can, guys.
So Staff Sergeant Rehill, I want to ask you about the dynamic within that audio transcript, audio transmission.
Right, can you tell me which paragraph this is? I'm trying to find it there, because I know I may have made a note or something on it.
Yeah, I don't think we've got this particular audio in the foundational document or this portion. We brought it up, obviously.
Yeah, I remember reading it. It's page 55 on my document.
Well, you're a step ahead of me, Staff Sergeant. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. This is, you're very good. Paragraph 120. This is the reference to Staff Sergeant Carroll's involvement.
Right.
And I was concerned, or at least there's some concern with respect to either duplication or multiplicity of services, directions coming from parties. And you had made some comment about that earlier. My sense of this is that Staff Sergeant Carroll is relatively late to the game.
Right.
He has less situational awareness than Staff Sergeant Rehill, given your exposure to this from 1001.
Right.
Yet he takes on what appears to be a directive role in terms of placement of members. I want to ask you, is that the appropriate use of his command at that stage?
Well, he is the district commander, and he has 40 years' experience. He's very knowledgeable, so I welcome the help of people like that in this scenario. Like if this was a regular, I guess you could say, run-of-the-mill occurrence on a Saturday night, and they're sitting at home and they're intervening with their portable or something, then that's, not appropriate. But in an occurrence of this magnitude, I'm more than happy to take the help. He was well aware of it from a call. Actually, Jordan Carroll is his son. He contacted him at some point, and then Sergeant O'Brien did almost right afterward.
Yeah.
So whether he said, I'm by myself up here, I don't know, but we had backup going to him. He was back up there within 2 minutes.
I understand that, but I guess my concern would be with respect to the role of the risk manager as the ad hoc commander at this point.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you got district command coming in, and it looks to be, with greatest respect, that you kind of back off a little bit in terms of the communications. Is that a fair assessment on my part?
Well, like I said about the Monday to Friday day shift, once their people are up and running, then they should be managing it, right? And something of this magnitude and overwhelming, I'm more than happy to accept the assistance. And if he's on the air now, well, I probably could start taking a back seat. Then you get O'Brien, who's their ups and so they have their number 1 in charge and number 2 in charge of the district now up and running and working on this. Staff Halliday's on his way. Jeff West is on. They're all coming now, right?
So in terms of division of labor, if I can use that pedestrian term, is Carroll in charge or are you in charge at 11?
I'm still in charge, but I think he has a concern with one member being there by themselves at that dirt road, 5 Houses Road, where he believes he can see the headlights down the way.
Okay.
So, but I had people on the way, and that was my intention to get them there anyway. So I guess he wouldn't be aware that I have my intentions that we're going to start pairing them up. As they arrive, you go there, you go there. So now we don't have 1, we have 2 members altogether.
Final question. Any concern over duplicity of authority at that stage?
No, I had no concerns with it.
Okay. All right. Very good. Let's move on to another topic then, your tactical role with the contact team, and in particular I want to go to paragraph 112.
12, back.
Yeah, the foundational document now on the screen in front of you.
Okay.
Risk Manager Rehill told the Commission, when I read the radio log now that I got it, to me it just appears to me that I played a fairly small role in directing the IARD members at the McCulley residence, other than the direction at 1114 to shelter in place and a direction at 1147. I want you to comment in terms of your tactical role as a risk manager at this stage, your ability to provide instruction, direction, given your access to mapping and resources to the contact team in the community at that point.
Well, maybe I used the wrong terminology when I said small role. What I mean is they're so well trained, especially the guys that went in there. And Stuart Bieseld is such a leader that I find I have to give very little direction, if any, when he's working in Bible Hill. And it was such a relief when the call came in. And firstly, when I go in start my shift, I'll see who's working in what districts. And I'll say, Stuart's working tonight, great. Because it takes a lot of onus off me, because he is so competent in what he does. He's a strong leader. He's a big guy with a big stature, and he's articulate. So he does so well. So I have to intervene rarely ever. with them, if at all. So that's what I meant by that, that Stuart's leading the way. I'm confident with that. I can work on other things. I'm listening, but I know what he's doing, and he's going where he should be going and doing what they should be doing, like the IARD team, loose file, going down the dirt road, like that kind of thing, right?
So with respect to your knowledge of IARD intervention and IARD tactics, did you have any concerns at that stage as to how the contact team was acting?
No, not at all. They were doing a great job.
Okay. Tell me then, please, about your concern, if any, over the engagement of having a second contact team enter into the Portapique community.
Okay, the second contact team would be first a contravention or contrary to our training principles. In this scenario, there's an extremely high risk of what we would call blue on blue. Like members could shoot each other if they get in there on foot in the darkness, gravel road, a lot of wood, very heavily wooded community. Even at one point, Stuart says, we're severely disadvantaged. It's pitch black, and I knew that. And there's no second team for that very reason in scenarios. Now, if we had, let's go to a building, for example, or even a rural community. If we had the bad guy we know pinned down in one area, and we know for sure he's there, and then we had activity, say, 2 streets over, that team would stay put, and I'd send a second team. But we didn't have that. We never ever had anything concrete to say he's active here. Any more 911, after the McDonald's, there was no more 911 calls or anything other than, you know, and Stuart was always saying stuff like, well, I don't know if it's shots or it's fire or what it is. So, and the second thing too, for me as a risk manager, extremely difficult to try to manage that if I did that. Like once the members leave the police car, I lose sight of them.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the police car has the MWS and the GPS, so I can see where it's going, I can see what road they're on, how fast they're going, the whole works. But when they leave that car, that's it. It's, to me, I'm just lost. You can't see them. Like there's a technology out there the portable radio has a chip in it, or GPS chip, then I could see all 3 of them, say, marching down the road together. But we didn't have that technology in that night, and that was extremely stressful for me and high anxiety, saying I don't know where they are.
So you couldn't track these members
No.
individually at all in the Portapique community?
No, not at all.
So with that disability, how could you have any tactical or operational role with those members?
Other than just voicing and staying up to date with what's happening and where you are, and the dispatcher's responsible for that too, as to their location.
Also,
It's highly stressful for me. I don't know where they are.
yeah, that being the case in terms of their operational undertakings, you're also dealing with the perimeter at that point, I understand, continuously and ongoingly.
Right.
Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Is this too much for one person at this stage in the proceedings?
Well, like I said before, this is unprecedented. It's the worst mass murder in Canadian history. It's a crisis beyond thinkable to comprehend it. It was a lot for me, yes, but that's why I say in this scenario, when Al Carroll come on the air and Andy O'Brien, and that was a relief in a sense that I have some help here, right? Yeah. Al Carroll also has worked several shifts as a risk manager, so he has a lot of know-how.
I understand that, but and I'm not personalizing. Was it too much for you? I'm attempting to ask you: is it too much for the risk manager in the context of what everything was being balanced at this time at around 11 p.m.?
It's a lot for me. I mean, yeah, it was a lot, and one person did say to me, they put way too much on you. So I mean, looking back on it at that time, you think you're doing well and that kind of thing, and you were doing everything humanly possible to your heart, your head, your soul, everything was into this, and you're trying to locate this guy and put a stop to him. And it was frustrating, the fact that the number of resources kept showing up, and like at one point, more members went down to Ferris Lane, and we never once encountered this so-called marked police car. Never saw him. So yeah, it was frustrating, it was a lot.
Okay. I want to go back to containment, or the actual containment, and I'm going to refer you now to the containment foundational document that was also produced. Okay. This is a separate document entirely. And the purposes of referring this to you is for your comments with respect to the ultimate placement of members in and around the community, so that we can have a sense. The containment points in and around Portapique document, paragraph 14, is statement I just want to put to you for purposes of confirming and locations of members at particular locations.
Right.
The intersection of Five Houses Road and Highway 2 was contained between 10:51 and 9:42 on April 19th. At least 5 general duty members were stationed at the head of Five Houses Road during that time. So the operative time that document indicates Five Houses Road was 10:51:43. Does that accord with your understanding generally?
Yes, Constable Jordan Carroll, yeah.
Right. Paragraph 19 indicates that the intersection of Bayshore Road and Highway 2 was contained between 11:04 on April 18th and 9:42. Is that your understanding as well? That accord with your understanding that the Bayshore Road was at 11:04?
Yes, Constable Dow went there, Travis Dow.
Thank you. And I'm just going to continue on with that to make sure that we've got things correct. Paragraph 23 says Highway 2 was contained near civic address 7787 between 12:01 and 4:58 on April 19th, and then there was some movement. But the operative time is about 12:01. Does that
Right.
accord with your understanding that location at 7787 on the east side was at midnight or thereabout?
Yeah, in the document, that's what it states, yeah.
From your understanding and your review? Sound right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paragraph 26, continuing on in the document, Highway 2 near civic address 7276, Highway 2 was contained at around midnight, 12:01:08 as
Yep.
well.
Yep.
That accord with your understanding? That would be Constable McDonald and Constable Dubois. That sound about right to you?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And then paragraph 27, intersection of the eastern prong of Brown Loop and Highway 2 was contained between 5:02 a.m. and 9:51 a.m. So that's around 5:02 or 5 a.m. before that particular intersection gets contained. That sound right to you as well, Staff Sergeant?
Well, like, again, I was nowhere near in charge at that time, so I guess that's when they must have put somebody there.
Okay. I guess what I wanted to put to you directly, Staff Sergeant, is it appears that the western side of Portapique got contained relatively quickly and efficiently.
You referring to the other side of the river?
Yes, the western side, closer to Parsboro.
Yep.
The eastern side, closer to Truro, would appear not to have been contained until about midnight, some significant passage of time.
Right.
Do you have any insight into that? And was there an effort made to prioritize that, or is that just going back to where we were earlier?
The mic just fell off the side. I'll just lay it there.
Sure.
Again, when I said we need the containment and Grun said 10-4 coming and I said Hillview Lane, that's where I wanted him. And again, it's really only till recently when I'm doing the review that I got my head around that because there was so much happening. But again, like in my mind, when I looked at it and I did my analysis of the maps, I said, it's kind of a moot point because he can't get out when he'll come to the main road. And then I remember, and that's why I was confused when we found out that was, because what? I know I had people there, because I remember seeing the cars on the map, and these are the people that you just showed me here. You can see like I think 2 cars here and 2 cars there, and I said, there's no way he's getting out. And everything indicated to us at that time that he was still in the community with the activity in the Five Houses Road, and then you had the call in Ferris Lane saying there's somebody in our yard, and flashlights, and everything that was going on. After the fact, maybe the sounds were ammunition detonating in people's houses because it's a rural community. So we all believed he was still in there, and the fact that Grund came in and maybe there was an extra hour there where there was nobody up that way, and that when I truly thought that he can't get out anyway.
Yeah.
And then once we had them there, I said, okay, we're all set, like we're good. Right.
We're set, although, Staff Sergeant, you'll agree with me, there was some significant delay.
Yes.
On that east side till about midnight.
Right.
That may have made a difference in your view, or would you prepared to comment on that?
I can't I deal with realities, and I can't comment on hypothetical scenarios, and can't predict an outcome for it, so I don't know. Okay. I really don't know.
No, fair enough. All right, thank you. I think that ties that down, and I wanted to make sure that we'd had a chance to look at that foundational document to ensure where we were. I want to go now to paragraph 131 of the command decisions document talking about first responders seeking instructions. So paragraph 131 at 11:14, first responding RCMP members on the ground in Portapique sought instructions from Risk Manager Rehill on how to proceed. Basalt, Staff Rehill, I said Rehill, I'm sorry about that. Staff Rehill Do you want us just to sit tight here? Because if it's an active shooter, I don't want to. I just don't know where he is right now. Staff Rehill. The best thing we can do is all shelter in place the best we can. 𝙀𝙍 is en route. Staff Halliday's heading to Colchester. Do as much as we can just to stay safe for now until 𝙀𝙍 arrives on the scene. Now that's a direction coming from you with respect to the IARD in terms of what you're telling them to do, even given the experience of Constable 𝙋𝙀. What does Staff Sergeant Halliday's heading to Colchester make any difference under the circumstances here?
Well, the fact that we got things up and running, the CIC's being activated, 𝙀𝙀's on the way, Jeff West is on the way, and right now we don't have anything positive to indicate where he is. Like for instance, if we had obvious activity that we know conclusively, I would be saying to them, leave that house and go there. And move the team to that point, but we don't. It's what we call the situation has gone static, like in a sense that we don't have anything conclusive of any activity of where he might be.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and I get the direction that is to shelter in place. I'm just wondering about the concern or the comment about Halliday's heading to Colchester. Did that make any difference in terms of your decision to have them shelter in place?
Not really, no. I'm just kind of, I'm throwing it out there that we're rolling, guys. Don't worry, we have help coming, I guess, and he's their options.
Yeah, thank you. And I was just wondering whether it had any impact with respect to command structure, whether you were waiting for Halliday to get situated so that you could hand over your ad hoc critical incident commander status or situation to him. None at all?
No, I'm just like saying, like, for now, shelter in place, be safe with those kids. Because I don't want the kids going out if we don't know where he is. And if we do get activity, they're going to have to leave, or at least leave one with the children, and the other two go look, something like that. But we didn't have that. So I'm saying let's just stay still until we see if there's any more activity.
Okay. Let's move on to paragraph 132 in terms of your discussion with the IARD or the contact team members. Shortly after 11/16/29, Constable 𝙋𝙀 inquired as whether there's a way to warn the residents in the area. And you'll see where he makes that inquiry. And then Rehill, at the top of page 62, Staff Sergeant Rehill says, they're using the 911 map to call as many as they can to tell them to shelter in place. Now, we've had some people comment about the 911 map here over the course of these proceedings. What is the 911 map, and how did it assist you in sheltering in place? And had you any familiarity with this system or the process before?
It's the map that we work with, that I work with too. Like, for instance, when you have the community porta pick, like I said, if you zoom down with the regular, what looks like that I'm working with at all times. I haven't switched over to a different mode of it or whatever. You can zoom down, you can see like little houses along the road. And there's, if you go close enough, you'll see the civic numbers. So the operators, and again, they took them on themselves to do that. I found that out from them, and I thought, well, that's a great idea. Like Jennifer and Alex Benoit, they're very experienced people. They decided among themselves that let's start calling people, because you can, like, our pros data bank is getting there with respect to, it's been around long enough that we have tons of data in there. And like you query 121 Port Beach Road, for example, and in most cases you're going to see the name and phone number and that kind of thing. So they would call, and I don't know what else they cross-reference. There could be something else to cross-reference, but they're calling people saying, stay in your house, go to your basement, lock the doors, and don't answer the door from anybody, is what I understand they were doing, something to that effect.
Yeah, and I've got the impression from reviewing the materials and listening to other witnesses that there was something called a reverse 911 system referred to. Is that something you're familiar with?
Not at all.
So was it your sense that this was sort of an ad hoc effort made under the circumstances of the incident by the professionals in the OCC to institute some system to contact residents?
I wouldn't use the word ad hoc, because they never cease to amaze me with the things they can do and the system, how well they know these systems. So I just thought it was something that they're doing, that there's a capacity within there that I don't know about, and that they know how to use, and this is what they're using to contact residents.
Is there a regular protocol for an evacuation plan in a disastrous situation like this that the risk manager would be made aware of or be familiar with?
Like, we have different things we use. Like the iClear model is right here next to me, like there's a filing cabinet there, like that kind of thing. But evacuate, the E is evacuate or shelter in place. So in a lot of cases, we're going to tell people to shelter in place, because if there's danger outside and we don't know where it is, especially in the darkness. You know, one of the things I've learned over the years, an experienced officer, and I can't remember who it was, told me this. He said, if you don't have an emergency, don't create one. Yeah, well, obviously we already have an ongoing emergency, but don't create another emergency within an emergency. So if they can shelter in place safely, stay there. Because if we say, no, let's evacuate them, and then he's lying in wait and he starts shooting people, they're going to say, what the heck were you thinking? They were safe in their basement, you know?
No, I understand that. I guess what I'm suggesting to you is it would have been useful to have had a checklist for evacuation under these circumstances that you, as the risk manager, just like you referred to the concepts in the iClear, to actually attend to a document that would assist you in making decisions on evacuation in the incident of an active shooter in a remote, isolated community like this. Would you agree with me in that regard?
Are you referring to a checklist of all the residents, and we say, yeah,
sure.
we know that one's already empty, that one's already empty?
Or a protocol on how to access that information? Because it doesn't look like there was anything other than sort of generally you had professionals that were doing their very best to find out some information.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree to that. At that time, we're still, you know, it's still early in the occurrence, and I know that the CIC and them are probably going to be doing something to that effect. They're going to make decisions as to whether are we going to evacuate or are we not. Yeah. But I think you're referring to like some kind of a data bank that could be created? Or?
I'm referring to anything. I don't know. It just seems to me at this stage the reverse 911 system that has been discussed by a number of people in these proceedings didn't seem to be all that effective or even substantive. That is, it looks to me it was quite ad hoc. And I'm wondering if there's any better way to do this, to evacuate, give notice to people on that hot zone or that red zone there.
Well, there very well could be, and I think that's something that hopefully we can learn a new process out of this and maybe some brainstorming and come up with something that's more effective than that.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Okay.
If in fact it was, futile, I mean.
Yeah, okay. The decisions being made with respect, and I'm going to move on, to shelter in place or evacuate at this point, where did that decision rest with? Who had that responsibility?
Well, me for the most part, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, when I tell the IR team to stay put, yes, it's me.
Okay. In terms of the IR team or the contact team contacting people or residents in that community, you were aware that they had some engagement with some residents as they moved about that community.
Yes,
what were the instructions to them, risk manager or staff sergeant?
There was a point there when I asked 𝙋𝙀𝙀, like, I have to be truthful in the sense that sometimes they do things without advising me, you know, and they do that because of the autonomy that I give them and other risk managers, because they are so well trained and they make sound decisions. They're well trained, and I believe it was Al Carroll asked me at some point, are we for evacuating? I had to ask 𝙋𝙀𝙀. He said, well, we have evacuated some houses. And he said, we haven't cleared them in a sense that they didn't go through every room to make sure the bad guy's not in there. They just got people out of the house if they chose to leave. Some people wanted to stay put.
Right. But that's kind of what I'm getting at. There doesn't appear to have been a decision made from a command level down to the contact team on what they were going to do. It appears that it was left with the contact team.
Yeah, so for instance, we didn't order people out of their houses. Like we didn't say to them, no, you tell them they have to come. Right. And if not, arrest them for obstruction and get them out of the community. We didn't do that, right?
But nor did you order them to shelter in place at that point.
No.
No. The decision was left with the contact team?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, very good. All right, let's move on then to another topic of substance. Paragraph 138, Madam Registrar, speaks about RCMP Air Services helicopter. Paragraph 138 characterizes a discussion that was had where the risk manager became aware at 11/16/53 that there was no air support available from RCMP Atlantic Region Air Services. Do you recall that, Staff Sergeant Rehill?
Yes, yeah.
That must have been an important piece of information for you and maybe even somewhat concerning. Are you able to comment?
Yes, it was very concerning that this is something that would be, you know, very helpful to us, and it wasn't available, so it was frustrating, yes.
Okay. Are you able to comment with respect to your experience as a risk manager in terms of the availability of air support?
Well, I haven't, to be truthful, a whole lot of experience with air service as a risk manager. I mean, many times, like if there's a lost person, for example, and it may be just, you know, coincidental sometimes that when we do need them, it's down for maintenance, or they're very strict about the number of hours they're allowed to fly, so they could be grounded because they have too many hours in for that month or something to that effect, or just regular routine maintenance. So when that happens, our contingency plan is to go to, like, let's KNX's DNR, let's get a hold of Department of Natural Resources. And,
Sorry.
go ahead.
No, were you surprised at the unavailability of air support at this point?
Well, more so disappointed, I guess is the right word, right?
I know, but I used the word surprised. Are you
Yeah.
able to comment on that?
Not really, because like I don't know their schedule and how they work. They're in New Brunswick as opposed to Nova Scotia, but the fact that they weren't available, I don't know if I would say it's a common theme, but it certainly has happened before.
Is that a concern for you, Staff
Oh,
Sergeant?
yes, I think they should be available 24/7, and if we need to staff enough pilots if one person's maxed out, then you're on deck or whatever, right?
Yeah, so in terms of unavailability of the RCMP helicopter, would there be any contingency plans provided to you in advance of a critical incident like this, or any information given to the risk manager about not available between day 1 and day 10?
Okay,
and you
yeah.
need to know about that. That's
Yes,
what I
know
want
what
to
you're
know.
saying now.
Yeah.
Yes, that does get communicated that they're not available. But at that night, I didn't know that.
Okay.
And I guess the rest of our people didn't know that. So then we deflect to DNR to see if they'll come, right?
Okay. So what's your point of view with respect to, I think you said 24/7 with respect to air support? This is a problem, or this is not a problem?
This is obviously exposed issues that need to be addressed. For instance, if you have a pilot that's maxed out for their hours, then we better have somebody else available.
Yeah.
And maybe 2 or 3 available, because if next guy is, you call him and he's down with illness, then you need somebody else. And if the aircraft is down for maintenance, well, then maybe we need more aircraft. So when one's down for maintenance, there's another one available. But I believe, we should have people ready to go 24/7.
Okay, in terms of contingency, I think you mentioned it tangentially that it wasn't available. You're going to do something in terms of a contingency or a response. What was that?
The Department of Natural Resources. I believe that one of the dispatchers probably called that before me, and they said they wouldn't come in an active shooter anyway.
Okay, so you're given another handcuff here.
Another roadblock, yeah.
Yeah, another roadblock. What do you say about that, Staff Sergeant?
Well, again, it's frustrating. So, like, getting back to this, and understandably, DNR aren't police officers, so maybe we shouldn't expect them to come in a scenario like that, or we shouldn't be surprised if they say we're not coming in that scenario. So if we had what I just mentioned available, we wouldn't have to contact them, and our guys would be, they're trained to deal with. Maybe they could do some scenarios with respect to active shooters. How are you going to play this with respect to air services? Yeah. I think that's certainly something that needs to be looked at, and that the fact that we had no air services, no pilot available in this scenario, for me as an organization, I don't think that's acceptable. I don't.
Okay.
That needs to be addressed.
Right. Okay, let's move on then to another topic. I think we've covered the air support issue. Paragraph 141 and 142 talk about a second contact team going into that community. Mm-hmm. Paragraph 141, at 11:20:08, Constable Grund radioed from the head of Portapique Road asking if another team should be sent in. 11:20:08, Constable Grund says, risk manager, should we be sending in another team to help out there? 142, risk manager Rehill didn't immediately respond to Constable Grund's broadcast as he had called Corporal Lisa Croteau. So we've got a member looking for direction from the risk manager, and the risk manager not being available because of dealing with other obligations, Lisa Croteau, public communications.
Right.
That seems like a significant request by a member offering services to get there and so on, but you're not available. That seems problematic to me. What about somebody else that could fill in for purposes of making decisions in that regard?
Well, like I said, this being a different scenario altogether and the magnitude of it, Andy O'Brien answered, because I was on the phone with Corporal Coteau trying to get something together to get out to the public.
Yeah.
And glad that night that he was there to answer them. He knows the concepts and the training of IARD and that sort of thing, so he did answer. And at that time, I'd have my headset on talking to her through probably the main phone. So when that happens, then the radio sound isn't coming through your headset if you're on the phone, right?
Yeah.
Because my headset is geared up to my phone. So when I'm talking to her, I'm not going to hear that unless, I can hear it, yes, but it's white noise. You know what I mean? I'm trying to concentrate what I'm saying to her, and they maybe ask for something. And in some cases, I recognize that and say, stand by and go to them. But in this scenario here, Andy O'Brien was right there to pinch hit for me.
Right. So O'Brien, it pinch hits for you, and he at paragraph 143 says, hold off on the second team. I only want one team in there.
Right.
Is that consistent with what your understanding would have been and what your direction would have been?
Yeah, with our principals.
Are you and O'Brien corresponding before he takes up this position?
At some point, well, I can't remember if he called me or not, but we talked a couple of times throughout the night. But that's what I mean by I welcome their assistance, because Carol and O'Brien and West, all of them are so experienced that there's nothing any of them did that I would feel like they were stepping on my toes or intervening or making a call that I would never make. Right. Everything they said was, yeah, I would do that. Yes, I would do that.
Right. And I understand that, and I appreciate your commentary on that. I'm just trying to get a sense of how there's a construct of a line of authority, because it looks like O'Brien just picks this up ad hoc on the basis that you were busy with Croteau. Am I mistaken in that regard?
Well, when he realizes I didn't answer the first time and he knows it has to be answered, he steps in.
Okay,
Right.
okay. What about the possibility of having somebody consistently, routinely, always on the line to deal with issues coming from members, as opposed to the risk manager dealing sometimes with members' calls, sometimes dealing with public comms calls, sometimes dealing with other calls, children's and family services calls? What about that idea of one guy for those members' contact? What do you say about that?
It's a great idea, and again, I've been giving it a lot of thought, and I think that in the future, that and the CIC, I guess, is somewhat like this, but at the OCC now in Dartmouth, that when we get a serious occurrence, that we have a cadre of risk managers that are available to come in, so that, like, for instance, I'm just responsible for looking at this map and the containment and what the members are doing. All these extraneous activities, calls coming in, you handle those. You're responsible for these, and we work as a team.
Yeah. And you've indicated that you have worked at a team. My sense is, however, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the particular roles of different team members wasn't as defined, perhaps, as well as it could have been. Is that an inaccurate?
Well, probably at that time, because I'm doing it all. But when they got up and running, I could see where McCollum had a role and so had a role. So I think at that time, later on, there's distinct roles. But for me, I'm kind of trying to manage it all at that time.
All right. Okay, let's go to paragraph 167, please, Staff Sergeant. And this is, again, a question about command and communication of who's got command. At 11:45:29 on April 18th, 2020, Constable Bill Neal inquired about who had command of the RCMP operations in Portapique. He sought guidance from the risk manager on what members at the head of Portapique Beach Road and Highway 2 should be doing. Neal: I don't know who's got command. Carol: Rehill, Staff Rehill has command, folks.
Right.
And then Neal, Staff Rehill from Neal, we've got 5 members down here at the end of Portapique Beach Road at number 2. Give us something to do. My concern here is that you have an active member involved in the operation, and he has a confusion about who's in command as of 11:45:29. Does that surprise you?
Not in the circumstances, because we do have me on the air, you have Carol on the air, who he knows is district commander, and he hears Andy O'Brien, who he knows is Ops NCO. And in fairness to him, he just arrived from Pictou County, coming over Mount Tom and into the area. So he's hearing several voices on the air of people of higher rank than him. So it's a fair question in that I don't think he's trying to slight me and all that, saying, are you in charge or you're not? He's trying to say, okay, have you guys took this and Rehill stepping back, or like, who's in charge? And so he just voices it's Rehill at this time.
But isn't there an established protocol that the risk manager would be in control ad hoc of the critical incident until West gets there?
Yes, but like I said,
that's why I'm asking the question. How is it that a guy like Neal, a member, could be confused?
Because the sheer volume or the magnitude of the incident, there's so many of us involved. I think that's what created that confusion.
Okay. Okay. Paragraph 168, there's a decision made at 11:47:12 by Staff Sergeant Rehill. This is right in the middle of the quote, Staff Sergeant. Rehill: if we can, guys, get them out of there if it's safe to do so. If it's not, somebody's got to stay and protect them. This is talking about the kids.
Right.
So there's a decision made within minutes of the dispatch by, of the broadcast by Constable Neal.
Right.
There's a decision made by the risk manager to actually send folks in. Can you give us some insight into how it was that the authorization of the second team emerges immediately after the members are saying, we need something to do?
Can you back it up a bit so I can see the top part of that?
Of course we can. Paragraph 168.
The IR team discussed what should be done about the Blair and McCully children
Yeah.
who were at the point sheltering the basement in the McCully home in Portapic. Reverend suggested that their evacuating of the children or having RCMP stay with them. Okay, so then is anyone with the children? And Patton says 10:10, because I believe they left, this is the point where they may have left for that Ferris Lane call.
Right.
Constable Merchant says, that's what we're saying, we're hearing gunshots, or so we left after them, we think someone should go back. So like I said before, when they're sheltered in place, they hear the gunshots, so they've left. The team's going to where they think there could be a threat. And Bissell says, well, get them out of there altogether, then we don't got to worry about them. So yes, I see what he's saying, but if they're safe in the house in the basement, but there was a time there when they left and nobody told me they left the kids. And I said, pardon me, what? They said, no, they left, they're on foot. And I was surprised that they'd done that, did they not leave a member with the kids?
Right.
So they weren't in that house by themselves.
Right.
So they returned at some point, and from there on, I said, if they leave, they're leaving somebody with those children. So I'm still at the point now where I'm saying, okay, right now, I don't have an emergency with an emergency. I don't create one. So the kids are in a basement, they're safe, but if we put a member with them, I think they're fairly safe. So do I take them out? And if bad guy is around and lying in wait and he starts shooting children, then I'm constantly balancing options. What do I do here? Do I do this? If I do, what could happen? So if that did happen, they'd be saying, what the heck were you thinking? They were safe in the house. Why did you take them out? So that's just why I'm going back and forth with. And that's why I say, if it's safe to do so, if you guys are confident that you can get them out safely, then by all means, go ahead and do it. But if you don't think it's safe, then not. And I think later on, there's what they thought were shots across the road. And I think Patton or Merchant says, well, if the shots don't take them out, so this is what we're dealing with, right?
No, I understand.
We're trying to assess the risk to get them out of there.
So what I was trying to get determined was, what was the change from paragraph 167 to 168? That is, Neil comes and says, we got something to do, give us something to do.
Right.
And then at 168, the risk manager says, well, if you can get them out of there, get them out of there. Is it your testimony you're saying at this stage that once you became aware that there was nobody with the kids, then that's
Right.
when you made the instruction?
And I have this many available to me, and based on the discussion, I come to the point and say, okay, if we think we can do it, then let's do it.
Okay, so that's information coming to you from the head of Portapic Beach Road with respect to access to resources.
Yes,
Then you activate.
Yeah, and then Stuart says, we'll get them out of there altogether if we can. I said, well, that's not a bad idea, because then they don't have to worry about them anymore.
Okay.
So then I say, if we can do it safely, then let's do it, by all means.
Okay, great, thank you.
Can we take a break now?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this a lunch break, or are we going to come back and then
Oh,
do
yes,
lunch
my
later?
goodness, yeah, it's 12:24. I think we should take a lunch break and perhaps return what, 1:45? Is that agreeable? 1:45 for people in the room here. Is that all right with you,
Sure.
Staff Sergeant?
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, wow. What a joke. Yeah, so I wanted to go back and just touch on that a little bit. You know, this, oh, where is it? Oh, my apologies. This mumbo jumbo, you know, let's just read it through like they have it here. Risk Manager Rehill continued to investigate whether a real RCMP car was present at the scene. He directed an inquiry as to whether Sergeant Dave Lilly, an RCMP officer from Cumberland County, might have been involved in the matter. Footnote 2. It is unclear what initiated the discussion of Sergeant Lilly's name at 10:12. Real car. Staff Sergeant Rehill attempted to phone Jamie Blair. While doing so, he states, Dave Lilly? ? An unknown person in the background replies, yeah, we were wondering if he was in the area, end quote. This was seconds before Constable Patton advised at 10:13 that there were no Cumberland members in the area. That's because Constable Patton was checking on cars, which takes a little bit of time. So it was before 10:12. Footnote. Let's look at the transcript here. Unknown, what is it? Unknown person. Right, because you don't know who's in the OCC. You just don't know anything, do you? If you believe that, I got a bridge to sell you. Just like their toy excuses, just like their emotional skirts, drunk. Look at these people. They're the most, just like Dion says, I wouldn't trust in goldfish with them. But what they're really hiding from you under millions of pages at this point in time is their undercover operations that they've been running. Let's look at what that actually says. The footnote. Unknown person, right? Let's see. 10-12-46. The number you've dialed is not long distance call. Rehill, grunts. Operator, do not. Dial tone. Dave Lilly? Oh, there's something missing here. What is it? Oh, it's an unknown female. So, I'm sorry. I must have misread that. What did it say here again? An unknown person. Okay. Unknown person says, what did they say here? Yeah, we were wondering if he was in the area. Unknown female. Indecipherable. Oh, here they do know what it is and that it's a female. Or sorry, they do know what it is, but they don't know that it's a female. Here, they have no idea, but they know it's a female. Okay, ringing. What would he be doing out there? Ringing. Do they want to ask about this one? No. NASCAR. They knew right away. I've been pointing this one out. They knew right away. You know, all of this misdirection about stickers, and now they're so derp they can't even figure out that, well, the back of a car, you don't see a buffalo on the side. Millions of pages to hide what? You want to throw some porn bots in too? CSE? Or you want to fuck off? I love what's going on lately. It's pretty awesome. Wow. The ops, they continue to run to this very day, shitting their pants, because as the process continues, more information becomes known. I don't even know. I think they're done with excuses at this point. I don't know if they could dream up anymore. I'm sure they could. They're pretty creative. They're not that intelligent for intelligence. Sad, but anyway. Very important. Rules of practice. I wanted to review that too, just so we're very clear. So what they're saying is that these two individuals can't appear. Why? If special arraignment are desired by whom? Oh, that's right, by a witness. Okay, well, then perhaps people should call on Mr. Rehill, Mr. O'Brien, say, listen here, we heard you're the ones that don't want to give answers to the 23. You requested this, you personally. Is that true? You don't want to take questions from lawyers. You want to do a popcorn show. Who's more traumatized here in this story? Who again? What is it? What is it? What is even the reasonings? If special arrangements are desired by a witness in order to facilitate their testimony, a request for accommodation shall be made by the commission. Oh, so all you have to do is just request sufficiently in advance of the witness's scheduled appearance to reasonably facilitate such requests. Well, you know what? If I was non-law abiding, I'm going to start pulling out this one. I just don't want to appear. Sorry, don't feel like it. That works well. While the commission will make every reasonable effort to accommodate such requests, the commissioners retain the ultimate discretion. Really? As to whether and to what extent such requests will be accommodated. Just put it in. We all know it's not Rehill who's making this request. It's the shitty RCMP. Cowards, hiding. Might as well do their little scriptaroonie and popcorn show. I want to clarify. Hey, welcome back, CSE. How you doing? You know, you're looking more like losers. Good job. Good job. Is this one gone too? I don't know how many are in here. Well, you know, you're over the target. This is what happens. Getting real pissy with this channel, I'll tell you. They're not too happy. Oh, well, too bad. I didn't want to necessarily be friends with these people. Not that I'm their enemies, but I just rather they clean their shit up. Quit running their ops. You know, because what do you know, sometimes it's crayons and other times it's Google Maps, and yeah, we have all the toys, but sometimes we don't have the toys. Sometimes we're hitting deer, sometimes we're hitting power poles, sometimes we're not, sometimes it's a terrier, sometimes it's a get it figured out. But what they want to do is sow that seed with everybody. Oh, we're just doomed. We're really just stupid and drunk over here. Like, that's sad. That shows what the depths that they're going to hide their shit. Yeah, actually, we're drunk. You know, this is all about, you know, throwing my entire career away. You know, yeah, no worries. I want to protect my kids. Hey, don't worry about it. This is sad, man. Sad. Just so that they can hide their garbage. Believe me. When anybody has to tell you that, like repetitively, you know, there's a problem. It's the ops. Don't lose sight of it. Real cars. They're terrified to shit. Remember, who is it? Vardy's bro-in-law? Oh, yeah, he sailed away. cars flying under the radar, going out the back door. Ooh, sneaky RCMP weapons. Ooh. No, it's all in your shit, man. Even with your scrubbing and protected C shit being hidden, obviously the lawyers, this is why the process, I'm very big, and I need to clarify that, because I got a phone call the other day, and I was asked to clarify my position on the protest. And they said, I heard you didn't want the protest to continue. And I said, that's absolutely not true. I said, I thought I made it fairly clear in the video multiple times, but that's fine. I realize I communicate in a very different fashion. No, I don't want the co-opting of boycott, which the media has conveniently built, with protest. You can protest something and still wish it to continue and say it's a total shit show and we're not happy with it, but we like it for the fact that what is it now? 5 days ago, 58,000 new documents to the lawyers, who already had over 500,000 at the beginning. The stuff that wasn't protected C, the stuff that would cause grave injury to a government and federal institution, being the RCMP and the federal government, right? Your employees, they just give protected B and A, B in some cases, and protected A information in very minute quantities to us, but to the lawyers and media, they've given rafts of it. The media, of course, which just writes spin on their behalf. So families don't get the access to that shit. No, they do not. They do not get access to relativity. You certainly don't. I don't. Lawyers do. Lawyers are the gatekeepers in this one right now. They've been gatekeeping. Before it was RCMP and media. Now it's just media and lawyers. And MCC, which is just RCMP. You can just label one. They're synonymous. Look at all this stuff. It's all government. It's all one thing. Government police force, government lawyers, government, whatever you want to call this sham kangaroo court thing. It's all the same. There's no difference. They're all the same. Trying to bury it. This is one of the common tactics. They pull out the same old shitty tactics. Please, go back. Any of you, I think Robert's intimately familiar with this, from my understanding. This is what they do. But if you think about like 10 pages per document, which you all know, I mean, I can pull up a document that's over 1,300 pages. So if you drop 15 or 58,000 of those, which they aren't all that size, obviously, but let's just say it's averages what, maybe 100 pages. How much is that again? Well, that's right, 5.8. 5.8 million pages in just one night to lawyers. You know why? Because the process has continued. They gave you everybody the sweet stuff. That's why they want it shut down now. Oh, people are paying attention. Look at the way, I don't know what will happen down in America, but it is so true. They handle things totally different down there. People get upset. And their government is more accountable in some capacities, definitely not very much these days, but people are pissed off about what happened in Texas. What's going on here in Canada? What's going on? Bodies are laying in homes. These people could have been alive. There's a possibility. We know in the case of Heather O'Brien, that's true. Even though mechanical disruption, Bose comes along, tells you otherwise. Ooh, with his right hand, left hand balls about mechanically disrupted. That's also D49. D49. Bad news, D49. But we're going to get more stuff as we continue. But you can still stand out there and be like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? And grow a conscience. You're quite shameful. We're not proud of you anymore. You've destroyed what we gave you. Your reputations are none. So, you care to do the right thing and just step up? Come clean. Yeah, okay, we were doing shit we really shouldn't be doing. Not, I was drunk and I used crayons. We just need more toys. So old, man. Just go through every single one of these. They're the recommendations, the same old shit over and over. Spiritwood, YVR, Marathor, Moncton. Oh, well, we didn't learn. They like that. They love to do it because then they just say, oh, we just didn't get it last time. Here, we'll just get some more recommendations. Can we go through another process here? Maybe we'll get a paper out there sometime. Maybe it'll have something on it. And, we're not really going to do it because if we actually did it, well, then next time people would be like, but you have it. No, they like almost the plausible, built-in excuses to cover their ass when they really get in shit. Hey, welcome back, CSE. Something about wishes. Good stuff. Mainly complicit? Mainly complicit. Oh, I would say entirely complicit. Not just mainly, not just a little bit. No, just, I don't know, D43. Just make a request. That's all you need to do. Don't worry about it. It's not mainly. It's entirely. Because it's all the same. It's government. Talking about government, defending government. Writing about government. Financed by government. Somehow I just think that this one's not very unbiased. Transparent. No. Stories appearing. I love logging these things for future cases or future time. You know, talk about something. Certain events happen. Certain people come out. Certain stories come out right away. Like, oh yeah, okay. Good. It's gonna make great book one day. Not that I write. Just do the right thing. Quit being a worm. What's Brenda gonna do? Oh, I'm the next one, like I told you, they're gonna, after they try and shut this one down from inside, and they're trying. That's why they like to use the boycott. Fuck them, man. Put it on your sign. This isn't a boycott. But we're tired of your garbage. What's Brenda going to do? It's going to be a racist Matt situation? Is that what's going to happen? Fuck, they watch who I follow too. And they can write their counter stories because they know I'm going to talk about it. Whatever. Fuck you, man. Because some people inside really do want something different. Because they're ashamed. I mean, I don't know. These lawyers are trashing my family's legacy. I find that sad. Not that everybody always had a positive opinion of lawyers, but there were good lawyers out there. Real good lawyers. And if they operate within their ethics, then we're talking something good. Some of them even try to be your friend. But they're not. Yeah. There's a couple stories definitely I want to go through and shred that have come out recently. Details, little details that they're leaving out, conveniently spinning a certain fucking way. To leave those details out. Brown envelopes, maybe. Maybe we'll have to pull another one out. Dirty games, man. Sad. And all it requires is just people being honest. These people are going to be sick, severely mentally ill in the future. And they're not going to be liked by anybody. Probably even their own family. Sad. They're not saving anything. They're going to get themselves kicked out. You know, the only fear I've had, I've communicated that with a couple of people. And I said, I don't want to be part of taking something down because that's not my goal, obviously. But I don't think you can fix this behemoth. You just can't. You can't. It's so vast. But do they have something worse waiting in the wings? It's been a real fear of mine, like a genuine, legitimate fear. And I'm like, well, what happens if I'm part of bringing that on? I don't know. I guess I have to go with the solace that the people I've asked about that, they say, you're not making any difference, man, in terms of they're going to do it anyway. People better just wake the fuck up fast. Sad. These people are fucking sad. Multiple people, RCMP weapons, multiple RCMP weapons. Come on. Multiple cars. I don't think, oh, there was something I said the other day again. That was not right. I try and make sure everything I say is right, but fucking hell, man. I don't know. I have to go around and check all the time, make sure I'm right about something. What was it, though? I wanted to make a correction. Shit. I don't like being wrong about something. Anyway. Oh, yeah, we can't. What? 40, 41, 46? What's that? Oh boy. What's this? Brian Rehill. Why are they using this? Why do they use that term? Well, the government, of course, is going to continue to call it. I saw that in the URL. It says public balls. Balls! It's not a public nothing. I'm not even going to spew that word. Foul! Mountie in charge of early Nova Scotia mass shooting response hopes testimony offers family some peace. Really? How about you just come clean about your ops? Quit trying to baffle everybody with bullshit. Oh, we didn't have the toys and the bonging outs and we'll do some emotional manipulation. We'll talk about dogs and get out of here. Don't blind people with shit. Have some more water and pee your pants. It's fluid. They can't even give you the recording. No, they got to go through and clean that one up too. Oh, of course, because that makes sense. Seems very transparent. Why don't you answer about that one? What about this one? Brian, want to talk about this one? No? Want to talk about how you knew what it was right away? Because they just tell you they try and baffle people. You see, it was. Meanwhile, they're still searching the next day. The next day. The very next day. In the morning. Now they're into New Brunswick. And I would say that's because everybody isn't on the red list. And they have no idea what's going on. They're just as confused as everybody else. They're like, what the fuck, man? Like Dion said, you keep sending me to why do you keep sending me on these wild goose chases? Why is it certain characters, their names just keep popping up in all the right places? All right, good luck on your appointment, Cheryl. Good to see you. Oh, the Dwayne Cooper, was that what I was getting wrong? No. Anyway. All right. Just keep sticking on certain things. Big Stop, D49, 𝙋𝙍𝙀. Oh, welcome back. Poor CSE. You pay them too. That's awesome. You pay them to suppress this channel and delete views and delete videos and fucking losers, man. Shadow ban you. In heaven, I'm going to be asking, how many comments did I miss? How many emails did you delete? Fucking vile, man. I want to hear from everybody. I don't care if you're playing for the right team or not. I'd still rather hear from you. But they've got to filter out stuff. They've got to go through and delete pictures on families' phones. Families' phones. Are you fucking serious, man? That's nice. Delete memories. It's like the person didn't exist. Don't worry about it. Or, hey, better yet, like Tara, not related. Kind of, but not really. We're not going to tell you. We won't formally acknowledge you. Nice. That's what they do when you speak up, right? I can hide these losers. I can't. I'm not trying to hide them. I want them out in the open. Responsibility. Take it. Get yourself home safe, said by the police. Yeah, they're tasing people. I mean, but see, that's what they're going to do down there. Maybe, even though they've been emasculated and Marxist shite has moved in. The bosses from really upstairs have decided to exert control over all of our countries. Anyway, maybe they're because they fucked up so bad and people actually had cameras, because tech works both ways, not really in our favor, because it's their shit. That's why it's garbage. Oh, yeah, but no. All we have is like the crayon maps, man. We don't have any technology. We don't know what we're doing. Uh-huh. Yeah, Bob Paulson will tell everybody all about that. So will Ortiz. But down in the States, I think that it'll be a slightly different story. But what's the difference? Human loss of life is human loss of life. Children, obviously, is more children is tragic. But it doesn't change. It's still the same. The hurt's still the same for everybody. So why is it that Canada is watching Bachelorette or whatever? What are they? I don't even know what they have these days. Johnny Depp. And not giving a shit about what's happening in their communities. Because it's their kids. It's our kids that we're endangering. We're allowing these clowns which doesn't give a shit about any of their members. They'll throw them under the bus. They don't care. They'll bring them out and use them when they need to. I got some great articles on that from other members. They're like, you used my family. It's pretty bad, man. They want you. They want everything. Their overlords are telling them. But fuck them, man. It's our stuff. We got numbers. Not that I'm saying revolt. I'd never say that. I don't ever say anything about violence. That's their ways. I'm not into that shit. Higher roads. Shame. Shame. And shame will make a comeback. It'll be people with their stores and they'll just turn their backs on people. They'll be like, I'm not serving you. Don't care. Don't want to be your friend. Fuck off. But I have lots of money. No, don't care. Fuck off. We don't forget what you did. We don't forget what you do. Look at how many of them are walking inside. There's just like, honestly, there is a serious coast to coast, as they like to say, revolt from within. They did that. I'm traumatized, so I can't appear. Mm-hmm. Is that the excuse Brenda's going to pull out? Mm-hmm. Let's see if we can get this fast forwarded to where they come back, so we can move on. I really got to get some other stuff out. What the hell, man? Oh, there we go. They're closer to their keeping tabs with their on time. The script follows a little bit better this time around. Wonder how much rehearsing you have to do for that. Rehearsing.
So, Staff Sergeant Rehill, before the break, we were talking about the position of the risk manager and the responsibilities that were associated there too, going through the foundational document. Right. I want to continue along that line for purposes of ensuring that we all have a sense of what was being undertaken that night by the risk manager.
Right.
In particular, I want to just move on in the document to paragraph 201. And this is a small point, but it perhaps is symbolic or representative of many chores that are being dealt with by the risk manager. At 12:23, ERT team leader Mills and West had received a photograph of the perpetrator. Mills called West and suggested that this photo be sent out as a BOLO message to all RCMP members. Staff Sergeant West told Corporal Mills that he would advise risk manager Rehill of this request. So is it the responsibility of the risk manager as well to manage and disperse BOLOs or be on the lookout information?
Yeah, that would come, like one of our dispatchers would do that. Like,
okay.
At that time, he was probably still on the road and en route, so maybe that's why he delegated that over to me. So with the information there, our dispatchers are pretty, they're very skilled at crafting a BOLO fairly quick and getting it out there.
Sure. I'm just getting the sense that at 12:23, you're the ad hoc commander and some information is being delegated to you. Yeah, that strikes me as contradictory.
Somewhat, because they're not officially up and running yet, but there is Staff Carroll, there's Staff Halliday, McCollum's on the go, Sergeant O'Brien's on the go. But the technology exists at the OCC to get that done fairly quickly and out, right?
Right.
So
they wouldn't need to engage the risk manager. That could be done through the supervisor.
Yeah, bring it to my attention. I could say, Jennifer, can you get somebody to put something together, something to that effect, and then they'd get it done, right?
So this is yet another responsibility on the risk manager at this early stage in the mass casualty event.
Yeah. And I don't know that they're viewing it all as I'm giving this to the risk manager as opposed to I'm giving this to the OCC and the risk manager will see to it that it gets done, like something to that effect maybe. I don't know. I can't say what their thought process is, but yeah, I mean, they put it through us, and if they give it to me, then they're confident it's going to get done for sure, right?
Yeah, sure. And we had talked earlier before the break about you actually engaging in a conversation with Corporal 𝙋𝙍𝙀 from Stratcoms earlier that actually interrupted your ability to receive some information from members of the committee in the Portapique community.
Right.
Are you also dealing with strategic communications at this stage?
Yeah, well, there was about an hour before that, I think, and about 11:30, I think the first tweet came out.
Yeah.
And in fact, I know people saw it, and we actually, I think we had a call later on. A guy said, "I just saw this on Facebook, and I've got 6 children here." So people were looking at social media and were aware of it. So yeah, I was busy with her prior to that, but at that particular time, I don't know exactly what I was doing other than monitoring the radio and watching what's going on. And
would you have had a role in formulating at this stage in the proceedings the wording of tweets or being consulted as to public
not really,
of information?
I would trust them to go ahead and put it together. They may ask me to give it a quick look, but they're fairly, like I said, fairly skilled at putting things together based on the information we have.
Did you have any recollection, Staff Sergeant,
I don't have any recollection
reviewing the wording of the tweet?
No, because it probably went out to all the mobile workstations, so then municipal agencies get it, and everybody knows at that point.
Okay.
So yeah, I wouldn't.
Other than 𝙋𝙍𝙀, the Corporal 𝙀𝙀, contacting you from Stratcoms, did you direct any additional communications publicly during your time as the ad hoc commander, risk manager?
Can't remember. If I don't think I did. If I did, you know, maybe in the doc, but I don't remember reading anything or seeing anything.
Yeah, no, there's nothing in the document that I have a recall of, and that's why I was asking whether you had any of them.
No, and like whenever we get any kind of significant occurrence, like obviously nothing compares to this, but I don't know, there's something happening in New Minas or something, and next thing you know, media is calling, and they're getting our media section, so then they're calling and they say, well, okay, what's happening? And you haven't had a time to even let media know yet. So a lot of times, if I'm 10-6, what they call busy, the dispatcher or call take will say, he'll get back to you, and I'll get a message, please call media when you get a chance, or something to that effect. So I'll call them and we'll discuss what's happening, and they'll craft something and get it out.
Okay, all right. Let's move on then to some other responsibilities that you may or may not have had. Paragraph 204 talks about the Department of Community Services, and paragraph 228, if we could go there.
So you're going to deal with, okay, you're going to go right to 228.
Yeah, let's go to 228. Both of these talk about the same topic. 228, Rehill called Child Welfare Services to inform them that the Blair McCulley children had been taken to the Great Village Fire Hall. Child Welfare Services again asked for the names, ages, and family members of the children. As I review the foundational document, there appears to be quite an excessive amount of contact between representatives from Child Family Services and the risk manager at this time with respect to the managing and handling of the children that were evacuated from Portapique. Do you have any comment on that, Staff Sergeant?
Well, again, when you look at it like this, it's like another task that maybe somebody else could be doing, and again, become kind of like the melting pot of the building sometimes, where if anything, they'll get us to deal with a lot of things, but this particular issue, I guess just due to the magnitude of the call and stuff, and how sensitive it was, they wanted me to speak to Child and Family Services. And they're asking for sometimes a lot of data that I don't have right now. There's just no way I have it, like name, date of birth, and who's their, you know, like I'm just saying, like we just need just now. It's a Great Village Fire Hall, and I believe the plan at that point was to take them to the hospital. So go there, meet them. I just can't deal with this right now. Just please go out, you know.
Can you give us a comment on your ability to successfully or non-successfully deal with people from Children's Family Services?
Overall, like we have a strong relationship with them. I mean, we don't have a problem. Usually that's the standard questions they'd ask, and usually it's not an urgent emergency ongoing right now. And they were asking questions that I really just can't deal with at this time. So yeah, maybe on that particular isolated incident, there was a bit of frustration, but for the most part, they're good, and we have a good relationship with them.
Sure, no, I understand that. I just got a sense from looking at 228, there was a degree of frustration, and it seems to me that maybe this is a job better fit for somebody else
Yeah.
than the risk manager, the ad hoc commander, dealing with kids getting
Yeah.
the kids and Children's Family Services getting the names and date of birth
Yeah.
to a functionary at a lower level. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, and in all likelihood, in that scenario, they call in and call take received it and then transfer them to me as opposed to keeping it over there.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Doesn't seem like a good expenditure of the risk manager's time at this point.
Probably not, no.
All right, very good. Let's go to page 116, paragraph 240.
240.
This is a short paragraph, but I'm going to play an audio clip of your communication with the IRT team in terms of providing directions and instruction to them and ask you to comment on that. So paragraph 240 at 123, Rehill called IRT team leader Mills directly to provide directions to 5 houses, there being significant radio traffic at the time. So I propose to present for you the transcript and the audio of that exchange with you and Corporal Mills. If we could, please.
Yeah, copy that. We're just coming up, I believe, to the Firehouse Road. Do we go down there? 10-4. Will Bayshore Road be off the right or left here?
When you go down that road, it's going to fork, and Bayshore is to the left of the fork.
Copy that. Left of the fork, Bayshore Road.
Should be on your left.
Copy that. So we have members down on Bayshore Road?
36 Bravo 3, 28 Bravo 3 are at the intersection Bayshore Road and the highway to have swim bias.
Heard from risk manager. Apparently, this guy is still on the phone. There's a garage in his yard that's wide open, and SOC could be in there. He's not sure.
Copy that. Turn on to Bayshore.
God bless you.
14 there.
Yeah, we must have drove past it there. We're down at the very bottom and took a left. We're going back on Bayshore now, I believe.
Do you see any street names like Shady Lane? There's one, Nature's Lane.
Shady Lane was to our right. We took a left instead of going Shady, so we'll go back up on Bayshore.
Okay, you're going to see another one on your right, and just beyond that is.
All right, we're just passing Nature's Lane, coming back on Bayshore.
Okay, and Bayshore does go to your right, but keep going straight again where you came down. It looks like the second house on the right is Bayshore Road.
What's that road off to? Well, it'll be our right now, coming out just above Nature and Shady.
That's also Bayshore. It goes all the way around back to that first member you encountered. So keep going straight. It loops right around.
Okay, we're stopped outside of a red faded residence there. I don't see a number though.
So Staff Sergeant, you've heard this exchange between you and the IRT team leader.
Right.
It seems to me to be an excessive amount of time of providing instructions and directions to get around from the risk manager's role. Is this a good use of your time and your expertise?
Well, in this scenario, I would say yes, to a certain extent, because I have extensive knowledge of what's happening here at that time.
Yeah.
And if you notice the paragraph before that, it says at 122. So that's right before Jeff West's voices. He's in charge. He tried it on 119 and it was inaudible. So then they go again. So at that point, I'm still waiting for the official. So at 122, and I know that this call has come in, and I also know that Constable Carroll and the others there have seen a car down 5 Houses Road, they believe, with lights flashing, that this very well could be our guy. So with Jeff, giving Jeff the benefit of the doubt that he's just arriving, getting set up, and not having as much knowledge of the community at that point that I did, I said, I'm going to continue here and just to finish up a few loose ends on my part. So I directed him right to that call.
Right. But I'm concerned about the direction part. It seems like an expansive time when, the IRT team could get there a lot easier without having to talk to the risk manager in Truro about how to get there.
And like in that situation, in the risk manager, the IRT vehicle, like what they call it, the TAV.
Yeah.
I understand there's probably not a mobile workstation. If there is, it probably wasn't up. I don't know if it was up and running or not, but I don't know if they have one. But in that case, if they did have one and they have it up and running, the star would be there, and he could just direct himself to it.
So you could put a star on the location, in this case, the Bayshore address.
Yeah, the call taker would do that, or dispatch. I think it would probably call taker. Right. And then he'd see it right in front of him, and he's just going to drive down like any other GPS, and he shows I go left and I go right to it, as opposed to me, I have to direct him.
Right.
Right.
But you did direct him in this
Yeah.
context, and you
Yeah.
directed him in this context because?
I understand they don't have an MWS, and so he needed somebody to direct him there. And I wasn't sure Jeff West was ready to do it at that point.
Yeah. Simple suggestion from you with respect to tactical and operational response would be for
All the ERT vehicles to have mobile workstations, be well versed in how to use them, and have them up and running before you leave headquarters or wherever they left for to their muster point.
So when you're conducting your responsibilities at the risk manager location, did you know that they didn't have this GPS or this compatibility?
I didn't know for sure whether they had an MWS or not,
Okay.
mobile workstation.
Okay. All right. Let's move then to the next audio clip, and this is a brief audio clip talking about the transition from the risk manager to the critical incident commander at 123. You made reference to it.
Okay, yep.
All units on protocol call. Staff Sergeant Jeff West. I am on scene at the Great Village Fire Hall, and I am taking over command and control this time. Staff West is on scene and is now in control of this matter.
Okay, that's a short clip, but that's a significant clip in terms of your
Yeah.
role as the risk manager, no doubt.
Right.
What does this mean to you, Staff Sergeant?
Well, at this point, I'm going to step back, and I still play an assistance role. Whatever they need me to do, I'll do it, right? But
Yeah.
he's taken over from that point.
Yeah. And when you say assistance role, you'll do what you need it to be done. How does that work out?
Well, if they're there and they're busy and like they have all their tasks delegated and they need me to do something on the peripheral edge to help out or whatever, they may call me and say, can you do this or do that?
So your actions at this time are responsive to directions from the CIC at this point?
Yeah, but I'm on a diminished capacity, and now I'll go back to managing the rest of the province.
Okay. And did you actually do that, manage any other calls that night in the rest of the province?
I'd have to know outside of that what I might have managed. It was nothing major. Because I would have had a note of it, right?
Yeah. All right. Well, then let's just continue on then in the document with respect to what it was that you were doing in that role as stepping back. At 254, Grund at 141. We're at paragraph 254,
Right, okay, yeah.
Madam Registrar, page 122. This is just an example at 141, and that would have been after the critical incident commander takes over. Constable Grund called the OCC and asked to speak with Risk Manager Rehill. Risk Manager Rehill was unavailable, and Constable Grund spoke to the call taker, Patrick Brent, instead. Constable Grund told Brent that the Blair and McCully children had described seeing the perpetrator with, quotations marks, possibly an assault rifle like an AK-47 or something in that nature, close quotation marks. Further, the children, quotes, once again described it as a police vehicle, close quotes.
Right.
Patrick Brent indicated he'd pass this information on to Staff Sergeant Rehill. I guess my question to you at this stage, this information is coming to the risk manager when the CIC is in charge.
Right.
Seems odd to me that you're
Yeah.
getting this type of information and we're having these difficulties in terms of who gets the proper information for
Yeah.
purposes of making the proper decisions.
Yeah, and that's a good point. That should have went straight to Jeff West. And again, Patrick Brent indicated, I don't know, it's for me right now, it's 2 years ago, and
Yeah.
I'm going through all this, but I don't know that he did pass on. But even if he didn't, I know I remember hearing ERT on the air when some of the scenes are saying we're seeing what looks like 223 rounds here, which is similar to an AK-47.
Yeah.
So they're aware he had some kind of a serious assault rifle and handguns in all
Yeah.
likelihood.
I suppose at 14139, information coming from the kids at the hospital,
Right.
followed up by Constable Grund, would have been significant information for the critical incident commander, wouldn't it?
Yeah, the only thing different they mentioned was the AK-47. That wasn't mentioned back at like 2216. They talked about the police car then, but not this rifle.
Right. But this is important information to get to the critical incident commander, and
Yeah.
I'm not sure it got there. Are you, Staff Sergeant?
I'm not sure that it did. I don't know. I can't say for sure.
Okay. All right. Paragraph 264. Getting into the hour 5 narrative as your role is diminishing, talks about at 2 in the morning, Risk Manager Rehill speaks with Tracy Hay, a dispatcher at Halifax Integrated Emergency Services, regarding 193 Portland Street, the perpetrator's residence and denture clinic. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was your role in that, Staff Sergeant, and how was that tasked or assigned to you at that point?
I don't know how it was assigned to me. I can't remember that, but I do remember talking to them. We were trying to eliminate these Ford Tauruses because he had 3 or 4. I think he had 3, and we're trying to determine, okay, if by process of elimination, where these are, they accounted for. So there was one there, and it was covered with snow apparently, and it was the GMK 905 or something. So that one was accounted for, and then we had 2 more burnt at Portapic.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is, how is it that you're taking upon this role yourself? Are you being tasked, or are you just trying to find some information, or it was just brought to you by Tracy Hay, a dispatcher at IES? See what I'm trying to say? How is it that you're taking on this role, and is it an assigned role, or is it an assumed role?
I think now looking at it as I read it,
Yeah.
as it says a 201 Rehill spoke with Tracy. It doesn't say I called her.
Right.
I believe she called back through the call takers, and they transfer her to me.
Right. And then what did you do with that information?
We relayed it on to let them know that this card does, and they also had members there.
Sorry, are you comfortable that you relayed that information on to the critical incident commander or the command post?
1 second there. Yeah, well, Jennifer did with over the radio. She said on Portland Street, it's a white Ford Taurus. It's not a Mercedes, because at some point a white Mercedes entered the picture.
Right.
I think Lisa Banfield had been stopped in a Mercedes SUV at one point.
Right. Would you have been familiar then with Staff Sergeant McCollum's efforts in terms of his communication with HRP?
No.
And what he was doing in terms of 193 Portland Street?
No. They mustered at Bobby Hill Detachment, he, Halliday, and Carroll, and eventually made their way to the Great Village Fire Hall. So everything they're doing over there, like, I'm not even aware of what they're putting together and what.
Right. I'm going to suggest to you that Staff Sergeant McCollum was actually assigned to being the liaison or the person to communicate with HRP for purposes of setting up containment and or watching 193 Portland Street. I'm getting the sense that the risk manager didn't know that. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
I would say so, yes, yeah.
Okay. All right.
I think that it would have been appropriate for when Jeff West takes charge is to communicate that all incoming messages, correspondence, anything pertinent to this whatsoever, all be directed to the command post or the CIC.
Right.
And bypass me at that point.
Right. So at that sense, it appears that you're getting some residual calls,
Yeah.
given your ad hoc commander status earlier.
Yeah.
How do we fix that?
I guess clearly state in the future that once the CIC takes charge, that everything goes through them.
Okay. All right.
And again, you know, in fairness,
please.
there's so many of us working. Grun may have thought, I got to get this to Rehill or get it to whoever. Like, as long as I get it to somebody of senior rank, and then, but also we have to make sure that it gets through to the right people.
Well, we had a number of conversations with other witnesses about the use of the expression "too many cooks in the kitchen."
Right.
And I put that to you. Do you feel under these circumstances that there were too many cooks in the kitchen in terms of delivering, filtering, and processing information?
Well, like I said earlier, like an irregular occurrence, like I shouldn't say regular, none of them are regular, but an irregular Saturday night, a run-of-the-mill call might be, I don't know, there's a fight outside of a bar and there's 3 or 4 members responding. If an ops NCO is sitting at home on a Saturday night and they're micromanaging by having their portable on and they got a laptop up and running and they start intervening, wanting to run the show, I would probably say, now step back, I've got this type of thing. But in this scenario, like we said earlier, of this magnitude, I think I found it helpful to have them helping me and assisting me because there was so much going on. But when it comes to the communication and the information getting through, we could easily, just obvious we could improve on that. Right. And make it clear that everything goes to Jeff West from this point forward, or somebody there working with him on his team.
Yeah, so if I said there were some deficiencies in getting information to the critical incident commander, would you agree or disagree?
It's hard to say either one because some of the stuff may have gotten to him and I don't know that it did or didn't. Like maybe Jennifer broadcast it by the air and Jeff's listening on that radio talk group, so he should have got it, right?
Okay. Paragraph 271, and I won't read it, and 277 essentially talk about the role of the risk manager in the recovery of Clinton Allison by providing TAV directions, and actually provides at 277, you'll see a reference to risk manager Rehill suggested to ERT Team Leader Mills that he pick up the general duty IARD members while en route out of Portapic.
Right.
And then it recites that transmission. So once again, I'm a little concerned here and need your insight into how it is at 221, when the critical incident commander is taken over, you're providing instruction operationally on how to get the Clinton Ellison out of there and actually picking up the IARD members.
Right. Well, again, I had my head around this quite well by then as to where everybody was in the community. And when I saw that we received the phone call from his father and where he was on Portapic Crescent down at the bottom corner, and we were working on a plan to get the IR team out of there at this point, now that ERT was in there. At some point, I just took it on my, again, I didn't hear, I don't know that I heard Jeff West on the air talking about this plan. I'm discussing a plan to get the IR members out of there. And so I spoke to him, and I think I talked to him by phone at one point, and I said, when you retrieve Clinton Ellison, you're going to come to a T intersection, Orchard Beach Drive, and you're going to go right to come back out. You're going to go right by the IR guys. So do you want to pick them up now, as opposed to taking Ellison out and coming back again? Just get them all out and then take it from there. And he said he was going to pick them up at that point.
Okay. All right, let's move on again then to 286 and 287. And this is another example of after the declaration by CIC West that he's in charge, that the risk manager is also still completely involved in some operational activity. Looks like Lily, at paragraph 286, you spoke to Lily with respect to differences between Ms. McCulley and Ms. Banfield, given the confusion of the first names in that regard. And then Rehill at 287 called Corporal Mills at 248. Rehill updated Mills on his discussion with Sergeant Lilly. Now my question to you is, at 287, Rehill calls Mills at 248. Why are you calling Mills instead of CIC West at this point? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Once
I see
again,
what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah.
And another point could be, would Lilly got called Jeff West directly, keep me out of the equation.
Yeah, but that's not up to you to talk about, because that's Lily's action. I'm just saying that you go straight to Mills as opposed to Rehill, forgive me, you go straight to Mills instead of West, and it strikes me as that there's a lot of cooks.
Yeah, but I'm also thinking at that time, how busy is Jeff West in the CIC and how much is going on there when I can just deal with this myself. I've been communicating with Corporal Mills throughout the evening since they arrived on scene by radio and cell phone. So I just deal with it. And it's kind of just the way I'm driven and the way I'm wired, and most of us are. Our CMP, just do it. And that's what I did, I guess.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering that this instinct that you have as you were wired to do it, and other members just to do it, may have impaired the critical response.
I can't say that. That's a hypothetical scenario.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Paragraph 297 at page 144 is an interesting exchange.
297?
297 at 301.
Right.
At 301 on April 19th, Risk Manager Rehill called Sergeant O'Brien. RM Rehill advised that CIC West had called and told him that the CIC would be managing all resources responding to Portapic. Sergeant O'Brien told RM Rehill that he had just received a call from Staff Sergeant Al Carroll at the command post instructing him to sort the checkpoints.
Right.
Staff Sergeant Rehill, Andy, it's Brian. O'Brien, hey Brian. Rehill, things are getting awfully confusing. Jeff West called me and said that they're managing all resources from the CIC now. O'Brien, yeah. Rehill, I think they want you and I to step back and they're going to run the show. My question to you is, that's 301, Staff Sergeant Rehill. 123, the CIC takes over.
Right.
It seems to me that we're talking about an hour and a half and so of everybody doing something, and there had to be a direction to O'Brien and Rehill to step back. Am I got that properly characterized?
Yeah, not necessarily that it needs to be. I guess we were still trying to be helpful. Everybody wants to help, and it's just reached the point where I say, no, hands off completely, let them run the show, right?
Right. Did you get a direction from West to back off?
Only the 123 thing.
Yeah, but
I know he called and said we're going to manage resources.
Yeah.
So from that I took, okay, we'll step back completely. I guess you don't need my help anymore. And I wasn't offended by that. I guess I know what he's saying. Like
No, and I'm not expecting you to be personally offended, but I'm just saying, why didn't that happen at 123, given the changeover of command structure?
All I can say is just, I guess, my driven personality that I want to get things done, and sometimes I feel I just want to keep helping, that kind of thing. I can't really any other explanation other than that.
Yeah, no, okay, that's fine. I need to ask you a question about public alerting, the Alert Ready process.
Right.
Can you make a comment on your familiarity with Alert Ready?
Well, we at that time didn't have the authority or training to do it as risk managers. We dealt with Amber Alerts, and I believe that even had to go through criminal operations before it would go out. But at that time, we didn't have this alert system that they have.
Yeah.
A capability right here for me to do with the OCC. I couldn't say to Jennifer, for example, get one out, and she would compile it like a bolo and send it right out. That wasn't the case.
Okay, well, how do you mean it wasn't the case?
Well, we didn't do public alerts right at our level.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was public alerts done at any level from your point of view or knowledge?
Again, when I contacted Halliday, who was the acting inspector for Northeast Nova, he in turn notified Superintendent Archie Thompson, who then is a chain of command, and who then would communicate with the SSO, Darren Campbell and Chris Leather. I would hope at that level, and I expected at that level, they'd have that conversation, because that's where that should come from. I thought that they would make a decision as to put this out or not put this out.
As the risk manager at that time, you would have been aware of the significance of public information.
Right.
Would you not have the opportunity or the ability to say, get somebody up the chain to make an effort to get that public alert out as soon as possible?
Well, I probably could, but that's on Danko, Halliday. Him and Superintendent Thompson, I think should have had that conversation if they didn't, and get something out now. But there's so much to consider before we do that, right?
Yeah. No.
It's just not easily black and white and do it.
No, I understand that, and we've had conversation with other people who are talking about whether it was a tool in the toolbox, or whether it was a tool that nobody knew how to use, or whether it was even there.
Well, I believe it was EMO at the time that would issue them.
Right. So what's preventing risk manager Rehill from calling EMO or instructing somebody from the OCC to call EMO to get that public alert out?
Well, once I passed it on to Halliday and the CICs being initiated, they would have that conversation. Let me keep doing what I'm doing, because again, it's just taking away from what I'm doing at that time, right? Yeah. And I had so much going on.
Yeah.
I just want to pause for a minute. Let's look at Scanlon's notes. I like the last one there. It's pretty good, or one of the last ones, sorry. There we go. Called and advised Chris of and that public safety trumps all else. He agreed. Oh, you didn't want to do anything. Start by using the English. Oh man, it's bad. Bad, bad, bad.
It's so interesting you use that expression. We've heard from other witnesses about a term, not too many cooks in the kitchen, but the term drinking from a fire hose. Yeah. You ever hear that expression before?
Well, my counterpart, Bruce Bryars, was one of his favorite sayings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you say about that, Staff Sergeant?
Well, he can call it that. I could call it a tsunami. You know, it was a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it possible for a person in the position of a risk manager to be able to handle the tsunami?
To the best of their ability, but like you say, moving forward, if we're going to brainstorm this and come up with a model, I think we can improve. Yeah. You know, we could have a situation where, like I said, maybe 3 or 4 risk managers come into the Garland Street one and say, okay, you're doing nothing but the screen and containment. You're fielding all the calls. You're doing the alert, you're doing this, and have a team that can come together, and similar to the CIC, only away from the CIC, and be constant, and somebody be assigned nothing but communication to the CIC, and anything comes in that they need to know about, that's your job. Something to that effect, you know? Yeah. Because like it was drinking water from a hose. That's what it was like.
All right.
Right.
Great, thank you. I'm almost done. I understand that Staff Sergeant Bryars took over from you at 6 or 7, and I'm looking now at paragraph 369 just for purposes of orienting you.
Right.
Briers recalled a conversation he had during his drive with the OCC. He basically communicated with you for the purposes of getting situational awareness. Is that right?
Yeah, we do that a lot. Like, we call each other. If we're going to be maybe like 7 o'clock, I know I'm going to be 7:05 getting there because I hit traffic or something. I call Bruce and say what's happening, and he'll brief me or I'll brief him on what's taking place.
So Briers took over at 7?
Yeah.
Okay, and you hung around?
Not very long.
Okay, why not?
Because I was just so mentally exhausted. I just needed to get some sleep.
Yeah, okay. Did you have any operational role whatsoever after Briers attended?
No.
Okay. All right, finally then, after this was completed, your role in it, were you ever invited to attend or participate in an operational debrief for a review of the incident and the police response to it?
I can't remember if I was invited to one or not. I know I went to a critical incident stress debriefing the midweek the following week. I was off for a week after that. As far as an operational debrief, they may have held one at Bible Hill Detachment, and I don't know that I wasn't there. I know that, and I can't remember. I didn't go, or I wasn't invited. I don't know. I really can't remember. But I didn't go to an operational debriefing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Staff Sergeant. Those are my questions. Anything further that you wanted to say before the conclusion and the meeting with council for purposes of following up?
Well, will I have time later after the questions to speak?
Sure.
Okay, sure. I can wait till then.
Okay. Perhaps a half an hour break would be appropriate, Madam Registrar?
Whatever, man. Debrief. Campbell didn't want the debrief to happen. I don't even know if a debrief did happen. Some interesting wording about all that. I don't think it did. And the reasoning is, fuck, man, some of the excuses for this stuff is pretty wretched. What was it? This one, you want to see some disturbing stuff. I mean, this, like I said, this is why this process needs to continue. Really disturbing. Memorandum? Moratorium. You remember moratorium? And what was it? G drives or O drives? I did that story too. Fuck, man. Let's have a look. April 20th. Sorry, April 24th, the day of the press conference. Timing on all this shit is really important. It is. You know, people, it's just coincidence. No. Nothing's coincidence with this organization, with our employees. They're absolutely out of control. April 24th. Okay? Please digest this one. CERT report. This is, I forget who we're into. And it's not Hovey. It's before Hovey. I forget his name. He's on the Sunshine List. I talked about him the other day. Iris 1140, April 24th, 2020. I received a call from Staff Sergeant Kevin Dunlavey, who advised that the RCMP investigators are finished with both Heidi Stevenson's PC and Constable Chad Morrison's PC, and wanted to know if CERT had any need to see the vehicles prior to destroying them. April 24th, 5 days. I explained that I did not believe that we needed to see them, as we are currently not reviewing or investigating either of these incidents. Want to think about that one there too for a moment? How many shots again were discharged by Heidi? That's an officer-related shooting. Does that fall under CERT's mandate? Derp! Yeah, it does. So you're destroying evidence. Very critical evidence. Right away. Wow. Uh-oh. But I would speak to the interim director, who was that, Curran at the time? Pat Curran. Because then, of course, you got to have, in comes Felix. And then Felix quits. Guess the heat's getting a little heaty. Kevin advised that he will contact me in a few days before destroying the vehicles. That makes sense. What? When is this again? Sorry, just in case I... Oh, that's right. April 24th. Moratorium. O drives. Gmail addresses. That came up in the other day in testimony too. They were using Gmails. Why? Like I said in the video, and that was... How long ago did I do that video? Seriously. Like, this shit is old news to those of you who have been around. But that's why, you know, that... What does that do? I don't... It's not a pissing contest. What I'm saying is that it's a credibility thing, right? Talk about things years ago that maybe they may want to start discussing here at some point. That lends some credibility. I don't want acknowledgement. I just want the credibility. Then screw off, CSE. You guys really blow. Babies. Why did they use it? I explained that in the video. Why do they use O drives? Why do they use Gmails? Why do they destroy stuff? Well, destroying stuff's fairly self-evident. Doing it up until November, right? Thank you still to that person. I hope they are safe and sound for sending that. But they use the Gmail addresses because that way you can never ATIP that information. Of course, they all have GRC accounts. Official, our employees' official accounts. We pay for it. But if you want to request information, and I know, and I proved in that video, I showed some of the emails that were going around. They were doing questioning of witnesses, of in that one particular witness, using a Gmail address, one particular officer. I believe I identified who it was too. And you had an officer the other day admit Gmail addresses. He's using Gmail addresses. Why? Cover their ops, right? Because then that way, when you go and you write in an ATIP and you say, I want all emails relating to this, blah, blah, blah. Well, that doesn't fall under the purview of an ATIP. A Gmail address is a Gmail address. It's nothing. It's not a governmental account. So you can never get it. It's like it never happened. So all that questioning and everything that person told them doesn't exist. Just like if you wanted to go and try and find out any information, well, that's too bad. Cars don't exist. 5 days. They're already talking about destroying them. Wonder how Heidi's mom is with that. Dad, and I really don't like to ever mention them, but I wonder. I just have to wonder. How's Jack Morrison with that? I don't know. He was on the radio, 12:19 in the morning, logged on to his MWS and his personal radio when he's got to go to work in 5 hours and change. Oh, what's going down? But you don't destroy evidence. That's really important evidence. And they knew. There were the shell casings all over the road. Wasn't like, oh, yeah, I guess. They knew whose gun that was firing them. Isn't that, I think the day before this one, they were on their hands and knees doing the searching for the one shell casing, D49. And they're already into destroying cars. Really? Okay. That seems right. You know, these are the kinds of things that need to be plastered all over social media, not Amber Heard or whatever her name is, Hurt or whatever. This kind of stuff. This is our kids. This is us. Certain mention of a term in somebody's very powerful notes that I've used before, and I've come across it, and I'm like, oh no. I suggested that might be a theory. We were discussing it very early on. Uh-oh. Please ensure the scenes were burned out. I can't comment as to, you know, that. This is black and white. They were destroying it. Again, it's just like the moratorium. Black and white. The evidence. McDonald said there was not a dry eye, and some stuff had some stuff to live with. Where's that? Sorry. McDonald had a boys debriefing at home in his garage, lots of beers. Oh. Who's which McDonald? McGilvery talked about it, and he was being pretty. And what did he say? Because it was an officer-related shooting. I'm like, that's probably the most important time. He wasn't saying it was him, because it's Campbell's call, right? Campbell's in charge of Bird. Campbell's in charge of all of that stuff. So MCU, and he was the one making the call. Why are these guys so busy worrying about destroying things? That would be the least of your concerns. Is it that you're worried at your big fancy schmancy up in Bible Hill parking lot that you got tons of space, as you said, and the lot in the back, you got lots and lots of room for vehicles? You can leave them rotting there for over a year. What was it? That one fellow who got charged, which was just a fake-a-rooney. They left his car out there, snow in, snow out, destroyed the car. I bet it was your police car. No, it wasn't. It was you trying to, once again, convince people of the stripes and buffaloes. Bullshit. When it was real PCs we're talking about. Real PCs. Real RCMP cruisers. Scared to death of it. Oh, but they're flying down the road. Well, thanks, Indo. Really appreciate the pictures that are photoshopped and video. Somewhere I have all those too. Too bad. You shouldn't do that kind of shit, man. Looks really bad. Tech still, I may not be techie, but I have some stuff. Kind of. And when are these clowns coming back now? Resume. On a break. This is your popcorn break. Oh, but I can fast forward it. How does that work? That's pretty fucking handy. I can fast forward testimony. Supposed to be live. Oh, that's right. Pre-recorded. Pre-something. When was it? Preed? Maybe jobs in Hollywood. Moving glasses. Fuck, what a joke. All for their protected A ops or protected C ops. Like, come on. Oh, they just changed it. I guess even they didn't like that. 245. Oh no, we're gonna change it. Maybe 310. Oh no, we need more time. Maybe we'll do 320. Does 320 work for you? Maybe. What a 15-minute break turns into add another 15. No, sorry. Add another 25 plus 15, add another 40. Wow. There we go. Now he's back. So what does that make it? A 15-minute break turned into a 55-minute break? Is that it? Maybe my math is off.
So Staff Sergeant Rehill, we've had the opportunity to meet with a number of participants, counsel for participants, and review some of the materials and the examination. And I have been provided a number of questions that has been requested that I ask of you.
Right.
So I am doing my very best to interpret those questions, and I formatted them, and I'm going to ask them of you now.
Okay, sure.
So it's a bit of an awkward process, but we'll do our best here under the circumstances. The first question that I'm charged to ask you is, did Staff Sergeant Rehill speak to Staff Sergeant West directly during your time and your role as the risk manager?
Only when he called at, I think it was 3 o'clock-ish, was it? And said, we're going to manage all resources from here. And then I called O'Brien. Before that, no. Halliday I spoke to.
Okay. Second question.
Okay.
When you called Staff Sergeant Halliday to contact Staff Sergeant West, did you delegate anyone else to contact Staff Sergeant West to institute the critical incident package or take any other action?
I can't remember for sure, but I thought I had said to one of them, can somebody get Jeff on the line while I call Halliday? In OCC, and I called Steve, and then Steve said to me, let me call Jeff West to take some burden off you guys. So he made the phone call.
So the question being, was there any other person delegated to contact Staff Sergeant West to institute the critical incident package?
The truthful answer is I can't remember for sure.
Okay. Next question.
Okay.
Did you ever listen to the 911 call, the replay of the 911 call of Jamie Blair?
The audio part of it?
Yeah.
I don't think so, no. It's when I was monitoring, it was monitoring the occurrence, not the phone call.
Right. Okay. Next question. When you set up containment at Five Houses Road, how did you think the perpetrator would leave the area through that decision that you made?
How did they get to Five Houses Road, or how would they get
How
out
did you
of-
think that was a relevant or a proper decision? How did you think that the perpetrator could leave through that location?
Well, looking at the map, and like I said, there was a river there, and I don't know the local knowledge. Like sometimes you'll see a river on a map, and it's really an ankle-deep brook. So I don't know if he had the ability to get over to that side through the river, like whether it was you could drive an ATV or even a vehicle through there, Or did he come out to the main road? Could he have possibly moved over there? And then when, especially when Constable Carroll saw what he thought was somebody flashing lights at him and not moving, the thought process was there also that could this be the guy and he's trying to lure him down? So it was quite some time there where we were not focused, but that was an option that, is he still on this side of Portapique or did he cross the river to Five Houses and Bayshore? Because we had indications on both sides that he could be on either side. So that's why I put containment on that side, because if he was down in there at Five Houses Road and Bayshore, he wouldn't be able to get out without encountering us.
So the follow-up question that I've been requested to ask is, did you think the perpetrator could get to Five Houses without going through the Portapique Road number 2 intersection?
I didn't know. I was doing that in case he could.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next question.
Okay.
As far as you were aware, was there a threat assessment officer assigned to each district or districts that you would be aware of in Nova Scotia?
No.
Threat assessment officer.
I'm not aware of any. It doesn't mean they don't exist, but
Okay.
I'm not aware of any.
Do you know what that term threat assessment officer means? Are you familiar with it?
Not necessarily. Are you talking specific to this occurrence or just
No, generally.
for a district in general?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of that process. It could be out there, but I don't know.
Okay. Next question.
Okay.
Why wasn't Sergeant Bernard, the ops officer in Millbrook, called by the risk manager?
Well, the occurrence wasn't in his area, for one thing, and his people were coming as backup, and we were going to slide Enfield down towards their area to cover off their calls. And I think he's a negotiator maybe or something, I don't know, but that would be something that the CIC would decide. Do we need, like, for instance, Jeff West called on Staff Sergeant Charette way down in Yarmouth to start making your way this way he's also a critical incident commander, I believe. And, I know Bernard is involved in that team somewhere. He might be one of the players, but, they don't all come out at once. Like, they have different, they have so many negotiators, so many commanders, and then they rotate. So, no, I didn't call. If it had been his district, for sure, yeah, we would let him know.
My understanding is that he was the ops NCO in that detachment.
I think it's a sergeant in charge there. I think he's the sergeant.
In charge is a better term.
Yeah.
And any reason you didn't contact him, given the fact that Millbrook members were attending to the complaint at that time?
No, for no other reason than how busy I was. And sometimes when their members are leaving their area like that to help out, they'll let them know themselves. Much like Stuart Bussell called Andy O'Brien while en route, right?
Okay.
So.
All right. Continuing on then.
Okay.
Is there a binder or resource material available to the risk manager listing available assets that you would have at your disposal, for instance, air support services?
Yeah, well, we have the binder that has the critical incident commanders, the on-call dog man, the on-call incident commander for search and rescue, IDEN sections. It's all there in a binder, and I'm not sure if air service is in there or not. Very well probably is.
Who's responsible for maintaining and updating that binder, that resource material?
Well, the supervisors, I think, of the OCC, like the floor supervisors, or somebody maybe delegated that to make sure, because I've often seen them go over to the binder and manage the who's on call, who's not, that kind of thing, update it, that sort of thing. So that'd be a good question for maybe Glenn Byrne or even Jennifer to answer, or Derek Wood, like one of them. They're all supervisors who maintains that and keeps things up to date. I think, for instance, a guy will call in and he'd say, I'm the on-call incident commander for search and rescue as of midnight, for example, and I am right through till 7 or 8 days from now. So they'll put all that in the binder, and they'll let you know who's on call after him or her, and if they can't reach them, who's an alternate, like that kind of thing. There's a good binder in place in there.
Yeah, and following up, who's responsible for keeping that up to date?
I can't answer you that. Okay. That would have to be Glenn Byrne or somebody to tell you that.
Okay. Next line of question. Did you look or actually look at the pictometry mapping during your involvement in this incident?
In terms of that, looking at it here and there, but I'm so busy watching my screen, listening to the resources, where's the cars, and all the requests for calls, like calling people, can you call media, and that gets, starts getting a bit overwhelming at times. So yeah, I did refer to it here and there, but it's very similar to what I was seeing. It might be just a sharper picture, something to that effect. But
Did you specifically call it up on your own
no.
initiative?
Usually when the supervisor and DPO8 there will go over and fire it up if something we're going to use.
Do you have a recall of it actually being physically available for your consultation that night?
I think it probably was, but I can't say for sure. I'm pretty sure Jennifer would have fired that up right away and it was up on the big screen. So it's helpful that way. I mean, like if somebody else was, like I guess from what I know, did they struggle with maps at Bible Hill? Pictometry is available, and if they couldn't get it available, the OCC has everything you need, right? So, yeah.
Did you have familiarity with the pictometry's functionality at that time?
Yeah, a little, but not very much. Like nothing like they do. Like they can work it so well. Like I knew there was a username and a password to get it up and that kind of thing. You had to Google Pictometry or something. There was 2 different options you can go into or 3, and you had to click the right one and then put username and password, and then it would come up. And then you'd have to punch in, let's say, Pictou County, Nova Scotia, and then that would come up. And then you would try to hone in on a more specific area of Pictou County.
Right.
That kind of thing.
Do you recall honing in or doing any functioning at all with respect to pictometry that night?
Not really. I was using my 911 map.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next question. Can you give us some insight as to how long a message sent to the MWS from the risk manager about you being on duty, how long would that stay as a text in the MWS?
Well, as long as the member was working on the MWS was up and running.
Okay.
Whoever's up and running at that time when I come on duty and whose MWS is fired up, they're going to receive the message. If a car is sitting idle in a parking lot, for example, and hasn't been used, when they turn on their MWS, my message, I don't believe, is there.
I guess the follow-up question is, if a new member comes on, would that message be accessible that you were the person, or you were the risk manager, or that would they have to make special inquiries to determine
usually
the risk manager?
they call RTT, request to talk, and say, who's the risk manager, and one of the dispatchers would tell them.
Okay. And the next question, series of questions, is how is a person selected and qualify as a risk manager?
Well, again, that's probably something for CDR, career development and management people, to say, like, there's a job description in there, that sort of thing. But in my case, they post promotional bulletins first of all, and you have to meet all the criteria in the what they call organizational and functional competencies to be considered for it. Well, you submitted a package, and if it's either you make the grade or you don't, so to speak. If you don't get past a certain level, like I'm trying to think of the word because we used to do them all the time. Validation. I used to sit on validation committees for promotion too.
Right.
You won't make it to the process. So I guess, for now, I don't know. It's been 1.5 years since I worked, so whether that job description's been modified, I don't know. But like, for instance, if I was selecting somebody, I would want to see that they had the initial critical incident response course. They had a very extensive background in operations NCO, at least have been a team leader, and then into the operations NCO, the sergeant's rank, or even a district commander who's going to do what we call a lateral transfer. It's not a promotion into there. They're just going from staff sergeant to staff sergeant in a different role. You're still going to want to know that they meet the competencies for that job, right?
Would you have competed for this job, for the risk manager job?
No, not in this situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was some special consideration applied?
No, it was as a result of a grievance.
Oh, I see.
And I had been in there so much working, and I could hit the ground running, so to speak. They satisfied the grievance with this position.
Okay. No further questions on that. We'll move on. Can you advise us or confirm who the designated crisis negotiator on the critical incident package that night was?
No, I wouldn't know that. Once the CIC's up and running, Jeff West then would take care of all that, and the dispatchers.
Continuing on. Would you agree that night vision and FLIR capacity would be of assistance to first responders?
100%.
Would you agree that the use of conservation officers to assist in obtaining local knowledge of the area would be of assistance to you in your role as risk manager?
Probably would, yes.
Are you aware of any members during your shift between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. that were not logged on to the MWS?
No.
In an active shooter situation, can you provide us any insight as to why the contact team is given autonomy to make their own tactical decisions?
Well, in this scenario too, like I said, there was still a lot happening, and right around when they arrived at the community, I believe I was dealing with the Kate McDonald call and speaking to her and Stuart and them were probably getting ready to enter, if not already in. Stuart and I talked about that, and he said, you know, you have to be out of your vehicle. Like after Moncton, like you're sitting duck in your vehicle. So they dismounted from their vehicles, if you want to call it that, and they formed up. And Adam, from what I understand, reading the information now too, Adam and Stuart were making their way down the road, and Patton was coming in a bit later.
Right, but are you able to tell us why the contact team would be given autonomy to make operational decisions?
It's not that they were given autonomy. It's more in the sense that the trust that I have in Stuart Bissell and knowing that he will make the right calls, and he did, to my, you know, I'm satisfied that he did an excellent job. And the fact that I was busy, he may have just decided we're just going to go ahead and do this. And I didn't have a problem with it, to tell you the truth. I guess sometimes you're going to delegate that down, I guess, in certain situations.
Okay. All right. I'll move on to some additional questions, if I can. Are you able to tell us if IARD training incorporates the use of more than one IARD team when responding to a critical incident? If you don't know the answer, tell us that, but are you able to give us any insight in that regard?
Well, like I explained earlier, like for instance, if I can use a building, for example, we do like an ad hoc, like a scenario at the end of the IARD training, like a kind of a big finale, and like when we used to do it at what they call Agritech Park in Truro and Salmon River, and we've had quite a few training facilities until we ended up where we are. For instance, if we have shooting on the second floor and our IR team makes their way up the stairwells, they go down the hallway, they come down there with authority and they're seeking out this person. If they have this person they know cornered, let's say in a classroom, for example, and they have them in there and they're trying to negotiate or deal with them, and then there's activity at the first floor or the third floor, and we know conclusively there's a second threat, then a second team goes in.
Right.
And the first team maintains contact with this person.
So the question being posed is, do you know if IARD training incorporates the use of more than one IARD team when responding to a critical incident? What would you say?
If the circumstances warrant, yes.
The training does?
Yeah.
Will involve more than one team?
Like the scenario I just said.
Yep.
Yeah. If there's more than one threat and we can conclusively know that, then we'll send a second team after the other threat.
Thank you. Can you tell me whether IARD training incorporates the role of the risk manager in their training?
When we had that's something recent too, the training in Cutler Drive, we've had dispatchers come in to take part in the training. They had like a mock little dispatch room set up. I don't know that they've had a risk manager there doing that. It was more so the dispatchers, the call taken, the dispatcher to see how we do it and how it all operates. But I don't recall ever seeing a risk manager in there taking part on a tabletop exercise or something to that effect.
Okay, so the amalgamation of IARD and risk managers together in their training, does that take place in terms of knowing people's roles and
well, we're
engagement?
all IARD trained, like, you know, as users, right?
Yeah.
So they know their roles, like the you know, the point, the team leader, the acting assistant team leader, and then the rear guard. They all know their roles, what they're supposed to be doing. And sometimes you may not have a 4-man IARD team. You may have just a 2-man IARD team. And there's times where you may have a 1-man IARD team. You just may have to go. So they know their roles, and our risk managers are all trained in IARD.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there instances in which you have participated in training that include IARD and risk managers in live training scenarios?
Live training scenarios?
Yeah.
The only training scenarios we do is at 89 Cutler in that building.
Yeah.
Yeah. There has been one Pictou County ran in a school somewhere over, I think it's the one where West Pictou was, Northumberland. They Stellarton put on some kind of a scenario-based, real IARD scenario, like in a real school.
Yeah.
I didn't take part in that, no, and I don't know if a risk manager was involved in that.
Okay. As a risk manager, can you give us a sense of what the top priorities are when you're managing a critical incident?
Well, I guess once you know you've gathered enough information to know exactly what's happening. And if you have a location on, let's say, the offender, are you referring to active shooter or just anything?
Anything, and then we can transition to active shooter.
Okay, so let's say if we have a person who we know is armed and barricaded. I've taken part in many of them. The members on scene will, through our direction, and sometimes they help us in a sense. I say, okay, what are you looking at there? What are you seeing? Like, to me on the map, it looks like this or that, and they can clarify. So they want to set up containment, like almost like a diamond formation where you can see one guy can see two sides of the house and the other person can see two sides of the house.
But in terms of the question, which was being priorities,
Right.
are you able to itemize priorities as the risk manager in responding to a critical incident?
Well, one of our priorities would be containing the subject, like, the threat. And at that time, they could contain, keep surveilling the house while we figure out what we're going on, and if need be, we're going to contact the CIC, and they're going to decide if they're coming or not. In most cases, something like that, an armed or barricaded person, they're in all likelihood they're coming. ERT could be activated, and their whole team, there's a negotiator, the dog man, the whole works comes. But in that scenario, okay, as long as we know that he's in there or she's in there, we can contain. And then we can also consider whether we're going to evacuate the neighboring houses or ask them to shelter in place, stay low, stay in your basement, lock your doors, that kind of thing, and then move from there. And then once we get on scene, try to establish a contact with that person through the negotiator. Like, those are the kind of the priorities we're going to do. We're going to isolate, contain, long guns, evacuate, or shelter in place.
Sounds to me like you've just recited the I-CLEAR checklist.
Yeah.
And is that where you isolate your priorities to the I-CLEAR?
And what authorities do we have? Like, obviously the person's, in most cases, they're arrestable. And then your react plan is what we're going to do.
Okay. Can you give us some insight as to whether there is a process for transitioning to the critical incident commander from you as the risk manager, the ad hoc commander?
Yeah, well, similar to what happened here. I shouldn't say similar, like what happened here.
Yeah.
Once Jeff West gets up and running and he decides we're okay, we're ready to go, we're up and running, they take over from there.
Would you have had a briefing or a exchange of information with the critical incident commander, Staff Sergeant West, when he takes over?
No, he was taking over, and then there was the phone call at 3-ish saying we're going to manage all resources from here.
Right. And have you any insight for us as to how the information that the risk manager would have had and dealt with gets to the critical incident commander?
Well, the team they had there, Carroll, McCollum, Halliday, they all had the information that we had. They knew what was going on, okay. And then they called in on a need basis. I know Staff McCollum called in a couple of times and spoke to Jennifer and maybe someone else to maybe gather any information he may need, some clarity, that kind of thing. He spoke to dispatchers.
Okay. I'll move on to a few more questions.
Mm-hmm.
Does the OCC and the risk manager notify RCMP commanding officers of serious incidents that are taking place in the province? That is, does the OCC call or send notifications to the commanding officer for some events that are unfolding to increase their awareness?
Well, through the chain of command we do. Like I said earlier, I contacted Halliday.
Right.
His job would be to notify the district policing officer, Archie Thompson.
Right.
His job would be to notify the SSO, Darren Campbell, and or Chris Leather.
Yeah.
And Chris Leather, I would think, would notify the CO. And if there's no CO work in the seat at the time, I think it may be vacant right now, he's the acting commanding officer. So it goes up a chain of command.
So once you've had your contact with Halliday,
right,
given his role at that time, is your responsibility with respect to informing senior officers undertaken and completed?
I don't do that. They take care of that.
Right. Okay. Do you ever have any contact with higher up commanding officers or commissioned officers?
Well, when I feel the higher ups need to know, I go through the district advisory NCO or the operational inspector.
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever done training or participated in training with the OCC staff for critical incident management?
Not any tabletop exercises. That's what would be used in tabletop that I can remember.
Have you ever done any critical incident training with other agencies, for example, fire departments, other police services, or EHS?
Yeah, we've done tabletop exercises out of Antigonish, that kind of thing, on a flood. Like in Antigonish was the scenario, that kind of thing. So worked with all the stakeholders on bringing it to a successful conclusion, that kind of thing.
Okay. Just move on, and I'm almost through. Do you, as the risk manager, have a way to re-listen to information coming into the OCC by way of 911 calls?
Yeah, you could ask them to replay something for you if need be. They could replay it. I've often heard them replaying calls to themselves if they thought they missed a detail or something, that kind of thing, right? Yeah, that ability is there.
Okay, and we spoke about this, I believe, earlier, but just for clarification, did you, during your role as the risk manager that night, ever re-listen to incoming information on a 911 call?
No.
Okay. Okay. Those are the questions that I have now for you, Staff Sergeant. We go through the continuing and ongoing process of assessing whether there are additional questions, but we're almost there. Perhaps if we have 20 minutes, we'll return and revisit the issues.
Okay.
Thank you, Staff Sergeant.
Thank you.
So he gave you the whole list of the command stuff, but we've run through that. His grievance, I think it was October 2018, I was told that there was nobody competing for the job, and he put in a grievance because he was acting. And just because there was nobody else there, he got it. So, you know, it's not like he was competing with anybody to get it. All right, well, let's just zip through this then. $4:15. They want to take an extendo break? I don't know what they're doing. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's just one more hour. Oh. Gosh, CSE is just really enjoying being in here. It's too bad, because some people don't have significant others. This been sewing the terms too the whole way through. Domestic.
So, Staff Sergeant Rehill, I can report that there are no further questions for you from council, but I can also report that the commissioners will have some questions for you in terms of the proceedings here today. So I'm going to be seated. The commissioners will appear before you and ask you your questions, and then I'll address you at the end.
Okay.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Staff Sergeant. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you, yeah.
Okay. First and foremost, I want to thank you very much for being with us today. It's been a long day, and it's been quite helpful to have you here with us, sharing your experience and hearing from you firsthand. I do have some additional questions, if you would bear with me.
Sure.
As I've told other witnesses who have appeared before us, some of the questions are to help us understand better what you were going through in your role as you made your decisions. And some of our questions are really very directed at not the what happened, but what we can look forward to in terms of change and improvement going forward. So if you'll just bear with me, I have a number of questions. And I'll start with, first of all, at shift change, you talked a little bit about shift change and exchanging information with your oncoming risk manager. And I also understand that OCC has shift change, and I believe it's probably at the same time, but I'm not certain, so you might be able to tell us that. Is there any type of coordination or sharing of information or a structured way in which you hand off that information to the oncoming OCC supervisor as well as the oncoming risk manager? Do you do that jointly or separately, or how does that happen? If you could just flesh that out a little more for us, that would be helpful.
Yeah, well, for instance, in this scenario, and as we always do, Bruce and I have a conversation about what happened through the day. Say if Bruce worked day shift and I'm on night shift, and he has something ongoing that's not resolved yet, he'll go through it with me and make a note for me what the occurrence number is. Then there's the running risk manager's report that's always up and running, and we're constantly adding to it all day. So that's up, and I read that once I get in. Basically, yeah, it's fairly informal in the sense that we talk together, let each other know what's happening. And the dispatchers, call takers, they do the same thing. Like, we're 7 to 7, and they're the same, but I think they have, at that time, they have some kind of agreement amongst themselves where they start coming in about 6:30ish to let the night shift go home. And then same thing that evening, the night shift will come in a bit early. And I've always seen or heard them all the time briefing each other on what's happening. Like Jennifer, for example, would brief the next supervisor coming on and what's going on, what they need to look after, that sort of thing.
Specifically on the morning of the 19th, did you and Jen in the oncoming OCC supervisor and staff Briars, did the four of you sit down, discuss? What was the conversation like when you were briefing one another? Or did you do those separately?
They were separately, I believe, yes. And Bruce, I talked to him by phone on his way in. Then once he arrived, I stayed and updated him and stuff. I probably stayed around till 7:15, 7:20, maybe even 7:30. I don't remember. And Jennifer, I believe it was Brian Green coming in the morning. I think at one point there I thought Brian Green was the one who came over when the call came in, but it wasn't. Brian was in the morning. But Brian has done that so many times. That's who I thought it was, I guess. But in any event, yeah, she would brief Brian in the morning, and she's right to my left anyway at DPO 8, so we're kind of hearing each other in the conversations that are going on. So it's not a formal four of us leave the floor, because they really can't do that. They need somebody on the floor. So they do like an informal chat with each other to see what's happening. And this one in particular, like for example, when I told Bruce what was happening by phone, like it was kind of a silence. Like, I don't know if he knew I was serious or not. I said, no, this is really happening. And so I briefed him as much as I could, and then in person when he got there. And that's usually the case how we do it.
Okay. Were you using any notes to brief him?
Well, just what I had in my notebook there, but I just did it all verbally. I mean, I knew it quite well by that time, and then I had been relieved for quite some time, so I had time to think about it and absorb it and pass it all on to him. But I told him the bulk of it while he was driving in, and he started looking for vehicles, like white vehicles and stuff that could be, the shooter on his way in. So yeah, at that time it was all verbal.
Okay, and you felt that you gave him a sufficiently thorough briefing?
Yes, and furthermore, like maybe the advantage I could say, if I could say that he had that I didn't, is that the CIC was already up and running and running the show, whereas I had to man it and manage it best I could until they get up and running.
Okay, thank you for that. You'd made reference of, I think in response to a question, of trying to access information on Versadex, and you're able to do so through the Police Information Portal, or PIP. Can you tell me if that works both ways? So can Halifax also access PORs through Versadex through PIP?
I don't know that. They probably have access to PIP, but I don't have access at all to Versadex. To be truthful, I wouldn't even know how to use it. I'm told some people say it's more user-friendly, and some say no. I agree. I like pros better, so I don't know.
So when you go through the Police Information Portal to check what records Halifax Regional Police may have in their data bank, what are you accessing on the other side of? Well, I'm on the pro portal.
What they call the pros. I think they refer to it as the launching pad. It can be on your screen. It's a little narrow window. Like when pros is up and running, or you can maximize it out all the way. But there's you go into occurrence, what they call like a rapid search, or whatever, or a quick find, and then there's also a detailed search, a detailed occurrence search. So when you go into that, it opens a huge window. You punch in, let's say, a name, date of birth, that sort of thing, and down it's going to query pros. But also when you click Police Information Portal at the bottom, you can also select CPIC, I don't know if PERS is still on there or not. PERS was an old system. CPIC, and it's going to run them through all the databases available, including Halifax records, Versadex.
Right, right.
And when you do get a hit, I find that we should probably improve on having Versadex right in the office and being well trained on it, because when you go into it, you'll see maybe a whole list of people with the same name, and I find you have to go straight, there's a little plus mark, you click into that, and then all the occurrences associated with that person drop down, and you gotta start reading them all, and there's limited information in there anyway. So if I think we had full access to Versadex, we'd be able to glean more information.
Right. Okay. But you're not certain, and I could pose this question to somebody else as we go along, that if HRP, when they were doing some of their investigative work, if they would have been able to access through PIP into RCMP records.
I don't know. They probably could. Maybe Versadex has the same feature as PROS does with that PIP.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I just don't know if there's access that with the National Force or not.
Right.
We talked a little bit about the evacuation and decision to evacuate or to shelter in place. And
I really honestly don't like to use deprecating statements, but oh my God, that's just so loser. I'm sorry. Your green screen is terrible.
very difficult decisions, most certainly.
Mm-hmm.
Can you share with us what things you may have considered when you were either instructing or getting reports from the field on evacuation planning or sheltering in place?
Mm-hmm.
And where I'm going with this, Staff Sergeant, is I'm wondering what precautions or planning may have taken place to determine if the perpetrator was sheltering in place in one of those homes in that immediate area, or if possibly that perpetrator was evacuating with others that could have been leaving the area. We know now that that's not the case.
Right.
But was there consideration or direction given to you as risk manager to the people that were in the field with regards to both of those decisions?
Right. I remember at one point, I think it was Al Carroll, one of them asked me if we were evacuating, and I had to ask Stuart Picel, have we been evacuating? Because I wasn't privy to it if we were. And he said, we have been some, and I believe one of them was the Ferris Lane address. I remember Stuart, them saying, and I read it in the documents here as well, saying that they're in the yard and they made the yard safe and checked the vehicle, made sure the vehicle was safe, and then they evacuated, I believe, 5 or 6 people out of that house, I thought. And then on top of that, when they left to go to Highway 2 and Port Beach Road, we had people at the checkpoint rechecking the vehicle to make sure the shooter wasn't in the vehicle with them or somebody wasn't aiding him to escape. Yeah.
Okay.
So is there more
Thank
to the
you.
question? I don't know if I answered it all.
No, I think I think I'm satisfied with that.
Yeah.
Thank you. This one's pertaining to the use of alerting, and you've been a seasoned risk manager. Over the course of your time as risk manager, did you have any opportunity to be involved with an Amber Alert for a missing child? And the reason I'm asking that is, if so, do you know who gives the authorization to issue an Amber Alert? Who activates that process and gives off authorization?
I don't believe I was ever involved in actually activating an Amber Alert. I remember being called at home one day by, I think again it was Jennifer McCollum, about the possibility of one, and I wasn't in until that evening, and there was some decisions made. I was at home actually, and an Amber Alert was issued further that day on a certain situation we had going on. I believe it has to go through criminal operations. Don't quote me on that. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think it's this. And I know Paul Vickers, I believe, was responsible for the Amber Alert program when he came on with us. And after this, he's now in a different job. But I don't know all the ins and outs. I know we use it, but whether we can just issue it right there as a risk manager, or we have to go up the line to say, yes, go ahead and do it, then we do it, that sort of thing, right?
Okay, and that's what I was looking to get
Yeah.
confirmation on one way or the other.
I want people to bear in mind too that I've been off a year and a half since, and I'm very rusty with the policies. And if you had asked me that back when I was still working, I could probably just rhyme it right off. But I'm a bit foggy in all the policies right now.
I fully appreciate that, most certainly. I think you've already answered this. I know that it's not your practice to have to report up through the chain of command beyond your immediate supervisor, and I understand in this case it was Staff Sergeant Halliday. The question I want to ask you though is at any time did you get a call from anybody in the senior command structure beyond Staff Sergeant Halliday or Carroll, asking you for any type of situational report or verbal update on what was transpiring on the ground?
Yes, I received a call from Inspector Rodier, Dustine Rodier. She was at that time, the OIC of telecoms. I had been very busy, like I said, with Halliday and everything that was happening. And sometimes you just get so much going on that you either neglect or just forget to call your immediate supervisor. And she called in and she said, like, what's happening? What's going on? So I gave her a very short synopsis because I said, I gotta go. And that was it from there. But I didn't hear from the crops officer that night or anything like that, or Darren Campbell, the superintendent at the SSO. It was Halliday, and then she called me later.
Okay. Do you have any recollection thereabouts when you would have received that call?
I'm thinking around 10:01 the call came in, and really I would have read it about 22:04 when it's on the dispatch screen. And then things are happening. I'm thinking probably as far as 22:50 or 11 o'clock, maybe 2300, maybe somewhere in that vicinity. She called in.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you able to tell me who she may have been the direct report to?
Who did she report to? I believe the support services officer.
Okay.
Darren Campbell, probably, yeah, because he would oversee, like, I think that would fall under support services, the OCC.
Okay. Thank you. My next question's in relation to the mobile workstations. My recollection is that there's a text, like a text feature from car to car.
Yeah.
Are you able to also text from your workstation to the mobile workstation text?
Yeah, on the keyboard, like more so not a text with a phone, but I can bring up the car and send message, I believe. Again, it's been so long, what the command is, and then there's a window I can just type it in and hit enter, and then it'll go through to them. Much like I do with the global message at the first of the shift, it goes to all the mobile workstations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you recall if there was much by way of back and forth communication with the members in the field through that means?
No, I don't recall, no.
Okay, thank you. I'm getting there. We're almost through. In your mind, recognizing that you're a risk manager, who do you feel had responsibility for ensuring that relevant, timely information was getting to the frontline officers and responders and the decision makers? Where would that fall?
Well, as you can see in the documents, there was a number of us involved. I tried to get as much to them as I could, and dispatchers too. They do a lot of the relaying of information when calls come in, or if somebody called in and said, "Listen, I know that fellow," or whatever, they would get the information to them. I would be doing some of it, and then in this scenario, like I guess again, like I said from the beginning, it was totally different in that due to the magnitude, the sheer volume of what we had to deal with. Staff Sergeant Carroll got involved, O'Brien, Halliday came in, McCollum came in. So there's a lot going on there, a lot of rank and a lot of expertise and a lot of experience. So for the most part, I guess at some point, most of them had some input. I know Al Carroll spoke to them a couple of times. I know Andy O'Brien did, and I did. I don't know that Steve Halliday or McCollum spoke to the members directly over the air and the radio until they took over. But in the beginning, it was mainly me, Andy O'Brien, and Al Carroll doing most of the communicating. And Al's was limited. He didn't speak very much on the radio, nor did Andy, a couple of times. But it didn't create any situation for me that made it convoluted or confused matters any. And I welcome the assistance, to tell you the truth. It'd be similar to calling a second risk manager into the OCC. I kind of had them on the road, like Al and Andy and those guys were helping. I thought it was helpful. It wasn't a hindrance to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you, who would have you considered to be your scene commander?
Well, on the scene, like right at the scene where everything's happening, Stuart Purcell, because he was the senior constable in charge. He's been in an acting team leader position for quite some time, strong leadership skills. So when they say in charge, that would be me. But on the scene is what Erd asked me at one point. On scene, I said, well, that would be Stuart Purcell, and he'd have the most knowledge of the roadways, what he's seen so far, and that kind of thing.
Is it reasonable, do you think, and recognizing we're looking at this in hindsight, that somebody entrusted with scene command would be the one that is in response mode, on foot, in the heart of the incident, when the scene itself involves perimeter containment responsibilities, potentially evacuation, medical support,
Right.
and that type of thing. If you were to help us in looking forward, would you suggest that having a scene commander who wasn't responsible for leading the IARD formation would have been helpful to you as risk manager?
I think when we look at that, and that part where we discussed that about when the Erd guy asked me that, just the way I interpreted it, maybe it was wrong to me to interpret that way. I thought he meant like who's on the ground there that I would consider in charge, and that would be Stuart Purcell. But with respect to what you're talking about, containment, all that would be my job as a risk manager until Jeff West and his team take over.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, and you said moving forward. Yes, I've given it a lot of thought. Like, for instance, I think I spoke about it this morning, like if something major like this comes in, if we have a cadre of risk managers ready to, willing and able to come in if they're on call, you could say, okay, your job is just this only. Your job is to take this. Like any phone calls coming in, look for the risk manager, you deal with that. You deal with the media. I'm going to focus on the screen and containment, like something to that effect, right? Where we delegate tasks and exclusively. And I think at the CIC, when I read about McCall and those guys, that's what they do there. But I didn't have that advantage to me, like until that all got up and running.
Right. Okay. In terms of the 911 calls that come in, I understand that there's ability to replay those calls so you can hear firsthand the information that's coming in, and I understand that you didn't have opportunity to go to the 911 side of the house, so to speak, to hear those calls on your own. Do you know if anybody else in the command structure at any time surfaced those 911 calls to hear that incoming information firsthand as the event was unfolding?
Like the CIC team, they very well could have called in one of them and asked them to play it back to them. I don't know if they did. When it came in, I had all the details in front of me that I thought I needed. And so now I'm contacting Stuart, and we're starting to strategically plan at that point in time. So I didn't feel at that time I had the time to stop and re-listen to it all over again. And the same thing when I think it was Andrew Kate McDonald called in. I had the details there, and they actually put her through to me. So I'm juggling a lot of balls at that time, so I didn't feel I had time to listen to the call all over again. Just get cracking with Stuart and his team, and what are we going to do here?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to mention too that bear in mind that when the call came in, I had 4 resources. I had 4 members working in Bible Hill. They all went to the call. 3 went in, and Vicky Colford stayed on the road. So until I get back up arriving from Parsboro, from Amherst, from Millbrook, it takes time in rural policing to get containment set up. And you're up to 10:45, 10:50 or more before you're really getting any kind of containment set up on the area. And there's so many ways to go.
Yeah.
Not out of this community, but once you're outside, there's such a system of roads in Nova Scotia.
Absolutely. It's that's a good context for some of the challenges, I'm sure.
Yeah.
in speaking of that and the various roadways and back roads and highways and secondary highways, did you at any time reach out to any of your law enforcement partners directly as risk manager before you turned over the reins to seek their assistance?
Who are you referring to of law enforcement?
Truro, bridge authorities, HRP.
Not at that, no, not at that time. I mean, I kind of saw it, I guess at that time, that we all believed he was still in the community. We had him contained, and Truro Police being a municipal agency, like they're aware of it, yeah, that this is going on. But I didn't have to consider their roadways within the municipality of Truro at that time, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Would it be outside of the scope of your operational reach to ask for their assistance if you needed more members to help in the area?
Would it be outside of my scope?
Yeah.
No, it would be within my scope to ask for assistance, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, one of them called and said, could we do anything? And like, again, I was overwhelmed at the time and I just can't think right now what you could do for me. And I guess I wasn't thinking outside the box enough in a sense that they're a municipal agency and we're way out in Portapic. But in hindsight, I would have asked them to come over and do what we call lethal overwatch in our building.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Protect our building in case he did get out and he comes into town.
Okay. Thank you.
Because we need to be safe to do our job.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And this is my last question. Were you privy to or involved in any operational debriefs after the incident? And not to be mistaken for a critical incident stress debriefing, but more of an operational after action exercise?
Yeah. Again, I was asked that earlier, and I went to the critical incident one, but I don't recall being in any operational debriefing. And that's not to say that there wasn't one. I'm pretty sure there was one at Bible Hill. And if I remember correctly, I believe I was on night shift. And when you're on night shift, you're sleeping through the day, and I just didn't get over to it. I don't know if Bruce was there or not, but I didn't take part, no.
Okay. Staff Sergeant, I truly appreciate your candid response, and I'll turn over to my fellow Commissioner Stanton at this time, and thank you very much again.
Okay.
Thanks very much. I'm just interested in a bit more about the IARD training, and in particular the outdoor IARD training. There's, I know that you've been asked some questions about this, but I just want to be a bit more clear on your response with respect to the role of the risk manager when IARD is deployed. In the training scenarios and in the outdoor training scenarios in particular, is there communication between a person in the risk manager role and a person in the IARD formation?
Well, I would say that in a real situation, yeah, they're communicating with the risk manager, but in our training scenarios up at Cutler Avenue, we have like an ad hoc person in charge. So they're communicating with them. The outdoor, we used a big gymnasium to kind of simulate an outdoor training session where we had barricades and things we had to move from point A to B as safely as we could and that kind of thing. So in a real situation, it would be the risk manager, would be who they're going to be communicating with. Like we call ad hoc, and we call it ad hoc, I guess, because it's a scenario-based training, but it would be the risk manager who they're speaking with, or if it's through the daytime, it's going to be the district commander of that district or their operations NCO.
So in the training though itself, there's no one in the role of risk manager in the training scenario?
I don't recall that there was. I know that we've had our dispatchers in there to take part, and they found it very beneficial. They had a little room set up where they can sit in kind of a simulated dispatchers set up, and they all thoroughly enjoyed it. But I don't remember a risk manager, but that's not to say that there wasn't. I was only in there twice a year, so they could have had risk managers in on other exercises. I'm not sure, but I wasn't in there as a risk manager. I was always in there as a candidate and an instructor assisting in my role.
And you said the outdoor training scenario took place in a gymnasium?
It's a big building in Cutler Drive, and it'd be difficult for there to have members running around with guns outside. It's all like in an industrial park area, so we do it inside with we simulate the best we can as an outdoor scenario. It's quite a big space, so they set it up to simulate an outdoor scenario where, like I said, we're moving in what we call loose file format. We're not clumped together, so they can't just shoot at one target of people. It's different in a building because you have to stay confined going down a narrow hallway. So in the outdoor one, they move about. They've done some dark exercises too without light, where they have to find somebody wounded and find them and then treat them with the tourniquets and that kind of thing, and bandaging, things like that.
Okay, and so in the training scenario, is there a use of the radios, either a car radio or portables or both?
I know in the car, they had a car there set up, and I thought it had a radio in it, or just a simulated radio. And in the outdoor one, I don't know that we did, because the instructors are right there, and they're hollering out instructions, and they're communicating with the team and that kind of thing, just verbally. They don't use radios, I don't believe, in that scenario, like in what we're doing there in the training scenario. When they have to go seek them out in the building, yeah, you're trying to communicate with each other with portable radios and that sort of thing.
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to get a sense of how they're learning to communicate with whoever's overseeing things while they're in the training scenario.
Yeah.
So,
I know when they had the dispatchers in there, they were communicating with the dispatchers with the portables and telling them what they're seeing and that sort of thing, dispatch directing them, or dispatch might say, we have another threat at the other end of the building, so therefore team 2 goes in, like that kind of thing, right? But the outdoor one, I can't remember if we used radios outside or not.
and then I just had a question about the timing of your call, I believe with Staff Sergeant Halliday. I think it was at 10:35 p.m.
Yeah.
That was just after you spoke with Kate McDonald about 10:28, 10:29, something like that.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and so in the 10:35 call to Staff Sergeant Halliday, you provided the information to him that you had learned from Kate McDonald.
Yes, yeah.
And you recalled telling him about her reporting her husband having been shot, and that the person had been driving a police car.
Yeah, I know that he said he didn't get that information, but I know that's what prompted my call. The fact that, see, I said earlier that the first two, 123 and 135 Orchard Beach Terrace, kind of seemed like it was the first occurrence to me. Like Jamie Blair called in, and then things happened next door as well. And the information that came from that one more isolated scene, if you will, was that somebody thought it could have been a police car. So we're still struggling with that, to say what is going on. And then when I have somebody on the line says a guy shot at us and it looked like a police car away from the first incident, I says, okay, now we have two different occurrences, a significant distance apart in the community. And the second one now where they're saying it's a police car, it was very alarming. And I said, we got to get the the CIC rolling, and I contacted him right away. So for me not to mention that, like I don't have a note on it, and I use the risk manager cell phone, which is not recorded. I didn't know that till just now. He says he didn't have that information. I don't know how he didn't, because I know that's what prompted my call to him, the fact that we had a second caller saying it's a police car. So really two independent reports at that point, in my mind, that it's a police car.
Thanks, that's helpful to confirm, and I'm just tracking through the timing. There's then you said about setting up containment 10:44 and into I think it's a few minutes there.
Sorry, I can't let that lie, Kate. Again, sorry. No, it's not two reports. You knew in your own OCC, and somebody clearly in your OCC knew Mr. Wortman, and you already even have said that. So, quit bullshitting with people and telling us that it's like, oh, white cars, and we didn't really know, and Nick Dorrington came out with the photo later and misled everybody and blah, blah, blah. No, it's in black and white. Black and white, you knew right away. So quit bullshitting. Don't bullshit. That's called perjury. Lying. If this was a court of law, you would be charged. That's a lie. You knew. That's your name on it. It's your name on the log. You knew. Don't lie. Back to the lie fest. Grab your popcorn.
You're focused on containment, so that's starting around 10:44.
Somewhere like that. So I got off the phone, I believe, with Halliday at 22:42. So within 2 minutes, I'm starting to work on containment. And I still have most of the members I'm going to use are still en route, what we call 1017. So like Jordan Carroll's making his way from Parsboro, and we have Jeff Campbell coming in from Amherst. There's a Constable Cheeseman. Grund is coming in from Millbrook. So we have a lot of people en route, but I don't have hardly any resources yet to do much containment at that point. I got to wait for them to get there. Yeah.
And do you think you were on a call as well around 10:48?
10:48. Oh, that's when Vicky voiced it.
Yeah.
I don't know that I was. I know that I was very busy. There was a lot going on, and if she said that, I could very well have missed it. I don't remember it, to tell you the truth.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Thanks very much for clarifying the timeline for me. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Those are my questions.
Okay.
So sorry to pause again. So the idea that he didn't, he's read Jamie Blair's, because it can only be Jamie Blair's statement that, at least that I can see, sorry, in the 911 call, in that 45 seconds where she identifies Lily. That's what they're trying to say. And the real RCMP car like Lily's, etc., etc. He's read the statement, so once again, he's lying. He knows that. This is all bullshit sham. That's what they're telling us in their own shit. It's in Lily's statement.
Thank you so much, Staff Sergeant Rehill. I just have one question for you, and it's the same question I asked Staff Sergeant Halliday. I believe earlier today you referenced the participation of Sergeant O'Brien and Staff Sergeant Halliday as collaborative, right. And the question I have is, it's one thing to be collaborative, and it's another thing to have a clear chain of command that everybody's aware of. And it just struck me that officers superior, at least one superior to you, but officers superior to the people and other officers that Sergeant O'Brien and Staff Sergeant Halliday are speaking to appear to be giving directions when you are clearly in charge. And, you know, I'm thinking about the report we have to write, and we have to make recommendations. And it just strikes me that the recommendation should be that there should be clear chain of command, and that everybody's aware of it. And as opposed to necessarily saying it should be, and I'm not saying, I think everybody understood you were, now that you were in command, but I just would like your help with this. Would it be, there should be a clear chain of command when, and everybody knows that you're in command, and, and any suggestions they have should go through you as opposed to directly to people who report to them, or should it be more collaborative, as has been also suggested? So just some clarification on that would be greatly helpful for me, Staff Sergeant.
Yeah, well, I mentioned earlier too as well that due to the sheer magnitude of this occurrence, like, you know, we know now that it's the worst mass murder in Canadian history. So I guess you could say the worst crisis in Canadian history, if not one of them. In a regular occurrence, like I said before, on a Saturday evening or something, if somebody's home micromanaging and they're going to start, intervening and wanting to give out commands, I mean, we'd put a stop to that fairly quick. But this wasn't a regular occurrence. This was extraordinary circumstances. And yes, I said I welcomed the assistance, but I can see where you're saying that the members at a certain point in time, they're taking direction from several people of higher rank. And when Bill Neal said, who's in charge, I thought, when I look back at that, I thought that was actually a reasonable question because he just entered from Pictou County. So when he does that, he changes talk groups over to Colchester. So he hears all this activity and he hears Staff Carroll, he hears me, he hears Sergeant O'Brien and others on the air. So he's at that point when he arrives, he's saying, okay, who's in charge? Who am I taking direction from? So that's a fair question by him. I've had a conversation with my counterpart, Bruce and Briers, and we're kind of the opinion now that once the district commander for that district is up and running and he has, say, McCollum and Halliday and them all there with him collaborating together in Bible Hill, maybe that's at the point where they should say, we have this, because they also had Jeff West coming on the radio while he's en route. So now you have West, you have McCollum, you have Halliday, you have Carroll, O'Brien. So at that point, maybe it's time for us to stand back right away and even though they don't have their official CIC up and rolling, let them take the ball from there and let us fall back into an assistance role. I think that's certainly worth looking at. Or if it's just going to be me, then you have to have radio silence from all those guys, but they have such valuable input. I don't know if that's the right way to go. And sometimes they knew I was so darn busy, they decided to voice to the members directly instead of trying to call me. So there's so many ways we can look at that. But we do need to get something clear and concise for the future.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Staff Sergeant. Mr. Burrow?
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. We're at the tail end of the proceedings here. Long day for the Staff Sergeant, but I know in conversations with the Staff Sergeant earlier that he had indicated that he may have a final comment, and if there is that, I wish to provide him, with your permission, Commissioners, the opportunity to make that comment. If you have anything to say, Staff Sergeant, in closing, this will be the time to do so.
Okay, sure, yeah. As I said when I started out, again, I'd like to reiterate our condolences to the families. It has to be so terribly hard for all of them. It's a very sad circumstance, very tragic. But I want people to bear in mind, not just the families, but Nova Scotians and Canadians, that we're human beings that we put on a uniform and we go to work and we put our lives at risk all the time. And my father-in-law always used to say to me, I have a lot of regard for anybody who has to strap on a gun to go to work. But we are just regular people going to work to support our families. Everybody, I believe, that night and the following day had their heart and soul into this. They were doing their best. Despite now looking at, when you dissect it, that looks like you could have done better here. And we're not denying that there's certainly, despite us all trying our best, there's certainly ways we can improve in the future. And I just ask them to all bear that in mind. And, we're people too, and it's been very tough. It's been very tough for all of us, our dispatchers, our call takers. Everybody's traumatized by this. Yes, we didn't lose a loved one, but it's been very tough, especially for me. Like I think about it 24/7. It doesn't leave me alone. I have nightmares. I have trouble sleeping, and I'm in a grocery store. It's on my mind. I'm walking down the street. It's on my mind. It never leaves me, and I'm sure they're the same way, if not worse. So I just hope that I did something here today positive that can help these people, the families, and maybe find another minute, bit of peace from what I've told them today. I've been here, I've been open and honest. I've told them all I can from what I know, and I just hope that someday they can move forward and have some peace in their life.
Thank you, Staff Sergeant Rehill. Commissioners?
All right.
Yes, I will add my thanks as well, Staff Sergeant Rehill. It's a difficult task we have, and you've had a long day, and conjuring up difficult memories, and we very much do appreciate that, and we appreciate your sharing your information with us. It's crucial, and again, you have our thanks and appreciation for that. I can say tomorrow that we will conduct a similar process with Sergeant Andy O'Brien. And as well, I can confirm now at this moment that the media embargo that we placed on the testimony we heard today is lifted, and we will post the video emanating from today at the very earliest opportunity on our website. So
Sure.
thank everyone for.
So why would you need to make a video? You don't need to make a video unless you're worried about a mistake. There's no reason to make a video. Gosh, they really, really don't like the fact that I'm talking about ops. Don't fall for their shit. Please, don't. I know that they made mistakes. This is true. That's clear. But they're covering fucking ops. Huge ops. That's what they want everybody to just believe. Oh, it's a drunk, it's a this, it's a that, it's a bonging out. We need more training. No, we got great training. The car was real, the car wasn't real. We saw a picture. No, we use crayons. We have technology. What they're saying is they don't want you to believe the truth. The truth is protected sea. That's what they want you to stay away from. Trust me. Trust me on that one. I don't want to pull a Brenda. Trust me, believe me. But I'm pretty certain. I've seen enough over the years. This one is bad news.
Participating today in this process. And again, thank you again, Staff Sergeant Rehill. And the process, a similar process will begin tomorrow at 9:30. So thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
All right, well, there you be. I didn't actually expect this out today because I was going to try and finish some other work. I'm going to eat at some point here. Oh no, is this... Now they've got this one going? Well, I guess if they have this too. No, sorry, my bad. Ops. Yeah, protect sea, very serious stuff. Very serious. That's why you get millions and millions of pages of shit. And that's just protected B and A pages that they've let out. It's not even all of that. No. We're talking some very serious shit was going down there. Extremely serious. And it wasn't like, oh, we didn't make a phone call. Oh, we just didn't have some deck. It would be better if we just changed that. No. Record Monday, watch Tuesday, record Tuesday, watch Wednesday. Oh, wait, live proceeding Wednesday. Distractions, yeah. No, this week is going to be a busy week. But anyway, I'll have to catch up after work. How bad was it? Lots of guff, chum, I would say. What was your guys' thoughts? Any reason at all? Any reason to record that? Any reason? Maybe because family would be sitting in the room. Maybe. And you have to look at that. Might be worse than looking in the mirror. Covering for people who won't save his ass when he's stuck in the sling. First opportunity, they'll drop him on his head, sadly. But it's my family. They don't care. Trust me. Just to edit, yeah. Sense of urgency on their part would have been nice. More sense of urgency. Urgency where they don't want urgency. They didn't want urgency. Just like Scanlon, we have to convince you to use the Twitter. They didn't want anybody to know anything. It was supposed to be shh, and they still don't. And that's not because you have a dead man in the ground. No, that's because there's a lot of bad things going on. It's logic. Logic. And if we've lost our logic, then there's a problem. If we think that this is just excuse, all mistakes, and we just need a few more recommendations, and no. Even like he said right at the beginning, I'm going to have to go back and pick that quote out. When he talked about it, people in the center knew who the fuck he was. Oh, the guy who collects decommissioned police cruisers? Yeah, we know who that is. Come on. They know who he is. And they know who Lisa was. Lisa's the one who's got all the bank accounts. She's the co-owner on all the properties. And she's the one they're protecting. Everywhere. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. More ops. People will see it one day if they think I'm just crazy. Guys, I don't know. That's interesting. I don't get a lot of feedback on it. So, I don't know. I'll just stand over in my corner by myself, but it will come, and there is evidence already. Lots of it out there, and more is going to come. I feel fairly content on this one. I got a phone call very early on about it. Anyway, I do hope that you have the rest of the day that is fantastic. It is now 4:30 or 3:30. My apologies. East Coast. So do have a good rest of the day. Hopefully you can grab some good eats, and maybe tomorrow they'll decide to give us part 2 of the Recorder Rooney edit, if they have time. Maybe it'll need more edits. Take good care of yourselves. God bless you. God bless the 23. Thank you for joining today, and thank you for sharing.